Hello, hello. Welcome, Byron. Paulo, what is up? Hey, Liz. How's everyone doing? Are you the Chaos Child? No. I am not the Chaos Child. The Chaos Child is but a metaphor. A dream. Perchance. One thing I noticed when catching up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Chaos Child was the friends we made along the way. Indeed, indeed. Would you rather be called the Chaos Child or Corpse Girl? Neither, actually. I would be I would prefer to be neither. Would you want to be the Chaos Head? Also, no. Will there be another twist involving the narrator? I mean, I'm sure. Because, like, I mean, I'm already under the assumption that it's not Serica who's behind everything anyway. She is but another puppet. If anything, I would be, if I had to be called something, sci-fi or sci-adventure related, I would prefer to be the darling of which you warmingly embrace. And you, always come to all of my streams and hang out. That would be it. She's mind controlled too? Don't know for sure, but I'm guessing there's like something to do with her not being the main bad. A bad, but not the bad. Wait a couple more minutes to get going here as per usual. No topic to start the stream with, boys? Opinion of LCC merchandise? I think you guys did officially kill my interest in LCC. What do you think of PlayStation? Oh, right, because we talked about Xbox like 2 streams ago. We talked about Nintendo yesterday. I don't know. There's nothing really that stands out in PlayStation to me. I think a lot of their exclusives are pretty overhyped, but they're the current frontrunners for releasing stable games, so I guess that's kind of all we got. I feel like all of their I feel like all their games are kind of like those walking simulator type games, and I'm just really not a fan of them. Where like you just gotta like slowly walk while people just like talk at you. And I kind of get sick of those. Those were cool for a while, but like they got overdone. But like PlayStation doubled down on them, and I mean, how could they not? Like they sold like hotcakes, so of course they were going to. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The chicken. Opinion on Atari? I don't know if I've ever played an Atari console before. Or an Atari game. Atari games. Have I played an Atari game before? I don't think so. Opinion on arcade machines? They're cool for decorations. I have a couple in my apartment. Oh, actually. Yeah, I got a couple of them. Which arcade games do you own? I own a Galaga cabinet, and I own, it's like an X-Men Marvel cabinet. I actually forget what games are on it. I think it's Marvel vs. Capcom 2 or something. I was trying to look up to see if I've ever played an Atari game, but I actually don't think I have ever played an Atari game. Yeah, never did. Not an Atari gamer. Hey, AK. Does Atari even do anything anymore? Well, they went bankrupt, but I'm sure they still release things. They probably do, like, reboots and re-releases and yada yada yada. Right? Let's check. Yeah, in 2020, they, published a game called Vicious Circle. Or wait, no, it was canceled in 2020. Whoops. Crypto and hotels, according to Wikipedia. Well, at the very least, you could check out the Atari website, right? For what they're doing. Yeah, it looks like they're just kind of, like, re-releasing a bunch of their games. Atari Recharge. We're kind of in, like, the remake era, so... Atari Flashback Classics. You're freezing? AK? Good lord. Atari Games has a commitment to the blockchain technology and to optimize performance through the consolidation of Atari's blockchain interests. Nice. Caliman, hey, what's up, dude? It's 11 degrees Celsius right now, but what is that in real degrees? Degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit. You're freezing at 51 degrees Fahrenheit? Where do you live where that's cold? Are you in the south? Ye old southern boys. Sydney? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's actually quite warm where I'm at. I've got the AC pumping. It's like in the 70s. My whole country is south. That's very true. $70 ain't that hot. It's quite warm where I'm at. Isn't Australia supposed to be a hot hellscape? Well, yeah, that's why he's saying 50 degrees is freezing. Get it? 50 degrees Fahrenheit, freezing, because it's normally very hot there. Only played Atari on Donkey Kong 64. Atari made Donkey Kong 64? $50 degrees is still too warm. Hey, what's up? Is it Andreas? Andas? I'm still not entirely sure how to say your name with the 4 in the middle of it. Anas? Rare made Donkey Kong 64? Remember when Rare made games? Aura? Aura is an A. Well, yeah, but I guess I'm not really sure how to pronounce that. Why did Microsoft buy Rare? To make Kinect games, I'm pretty sure. And they did Rare Replay. Where they re-released a bunch of games. Oh yeah, Viva Pinata! They did make Viva Pinata, didn't they? And they were going to reboot the Perfect Dark series, and that still hasn't come out. I wonder if we're gonna hear news about that this summer. I think Microsoft said they were having like a conference or something this summer. Maybe they'll finally say something about it. Yeah. Perfect Dark was announced in 2020. So I don't even think, like, the pandemic slowed the development down on that game. Oh, never mind. Rare's not even involved. Microsoft just stripped Rare of that Perfect Dark IP, Lamau, XD. Erect. Never mind, Rare. Get back to making those old Connect games. What is Rare working on now? Oh, Sea of Thieves. I think they're eternally locked into making Sea of Thieves. Yeah. I think Microsoft has them in, trapped in a dungeon, making Sea of Thieves forever now. Man, that game's been going since 2018. Fascinating. Game you play for a couple hours with friends and then never touch again. Yeah, that's, like, about it. I think there's some people that are, like, a dedicated Sea of Thieves fan there, though. And Cameo. Oh, I never played that. I was on the 360, right? It was like a launch title for the 360. Oh, I forgot to put chat up on the screen. Lamau, whoops. I think Cameo is because it was such an early game for the 360. I think it didn't even have that even 1,000 gamer score that every game had when it came out, right? Like it had like 900 something for some weird reason because they weren't like committed to it being just a around 1,000 gamer score. Yeah, very weird. Seems like 1,000 would be the easy go-to. Alright. So what happened? Last stream, Serica was revealed as a D-Sword user. Everyone was very surprised. We couldn't believe it. Because she didn't show Gigalomaniac potential earlier. Same with Kurisu. Very big shocks that they both had D-Swords. Who could have guessed? Then Serica killed Kurisu, freeing us all from her character. Being based as usual. And now we're about to get some Serica backstory. Back before I started elementary school, I think specifically Shinjo is asking Taku about his relationship with Serica and like when he met her specifically. By the way, drop a like on the video. Uncle made a deal with me when my parents sent me for a month to my grandparents. I was allowed to play any 18+ games without my parents' knowledge. Nice. I never stayed with another family member other than my parents. Basically, I've only ever lived with my parents or lived alone. Actually, there was a stint where I lived with one of my friends for like 3 months. But that was it. It was an in-between period when I graduated college and I needed a place to live. And I like rented this apartment, but like it wasn't open yet, so I needed to wait like a couple months before I could move into the apartment. You ever had to deal with a roommate? Not really. Like I said, I lived with my buddy for like 3 months, but that was it. My freshman year of college, I guess I had a roommate for a bit as well. But that was only because it was required. Eventually, the guy moved out anyway. But not a big roommate guy myself. Anyway. Back before I started elementary school. So yeah, Shinjo asked about when he knew Sarika. I can't remember the exact date. She was my next door neighbor. And she would come over and play with me a lot. That's right. I was born in 1997. Zoomer detected. Just kidding, is that a Zoomer? Or is he still a millennial? So it was around the same year I started elementary school. So this would have been around 2004. We played together almost every day. She was like a little sister to me. I remember that at first, I read her picture book that I'd only just learned to read myself. I'm gonna bet if I finish Common Route today or Thursday, definitely it would be next week. No way we finish today. We still have 2 whole ass chapters, unless chapter 10 is just super short. There's 11 chapters, right? Her family was a lot like mine. I'll tell you about mine, though. I was an only child, and both of my parents worked. They both worked at an IT company back when there weren't very many of those. I think they met each other there. Work was all they cared about. It was only years later that I learned that normal people didn't eat all 3 meals with a babysitter. Last 2 chapters are pretty long, so probably next week. He could do it today, unless he keeps sidetracking. Yeah, that's totally what I want to do. Is just, like, drone and read these last 2 chapters straight. That sounds like a really fun stream. Around the time I started elementary school, I started going online using one of their old computers. If you use Skip, you could finish the game this stream. That's true. I could do that as well. And if I just ignored you guys for the rest of the stream, and I just, you know what, if I just didn't even, like, have the chat window open and I just read, and sometimes if I just let the characters voice their lines instead of reading them too, that would also probably be really good. I can just, like, eat food while I read. That would be quite the experience, wouldn't it, guys? A real good group moment. It was common for me to be up past midnight even then, but my parents didn't know that. I think they just didn't care. I can remember at least 2 birthdays where they just left me a present and a note saying they were sorry they couldn't make it. The year after the last one, there wasn't even a present. And the year after that, there wasn't even a note. Part of the way through elementary school, I mostly stopped going to class. My homeroom teacher called when I was in the 3rd grade. My mom happened to be home that day, so she picked up the phone. She looked annoyed when she talked to them. She said her husband was the one who took care of all that, and hung up. She didn't tell me to go to school, or even that I didn't have to go. And Dad didn't even know the teacher's name. At the time, I learned online that this is what they called low-level child neglect. Why'd they even have a kid then? Isn't it, like, really... Back in this time period, wasn't it, like... You were pretty incentivized to not have kids in Japan at this point still, right? It's only recently that they started incentivizing people to have kids? Or did they start giving incentives for children even back in the 90s? Serica was the same. Actually, I think her situation was worse than mine. She always used to tell me I was lucky because I got a card. Well, a credit card. I didn't have a babysitter at that point, so I had to get my own food. Once I learned how to use the card, I would split the food I bought with Serica. I don't think her parents hit her or anything. There was one time when she ran over to my place and was really scared. I like all these blurred black backgrounds. She said her parents had tried to force her to go to a hospital. I don't know the details, but her parents supposedly said all kinds of awful things about how she was crazy and not normal. So I think it was like a psychologist or a psychiatrist, or someone who worked at a hospital like that. She cried for a long time, which is why I let her stay in my room for a while. My parents never cleaned it, and they never looked inside of it either. Why would his parents clean his room? What? Thinking back, we were probably together all the time when I was little. I never met Serica's parents. She said they were almost never home. Gonna go make a sandwich? What kind of sandwich, Kellyman? That's a very important detail. You can't just say sandwich and then leave us on pins and needles of what kind of sandwich it would be. I would be willing to place money on it not being a tuna sandwich, though. I don't think I ever went to Serica's home either. They didn't have a computer, so there was no reason to go. That's funny. I'm not sure. I don't think she went to school a lot. I never saw her playing with anyone except me, and we were busy finding info on the internet. So we were much smarter than... Never mind. When we were in 4th grade, 2 years before the earthquake, we heard a rumor about Ami-chan, an urban legend. So the two of us snuck into the basement of the hospital to look for it. Yeah, the Tokyo General Hospital. The reason why we did is because we loved doing stuff like that, both Serica and I. That's where we saw the experiment being performed on Senri. We got scared and ran. At the time, I couldn't even imagine what was actually happening there. That was the first time we both went outside and snuck into somewhere else. Serica, I think she was scared. I remember thinking I needed to protect her. But I think both of us were equally scared, or equally excited. We had been able to learn something that no one else knew about. Serica told me I should go to school and tell everyone what I saw, so I did. But of course, everyone thought I was lying. We started researching the sumo stickers and other urban legends. We made a web page about it to investigate together. When we were in 6th grade, the new Generation Madness started. That was 2009. It was like I was having a fever dream. At first, we couldn't believe that something like that was happening in the city we lived in. We spent almost the whole day glued to the computer following the news. When something big like that's going on, if you take your eyes off the internet for even a few hours, you'll be left behind. We stayed up all night in shifts following the case. Sometimes we'd use our cell phones to check the internet, as we actually went out to the crime scenes and took pictures. More and more murders kept happening. And eventually people started to say that Takumi was the killer, but he ended up proving them wrong. Serica and I both got very excited. He seemed really cool. What? Don't lie to the police officer, Taku. That's very bad. You're not supposed to lie to Shinjo. I thought that proving your innocence meant getting the right info, and shoving it in the faces of the people whose info was bad. It seemed like the ultimate expression of what I was trying to do back then. And what I suppose I'm still trying to do now with the newspaper club. Also, if he knows that, Takumi proved them wrong? How come earlier in the story they were all kind of like, or even Taku was kind of like, huh, I wonder what, or who, no one, didn't he say something like no one really knows who did all the murders back then? But he witnessed Takumi proving everyone wrong, that he was the killer? Because he proved everyone wrong by exposing who the killer was. So how does he know Takumi's innocent and then not know who the killer is? Right? That's weird. Serica said that guy was amazing, and I agreed. You can prove your innocence without actually having someone replace your guilt. Yeah, but Takumi didn't go to, like, court. He proved his innocence by exposing the killer. The committee was suppressing info about the events? Yeah, but if they witnessed Takumi proving his innocence, then they would know who did it, right? So even if some people knew the truth, it was lost to the public? Yeah, but Takumi should, or Takaru should know then, right? When the earthquake happened, Serica and I were near the O-Front building. Nishija was causing a commotion there at the time, and we wanted to see. Suddenly there was a high-pitched noise, and everything went white. That was when it happened. At first. So they were at the place where he was, like, exposing the nurse as the killer. Anyways, how do you know when it's a POV video of a person killing someone? You just see the victims? Yeah, but didn't the crowd, like, kill the nurse after? Because everyone knew that the nurse was the killer? I thought he, like, didn't Takumi, like, influence everyone to, like, she killed... Oh. But they, like, beat up her corpse and stuff. Or, like, desecrated her corpse and shit, yeah? There was, like, some stuff happening there. What? Takumi didn't like it that they did that? Yeah, but I mean, that's still, like, that's still the crowd being aware that the nurse was the person who did it. Whether or not he liked it or not doesn't mean that, like, the crowd then knew who the killer was. Shouldn't Takaru know? Because they were just... Because Wandering was saying, how would you know from the POV video? But obviously the crowd knew. Because they, like, beat her up. Anyway, at first we didn't think it was an earthquake. We thought it was a bomb or something. The ground bounced up and down like a trampoline, and several of the telephone poles near us fell over. I could hear screaming and the sounds of breaking glass. Someone yelled, "Earthquake!" That's how I knew it was an earthquake. Anyway, Sarek and I ran away so we wouldn't get caught up in the people panicking. We didn't know where we were running, but we didn't want to be there. We got caught up in the crowds, and Serica and I were quickly separated. When that happened, I got scared, and all of a sudden I couldn't move. I got pushed over and fell, and then I crawled behind something. The shaking had stopped, but what had scared me more than the earthquake was the way everyone around me had changed in an instant. I spent a long time in that spot, unable to move. The idea of going home never occurred to me. There was no way I could rely on my parents for help. And at the time, I thought no place in Shibuya was still standing. I didn't know what to do. But suddenly, I found Serica passed out near me. She must have been pushed down and hit her head, or maybe she hadn't been able to handle what she was seeing, because she passed out. I decided I had to save her. The information online said that Yoyagi was relatively undamaged, and that the hospital there was accepting patients. I carried her on my back and started walking there. And then... Never mind. Anyway, I kept walking, and finally I reached the Tokyo General Hospital, which had been turned into a temporary shelter. Serica looked like she was in pain the whole way there. She didn't wake up. Which is already an inconsistency based on the, flashback he had earlier. And the flashback that we had from yesterday's stream, he, acknowledged that, she wasn't there. But now he's like, yeah, totally. She was just in so much pain the whole time. I saw my parents. Then I collapsed from a terrible headache. That's all I remember from the earthquake. When I woke up, I was in the dorm, and a year had passed while I was in a coma. That's where I met Kurisu and the others. Lamau XD. Sorry, I'm fine. I heard what happened then from Kurisu and Serica. Serica woke up at the hospital and saw me unconscious. She stayed with me the whole time, and when Tokyo General Hospital overflowed with patients, I was moved to one of the other hospitals in their network, and she came with me. She wasn't in good shape either, and I guess she didn't want to go home. Well, it's not like she could go home. Right? Didn't the earthquake kind of annihilate their homes? She refused to leave my side, and when the people from the hospital saw her, they put her into care. Or counseling, I mean. She said her parents died in the earthquake. So did mine. Given the circumstances, the hospital didn't seem to mind her staying there with me. But once things started to calm down, they sent her home. She found some relatives who agreed to help her get a place, the one she has now. And then every day after that, she came to visit me in the hospital. I don't know. I think she said they were relatives who lived a long way away. I don't know their names. Sorry. Some time passed, and since there was nobody to take me in, I was moved to the dorm. But she still stayed by my side the whole time. That's when she met Kurisu, I guess. They were good friends. When I woke up after more than a year, I had trouble moving. Kurisu helped with my physical therapy. Serica would come check in on me all the time, and Kurisu would happily tell her my progress. Family was very important to Kurisu, and Serica was the one person outside the family that she called by her first name, not her last. The two of them would go and visit all the different crepe shops in Shibuya, and since Serica didn't have any interest in makeup or clothes, Kurisu would take her shopping for them. They were good friends. Until she killed her, for some reason. But after my therapy ended and I could walk, I started going to school more and more. Yeah, that middle school. I was given special permission to be in second year, along with the other kids my age. Serica did the same as her first year. After the earthquake, while I was in a coma, she started going to school. It was hard living on her own, but Kurisu would take care of her, and her relatives sent her plenty of money. She seemed to be doing better than when she was at her old house. Nothing strange, I don't think. I went to the academy because they offered free tuition for orphans of the earthquake. And a year later, so did Serica. They both joined the newspaper club and did things there. If they were both orphaned and always together, wouldn't they have been put into the same grade together at the same time? Even if that meant putting Serica a grade ahead, or Taku a grade behind, or vice versa? It's exactly as you saw it, I think. She spent a lot of time with us at school. But she had her own friends in her own class. She wasn't a part of any of their groups, but it didn't seem like they were ignoring her or anything. I never saw her with anybody suspicious. She wasn't the type of person to keep secrets. When I didn't have a charger, she'd hand me her phone and let me use it. That was the kind of girl she was. Yeah. Serica was a normal high school kid, like the rest of us. November 5th, Thursday. Same time. On the streets. Serica was running. She was out of breath and had a terrible headache. Sweat all over her body, but not from exhaustion. Running a few minutes wasn't enough to tire her out. Compared to what she had to do her mind and body to commit the murders. She'd had to do her mind and... That's a typo, right? Should be another 2 there, but like threw me off. Compared to what she'd had to do to her mind and body to commit the murders, this was nothing. Damn. She touched the small cut on her stomach as she ran. She felt slick blood, a sensation she was long since tired of. She'd probably have to stitch it up, but if her organs weren't ruptured, she'd be fine. She was used to getting stitches without an anesthetic. She didn't even need a towel to bite down on to relieve the pain. The needle didn't even need to be medical. But the terrible headache was new. Serica stopped when she saw there was no one around. You're slowing me down! She punched the wound on her stomach hard 2 or 3 times. That's certainly not gonna help. The sensation of a fierce external pain, something she was used to, ran up her spine. She hoped that would alleviate the pain of her headache. She hoped her brain would decide the pain of her open wound was more important than the headache. But the headache didn't stop. It felt like a cold needle was being driven into her head with every heartbeat, as her mind screamed at her that something was wrong. She knew why. Just trying to interfere with his power did this to me? Her head hurt, but her mind was still capable of clarity. Her foe was stronger than she expected. Mind control. An unimaginably horrible form of hypnosis, which could make anyone do whatever you wanted. When he was an ally, she thought it was the greatest power imaginable. Now that he was an enemy, it seemed like the worst. No. That's not right, she laughed. He hadn't been an ally. He hadn't been a helper or a co-conspirator either. If you could call him anything, he was a blackmailer. The phone in her hand started vibrating. It wasn't the one she used when she pretended to be normal. She destroyed that a while ago so the police couldn't track her. It was the one he'd given her for communicating with him. It probably belonged to someone they killed, or perhaps someone he'd used mind control to steal from. Someone who never would even know it was gone. She stared at the screen for a moment, and then decided to answer it. So yeah, this is her, like, puppet master, right? It's Zero from Zero Escape. Wow. How's your stomach? Sorry. You just attacked me out of nowhere. My body just moved on its own. Oh, it's also Zero in chat. Liar. You were expecting it. I could read your mind. He must have found something funny, because the man on the other end laughed. That's just like you. That's the way kids should be, though. So, you can at least tell me why, right? You know damn well why. Serica's voice was filled with rage. He knew, and yet he asked anyway. He was either a sadist or some kind of sick hedonist. The methods he came up with for his murders felt like a big joke. Why'd you make Taku out to be the killer? The plan was to make it look like Senri was behind this. Are you saying I was responsible? Of course you are, asshole, Sarika thought to herself. A warrant had been put out for Taku only a few hours after Kurasu's death, and in a way that would normally never be possible. There was no way they'd give out a miner's real name in that short of a time span, unless he had used his power. What the hell are you thinking? What's the deal with them not giving out a miner's name in Japan? Why is that such a big deal? Against giving out a miner's info. TV. I think it's common in the US. They don't do that in America most of the time. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I know which person talks like that. Yeah, Zero, obviously. He's iconic for that goofy voice filter that he uses. There's a bunch of laws that came up on Google about giving out kids' info on the internet, but nothing really about on TV. For the most part, it seems like laws on TV are just general, like, I guess social taboos, more like. That it's not a good look to do that, but not necessarily something you wouldn't do. Just that it's a bad look to give out the miner's info. Not that it's really illegal. He's learned too much. I'm actually doing you a favor here. Huh? Your mind-reading power helped me a lot. I was supposed to kill him, but instead, I'm just gonna have him arrested. She hated the fact that she was on the phone. It's definitely a dude. Yeah, it's definitely a dude she's talking to, yes. Without being able to see him, she couldn't read his mind. She wanted to know what he was really thinking. It's just better for your plan if he's the criminal, not Senri, right? He'll be locked away where he can't tell anyone anything. And the press will think he was the one who killed his sisters, and talk about the story even more. That will attract even more attention to the Sumo stickers. You seriously expect me to believe he'll get off with just an arrest? As of the first murder on September 7th, Taku was 18 years old. Oh wait, then why are they saying they can't give out a miner's info? He's not a miner anymore. There's 7 victims. No miner has ever committed that many murders. The way public's opinions go, there's a 99% chance he'll get the death penalty. You think I wouldn't know that? Is there a death penalty in Japan? Why did I think Japan didn't have the death penalty? Oh, in Japan you're executed by hanging. That's wild. Yeah, they still have the death penalty though, but it's by hanging. That's wild. That was a great sandwich. What kind of sandwich, Kellyman? You didn't say. You left us hanging. Vibin thought it was a tuna sandwich. And I think Wandering said it was ham. I'm guessing it was a chicken sandwich. I'm very curious. Not to mention, it's apparently much worse than the U.S. Well, because in Japan, it seems that the court system favors the like the plaintiff. Buffalo chicken, dope. I fucking know Calumet. Look at you guys in chat trying to think you know Calumet. I knew it. We've got that connection. I knew exactly what kind of sandwich he was eating. Called that shit, bruh. Well, we won't know until he goes to trial, will we? When that happens, you'll control the whole trial. Serica yelled into her phone, and the man started to laugh. She didn't know if it was because she'd yelled or because his laughter pissed her off. But the headache got worse, which only made her even more angry. You really are great. Why not come back to me? Your power's of great value to me. You're smart, and you got guts, too. Shut the hell up. His safety was the one condition I had for helping you. Oh, you're stubborn. I don't care about anything but that. Oh, so she does still care about him. Taku's survival. That was the one thing she cared about since she came into this world. Being a murderer, or being an accomplice to murder, using her mind-reading powers to find psychics. She'd done it all for that reason. But now... Let me ask you, what will you do now? You're not going to take him and run, are you? Serica managed to stop herself from speaking. He was right. She thought it was the only way. That's impossible, and you know it. We won't know until we try. Your power is a threat, but maybe there's not much someone so low on the committee's totem pole can actually do, is there? Why would Taku run with Serica at this point, though? That seems like unlikely. That's why he'd come to her for help, right? She thought that this was her only chance to save Taku. It's a fact that as of right now, you don't have him, neither do the police. You don't even know where he is, do you? You got me there. That's right. I'm all the way at the bottom of the org chart. I don't even know who the main members are. And then he spoke in a voice that sounded a little too deliberate. She could sense his lips curling into a smile. I guess Frisia would be a good place to start. She gave a small gasp. She'd thought that's where he was hiding too. How did he know about that? When she whispered that to herself, he said, "Listen, they told me all about Frisia. Don't you know how much he and Kurisu trusted me?" Die, asshole. Serica hung up the phone and started to run, ignoring the pain in her head. So it's a dude that Taku and Kurisu trusted? So that's just Shinjo or their dad, right? Obviously, Shinjo would know about Frisia. I think it's Yuto. That's true. They told Yuto all about Frisia as well. It could be him. The final twist. If they need to be told about Frisia, then it must be their dad. Because the doctor hasn't been around for a while, yeah? Because Shinjo wouldn't need to be told about Frisia. Oh, no, excuse me. The doctor would need to be told about Frisia. Shinjo would not. And so he says they told me all about Frisia. That must mean it's the dad. Old doctor. Because he's been absent basically since things started popping off. Good morning. Hey, Nix, what's up, man? I am kind of tired for some reason, so I'm going to grab another drink. Slacking off a bit here. Need some more caffeine to perk up. Give me a moment. This is why I can't just read for several hours straight every time we do a visual novel stream. Reading always makes me so sleepy. That reminds me, the maintenance crew at my apartment complex came to my apartment today. And they were like, hey, I think you've got a leak in your apartment. And I pointed out to them that I've got animals living in my wall. I'm pretty sure there's a squirrel or something that's living in my wall. And so I pointed that out, and then once they realized it was something that would have been their fault, not my fault, they were immediately like, oh. Well, see ya then. They laughed. I thought that was really funny. Reminds me of something you said I need to make a clip of. I need more YouTube shorts, by the way. Or, more ideas. Speaking of, clips. I do need things that, because I haven't posted a clip since... When was the last time I posted a YouTube short? March 28th. Oh, God. I've gone almost 2 months without posting a YouTube short. So if anyone can think of any from any of my last couple streams, feel free. Probably one of my non-visual novel streams, though. Because those are a bit easier to make shorts of, because there's, things moving on stream. That'll keep the Zoomer's attention, you know what I mean? The visual novels shorts, it would just be me talking, and then a stagnant background. Mia is all, I see, I saw. That Danganronpa short's funny. Thank you. It still gets like a couple hundred views a day. My Danganronpa short. It is a banger. So that's it, Mio said in a voice that was almost too soft to hear. Then she put her hand up to her head and started to think. I told Mio the same thing I just told Shinjo. Shinjo had brought me back to Frisia, giving me a stern warning not to leave again. Then he'd quickly gone back to his investigation. In theory, looking for me. Ugh. Stop being so stupid, Taku-senpai. That's right. Arimura was crying and screaming. They're going to arrest Senpai! It was a mess. I was not crying. Both Arimura and Momose were worried about me. I was grateful for that. The only ones who knew the truth were the three other people in this room. Shinjo, Kazuki, and Uki. We may have all had different goals, but if nothing else, they knew I wasn't the killer. They were working to find the real killer, Sarika. Only now did I realize how stupid it was for me to run. Compared to this morning, the thick fog in my brain lifted a little. No, I'm... Don't think about revenge or do anything dangerous. Z. Live the same life as everyone else, but don't get buried among the crowd. The words in the letter were like heavy weights keeping me grounded.
Miyashiro. Arimura.
Mio is addressing everyone in the room. What?
Hi?
Yeah? Mio turned away from the computer towards us. Her expression was even more stern than usual. I believe I said this before, but I'm absolutely certain that the white light seen during the earthquake is in some way responsible for your powers. You know that there was a planetarium near the epicenter of the earthquake, right? That planetarium was bought out by a certain company, and according to Shinjo's investigations, after that purchase, suspicious men were seen there many times. Not to mention, there are multiple witness reports of what sounds like real blue phenomena. We also know that this company is deeply connected to the Tokyo General Hospital. It's Nerose too! He's behind everything! I can't believe it. Cyber Nerose. His reveal's coming! What are you trying to say? Just a hypothesis, but I believe that this planetarium was just like that basement facility. It was being used for some kind of gigalomaniac-related experiments or something similar. Then the earthquake destroyed the planetarium, or perhaps it was vice versa, and the earthquake was caused by one of its experiments going awry. Either way, they were experimenting to find some kind of casual factor that could create gigalomaniacs, which ended up spreading around the surrounding area. That's what I think that white light was. Some kind of material that drew the gigalomaniac's powers out from your brain, I guess. It might not have been matter. It could have been like an electromagnetic wave or something similar. Oh, like an allergen. An antigen that causes an allergic response in vertebrates. In normal circumstances, antigens cause a reaction within the body's immune cells, resulting in them being ejected from the body via antibodies found within the bloodstream and other various bodily fluids. However, if this immune response is too strong, the body can experience allergic reactions. Substances such as pollen, as well as foods that contain antigens, are also referred to as allergens. The bane of my entire existence. Nothing worse than allergens.
全く違う。
Not even close.
ちょ
Don't
っと
use
ばかり聞きかじった
words
だけ
whose
の
meaning
言
you
葉を
don't
使
really
うな。
understand.
バカは
Makes you
黙
look
っ
like
て
an
よ。
idiot who needs to shut up. Arimura frowned. The two of them still weren't getting along.
こうして
We can safely
光を浴び
assume
てしまっ
everyone
た
who
多
was
数の
bathed
人
in
間
this
の脳
white
に
light was exposed to
発
this
生因子が
casual
与えられた
factor,
と考えら
whatever
れ
it
るが、
was. It was likely
ただし
sent into the brains of many different
全員
people,
が覚醒した
but
わ
not
けじゃ
all
な
of
い。
them awakened.
これまでの研究によれ
My
ば、
research has shown that this only
脳
occurred
が
in
ま
the
だ
young,
発達段階
whose
で
brains were still
活
developing.
発に活動している若
Particularly
い人
those
間
experienced something that put them under an
その中
extreme
でも
mental load.
脳への負荷が非常に高い
Is
事象を
this the
経験した
Chaos
者だけに
Child?
能力の発
The
現が見ら
light
れる。
creating the Chaos Children? Oh my god.
はい。
Right. I nodded. Knew exactly what she was talking about.
能力者の能力は
The powers a psychic
その
develops
出来事
depends on what that something
というよ
was,
り
or more
その出来
accurately, how
事
their
に対
minds
して
reacted to it.
どんな心理的作用が働いたかに依存している。
その話、
We've
今ま
talked
でした
about
ことあ
that.
ります。
The wish you made is what
ど
decides
ん
your
なことを
powers,
望ん
right?
だかで能力が決まる。
ありていに言えば
More
そ
or
ういう
less.
ことになるな。
Back when I first woke up from my coma after the earthquake, I experienced a lot of stress because my body wouldn't move the way I wanted it to. And I never wanted to go through that again. Not only that, but the psychological stress I endured from wondering whether or not I might be stuck like that forever was also incredibly terrifying. That's why I gained my power of psychokinesis. When I was telling that to Mio, my mind flashed back to how Kurisu helped me with my physical therapy. She'd done her best to cheer me up, at times kind and gentle, and at times strict. She was always there for me. But now she was dead. She's dead.
しっかりしろよ。
She's big dead. But in all seriousness, are we going to get like a reveal of her power? Kurisu's power? Get a hold of yourself, Taku. I forced myself to snap out of it. Then I realized Mia was staring at me.
宮代拓の能力
Your
は
power is
サイコキネシ
psychokinesis.
ス。
The cause was your difficult
その
physical
発生要
therapy.
因は過
That's
酷
what
な
I
リ
didn't
ハビ
correctly
リ。
assume when I first investigated it.
私もお前のことを調べて
For some reason,
そ
she
う
looked
思い込んで
frustrated.
いた。
思い込んでいた。
Incorrectly?
安易な判断と
I
思い
jumped to
込み
conclusions, which means that I still
私
have a
も
lot
ま
of
だま
learning
だ
to
未
do.
熟だ。
If not for that, I
本
could
当
have
な
figured
ら
out the truth behind
も
Serica
っと
much more
早く尾
quickly.
上セリカにたどり着けていたかもしれないのに。
Huh?
どう
What do you
いう
mean?
ことですか？
今も言ったら
Exactly what I said.
能力者
All
は
the psychics developed their
いずれ
power
も
after
地
being
震の
struck
時
by
に
that white light
ギ
during
ガ
the
ロマニアッ
earthquake
クスの
because
発
of the
生因子
casual
を浴びて
factor.
能力を発現させている。おそらく
My guess is
あの
that
過
the
酷な地
intensity of
震
the
が
earthquake put them under
彼らに
immense
強いストレ
stress,
スと
which
願
made
望
them
を与
wish for
え
something, which
それが引
itself
き金と
became
な
the
った
trigger for their powers. That seems like such a weird, like, wish correlation, though. Like, imagine Arimura's situation, the earthquake's going off. She's panicking, she's really stressed, and she's like, God, I wish people would stop lying, as she's, like, getting just tossed around by the earthquake. Or same with, like, Serica, right? She's in the earthquake, everything's like, the ground's breaking beneath her feet, people are dying around her, and she's like, I wish I could read people's minds. That's so weird. That would be, like, what they were thinking about during the earthquake. With Taku's, you could still make that stretch because he wants to, he wanted to carry Serica, so, like, if he had psychokinesis, he could, like, keep holding, Serica.
お前もそうだな。
That's how it was for you. Right, Arimura?
ええ
Yes. Arimura talked about that before. Her powers awoken during the earthquake. And that was the cause. And that was because she wanted to know the truth.
山添雨季もそうだ
The same's true of Uki.
佐久間先生からのレポートによれば
Dr. Sakamo's report says that her
No,
powers
no,
developed right after the earthquake.
やはり渋谷地震の
What
直後だ
was
という
Uki's power again?
それとパイロキネシストの
The
ハイ
same
ダリ
goes for Rico, the pyrokinetic.
あの女のこ
We
ともよ
finally
うやく
managed
調
to
べ終えた
investigate
が
her thoroughly. Has Uki's power been revealed yet as well? She doesn't age? Right. Yeah, that's it, okay. Or that she real boots people's dreams. Oh yeah, she could do that because of Mimosa. Yeah. Her not aging is like a side effect of the experiments that she was placed under. Mio pointed to a corner of her screen. It was displaying the data about the pyrokinetic that threatened us. So the earthquake's going on, everything's breaking around her, she's terrified, and her thought is, I wish I could make other people's dreams come true. Like, just in, like, no context, that sounds so funny. Same with, Riko's powers. She's in the middle of the earthquake, people are dying, buildings are falling apart, she's terrified, and she's like, God, I want to set shit on fire! I mean, I guess she's kind of nuts anyway, so maybe that's still true. You know what these collapsed buildings need? To be set on fire. You know how we should get rid of these dead bodies? Set them on fire.
ハイダリコは渋谷地震で顔に火傷を負い他の
Her
能
face
力
was
者と同
badly
様
burned during the
その
earthquake.
直後に覚醒
And
し
just
て
like the other psychics, she developed her powers immediately after. "12 years old at the time of the earthquake," medical records found on a data server at the Tokyo General Hospital. The records show her face and body badly burned at the earthquake. It's likely that the sense of despair and hatred she felt then linked with a casual factor to give her pyrokinetic powers. Originally confused with Senri, a suspect in the return of the New Generation Madness. What name did you come up with for the return of the New Generation Madness? A name that wasn't as clunky? Renewed Generation, oh yeah. Causal? Oh, is it? Yeah, it is. Whoops. She was found burned to death in her own condo during the investigation. There were many strange aspects of her death, such as a piece of rebar being impaled through her body. In her case, she was overwhelmed by intense stress caused by her despair. Danganronpa She subsequently wished to make other people feel the same pain as her. Those two things connected with the causal factor. That's a new Taku sprite.
もちろん
Confused.
全ての能力者を調べたわけではないが私が知る限り全員例の
Now you
白い光を
understand,
浴びた
right?
直後に
Of course, I
能力を
haven't
得て
investigated every psychic, but every single that. What? But every single that one I know of. Every single that one I know of. I feel like I'm losing my mind. There's like a lot of typos in this chapter. Is there just a lot of text in this chapter? But shouldn't it be every single one that I know of? Awoke to their powers right after being struck by that white light. Had two big ZOZLs this chapter? Damn. Embarrassing.
1年以上のタイムラグがあ
No
った
one in my
分だ
data set developed their powers a year
私の
later.
持っているデータの中にはいないんだよ。
I started to understand what Mia was trying to say. That was when I started to get a bad feeling.
情報を精査したところに
When
よ
I
る
went
と
back over the info,
能
I
力者
found
の
that there's
力が
always a
発現
major
する際
side
には
effect whenever a psychic
必ず
first
大きな副
manifests
作
their
用が起こる。
powers.
耐え難いほどにひ
An
どい
unbearable
頭
headache.
痛だ。これは血
I
管
believe
拡
it's
張
due
に
to
よる
the
ものだと思
expansion of the
う。
blood vessels,
頭痛
and an
の原因の
extremely
中では
common reason
極
for
めてポピュ
headaches,
ラーで、片
particularly
頭痛と診断
migraines.
される痛みも血管が拡張するために起こる。ギガロマニアックスの場合の血管拡
Some
張
of
は
our data indicates that in the
発
case of
生
a
因子が引き
gigalomaniac,
金となっ
the
て
causal factors, the
ドーパミン
trigger that
と
results in an
それ
excess
に
of
類した神
dopamine
経
and
伝達
similar
物質が過剰に
neurotransmitters.
分泌されるのが原因というデータが出ている。
This, in turn, results in the swelling. Then she paused. She's probably giving me time to think.
そこで
So, Taku,
宮代に
did you
質問
feel
だ。
any terrible headaches during your physical therapy?
お前はリハビリの時にひどい頭痛を経験したことはあるのか？
I tried to think. Well, during his physical therapy, I mean, he was probably just overall in a lot of pain, right? But I couldn't remember any pain in my head, just the rest of my body, particularly my joints.
いえ、
I don't
お
think
そら
so.
くないと思います。
なら
In that case,
他の能力者
there
と
should have been
同
a
じよう
moment
に
during the earthquake when you
地震の
experienced
際
a
に
terrible
ひどい頭
headache.
痛を経
just
験
like
した
the
瞬
other
間があったはずだ。
I could hear my heartbeat loudly. I can hear my heart beat fast. I want this to last. My vision started to blur, then my heart beat so loud I could hear it.
その時お前は何をしていた？
What were you doing back then? I had a very bad feeling. What was I doing back then?
いや正確に聞こ
Let me ask a more precise question.
う。地震の時に
During the earthquake,
お前は
what did you wish for?
何を望んだ？例えば
Did you want to maybe move away
危険を回避する
some
ために
rubble so you could avoid
瓦礫
danger?
を意のままに動かし
Did
たい
that
と
give you
望ん
your
だのか？
psychokinesis?
それで最高。
違う。
No.
そんなこと
That wasn't what I
望
wished
んで
for.
なんかいない。あの時、
What I wished for
僕が
back
望
then
んだのは
was a waifu. Oh no way! Sarika, save me. Please. Ugh. I real booted my waifu! Oh god! For a moment, it felt like the headache I experienced during the earthquake had come back, and I grabbed my head in pain. I tried to get the idea out of my head, but it wouldn't disappear. No. That can't be right.
どうした？
What's wrong? My waifu is real! Mia stared at me, her expression stern as ever. Soon after, she started typing, and now displayed a different set of data. For some reason, it felt like I was being driven further and further into a corner.
これは尾上のカルテだ。
This is Onoe's
日
medical
付
record,
は
dated November
2009年
21st,
11月
2009.
21日。
It was found on a system at a hospital
AH 東
affiliated
京
with
総合
Tokyo
病院
General.
の系列病院に残っていた。お前は地震の後、
You said you were a
ここに
patient
入
there
ってい
after
た
the
と言ってい
earthquake,
たな。
right? Which means that this is
という
where
ことは
Onoe would have been given her
お
counsel.
前に付き添っていた尾上もこの病院でカウンセリングを受けたわけだ。
Man, Taku-1 wishes he could have real booted his waifu. I guess Shogun did technically, what's the male version? Shogun rebooted his Bando? Is that what it's called? That's right. Man, imagine not real booting a waifu. Lame. Husbando, yeah. Husbando. How do you say it? Are you supposed to say it funny like? Like how you say waifu sounds funny? Is it like husbando? Or is it husbando? Taku, for some reason, was in a coma for 1 year. Just like Shogun, yeah. He was in a coma because his real boot took so much energy out of him. Shogun real booted his self-insert. It's true. He was playing so many RPGs. He played ESO for so long. He's like, I'm sick of this silent protagonist shit. Boom. And then that's when he gave birth to a talkative protagonist. The only mistake he made was that instead of real booting a protagonist, he just real booted a guy who kept playing the game that he was playing. However, there are no records of Onoe prior to this date. Correct, Momose? We couldn't find her family register or anything else, Momose said. But her voice sounded unreal and far away. Bruh. Not giving Momose voice lines. That's impossible. Onoe's always been by my side ever since we were little kids. But then how does he also have the telekinesis powers? Or excuse me. What do they call it in this game? Psychokinesis is what they called it. So how did he get both? You got a 2 for power. You lived next door to each other, correct? That's right. As at the time, you lived in a 6th floor condo at the end of a hall. Your neighbors were named Ari. They were an elderly couple who'd retired from the company. They had no children. My heart was now beating even louder. It was getting on my nerves. Fucking stupid heart! Stop beating! It was a strange sensation. I could hear all of her words. I couldn't understand what they meant. Me real booting my chat message by pressing enter. You guys real booting likes on the stream by pressing the like button. Oh my god. Remember to subscribe. Me real booting the Q by emoji by being by being born. Even my breathing was getting faster. No, she lived next to me. Her parents were neglecting her. Did you ever meet her parents? No, right? Hey, what's up, Joe? Thank you for coming to the stream and dabbing. Is dabbing still around? Do the cool kids still dab? I remember getting requests to do that during stream. Pick a number, 1 through 10. I'm gonna hit it with a 7. There you go. I dabbed, but you can't really see it because my webcam is, like, cropped. Not really. Disliked? What do you mean, disliked? Cringed? No, you guys didn't cringe. Dabbing is still cool. Am I right, fellow kids? Are you kids just all hitting the gritty these days instead of hitting the dab? Double dislike? That means you liked it. I used another account. Hey, Joe. Thanks again for the tip. Hey, you. I like that little pear emoji.
Good job.
Thank you, thank you. Hit a deep dab? I just hit a dab. You missed it, Kyler. Dab for Joe? I already did. Oh, I didn't know if that was YouTube glitching out or if you donated twice. I appreciate it. The triple dono. Thank you, kind sir. I appreciate it. A deep dab is different? Um, what's the difference of a deep dab? Joe is sugar daddy? Yeah, Joe is my sugar daddy. For sure. For real, for real. For real, for real. No cap. On God. Thank you, sir. I like the little pear emojis. Are those like YouTube emojis? If I search like a pear? Oh, no. That was your 7. Oh, well, thank you. A deep dab uses your whole body and you really go low with it. Why does Kyler know that?
Good job.
Where you gotta be like, you gotta get all the way down there? Like that? Is that it?
Good job.
I like the animation delay on the donations. Kyler's correct. Kyler practices 100 deep dabs in the morning. That's how Kyler wakes up. He goes 1, then he goes 2, then he goes 3. And he does it over and over again. Hey, what's up, Alpha? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate it, Joe. As always, though. Thanks, my man. Hitting the big donos. I used to watch the guy who invented the deep dab. Who invented the deep dab? What? Now I gotta look this up. Deep dab. Oh wow, you go super low. You like crouch down to do a deep dab. My lowest, deepest dab from the YouTuber Jax Films. Who's this? Oh my god, he only gave Zelda Tears of the Kingdom a 6 out of 10. Cancel him. I've never heard of this man before. Is he called Jax Films because he's related to Jacksepticeye? He's fallen off. Most of his videos are satire. Well, they better be. He gave the greatest game of all time, Tears of the Kingdom, only a 6 of 10. How could he do that? He's kind of an outdated YouTuber? Damn. Roasted Jax Films in the chat, boys. What did he do to fall off? When was he even a big YouTuber? I don't even remember. He tripped? Oof. His content didn't evolve? Relatable. Relatable. Long time ago. I see, I see. If I Google just Jax. He's been doing YouTube since 2006. Jesus. Oh, wow. He's got like 6 million subs, though. I like that it says his education, he went to American University. He does Yai, which PewDiePie copied. Oof. Get wrecked by the bigger YouTuber. PewDiePie's pretty dead nowadays, though. I mean, that's because he, like, basically retired, though. Are there only 3 adult males in the game? Yeah, the teacher, the doctor, and the detective. Which kind of sounds like the start of a joke. A teacher, and a doctor, and a detective walk into a bar. The fans made more drama than they did. That's a typical YouTube thing. I mean, yeah, I can't imagine PewDiePie would ever give a shit. KYR Speedy fell off? Who's that? How have I been on YouTube so long and I just don't know all of these people? Speedy. KYR Speedy. Is an American YouTuber, best known for his Grand Theft Auto and Call of Duty videos. Yeah, that sounds about right. Everyone got big from Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto. Oh, now he just uploads a bunch of Among Us and Fall Guys videos. Yeah, all of his videos are Among Us and Fall Guys. He still uploads a daily video. What's his upload is Fall Guys, Among Us, CS:GO, Among Us, Super Mario Party, Among Us. Oh my god, he's gonna play Among Us every day. Oh, literally 7 days ago, that Speedy guy has his thumbnail is him dabbing. Literally 7 days ago, he posted a video, and the thumbnail is of him going like this. On YouTube. That's really funny. You remember Smosh and Ray William Johnson? Well, those guys went to, like, mainstream media, right? Didn't they get jobs with, like, real TV? Like, real TV networks? That's so funny that we were talking about dabbing, and then I looked at this guy's channel, and he's literally dabbing in the thumbnails. I know this is how you get views on YouTube, where you just have to keep doing, like, the same, like, video game over and over again. Like how this guy is still playing, like, Among Us every fucking day on YouTube. I'm so glad I don't do that with my YouTube channel. I just, like, play what I want. I know that's why I don't have as many views, but I think I would go, like, actually insane if I was just, like, like a YouTuber that just did a specific game. Like, because I've tried doing that, and I would do it for like a year or so, but then I'd be like, okay, I'm done with this, and I move on to another game. Like, I think you should just play Among Us every day. Imagine playing Among Us every day. I mean, there was like a month where Among Us was like super hot. It was like, you know, the new hotness, and it was really fun for a while. But I can't imagine still playing Among Us every day. Like, you would need to get like such a big circle of people for that to be like fun. Like, because if you imagine if you're just playing with the same group of people, like Among Us every single day, God, it would drive me insane. I can't play the same game for more than a month. I can play it, like, I can do that. I can play the same game for a little bit longer than that, but yeah. I'll pay you $7 an hour for you to stream Among Us. I would do it, but I'm not really sure I could get a group put together of, like, a full Among Us lobby, right? I mean, I guess Among Us is probably still popular enough for you to get randos, though, right? Hey, Bennett. You don't have to apologize for being late, man. You were playing Dragon Ball Heroes. What's Dragon Ball Heroes on? Is that a mobile game? I feel like I keep hearing about Dragon Ball Heroes, but I don't even know what it is. You have 13 here. That's true. There are 13 people here. Among Us stream next week? Next Saturday? Cubai plays Among Us with the boys. Dragon Ball Heroes is on the Switch. Oh, I gotcha. It's on Steam? Hang on, let me look. I'll be in Kentucky. Yeah, but that's the beauty of Among Us, Joe. You can play on the phone anywhere you are. What's this Saturday? The new Zelda. I'm streaming Tears of the Kingdom tomorrow. But Dragon Ball Heroes is on Steam. The phone is annoying. Really? Is it different? That game night poll stays losing. Honestly, didn't even know he posted that. Besides, only 3 people voted, so. I mean, do you guys want to play Dead by Daylight? Can I actually get people to play Dead by Daylight with me? I feel like that's unlikely. Is Nicolas Cage out? The last couple game nights, no one really attended. So, you know, it's kind of feels like dead meme. Nicolas Cage isn't out yet. I'll do Dead by Daylight when Nicolas Cage comes out. Oh, I guess Ada Wong's in Dead by Daylight now, though. That's cool. Oh yeah, they did do a whole, like, Resident Evil event. Nicolas Cage, the actor? Yeah, he's gonna be in Dead by Daylight. He's coming out sometime soon. I thought he was out now. When's Nicolas Cage coming? June 13th. Big Nicolas Cage gaming. Is there another Nicolas Cage, now that you clarified the actor? What other Nicolas Cage is there? I'm now trying to think of other Nicolas Cages. I don't know of any other Nicolas Cage. If you Google Nicolas Cage, who else comes up? There's the actor. And then... yeah, that's really all that comes up, is the actor. Who else is there? Maybe that's some character named? Nope. Nope. He's the next crossover thing. Because Dead by Daylight always does a bunch of crossovers. But yeah, I'll move, we'll do, next Saturday, we'll do a game night. We'll do Dead by Daylight. I will clarify that then in the Discord thing. Unless you guys really want to play Dead by Daylight tomorrow. But I feel like the people who voted for it would be fine with waiting for it next week. Actually, I don't know if anyone who voted for Dead by Daylight is here. Oh no, Wandering voted for Dead by Daylight. Wandering, do you want to play it next week? Or did you just vote in the poll? Just to vote. I did? Oh, okay. Yeah, we're not we're not doing game night tomorrow. Sounds about right. I don't even own it. Yeah. So, did you just vote for stuff? Like, been wandering, vote for like 3 things? Yeah, I guess my bad for thinking that was a serious vote. And wandering miss. Like, no, I think he was just trolling. I should have known. Never mind. Yeah, we'll, give money to buy? What? You give me money to buy copies of Dead by Daylight. I can produce content. Like, not waking up today. I guess I've been awake for a while, though. Alright. So, yeah, I don't think we'll do, if one of the people who voted for Dead by Daylight doesn't even know that, or one of the people who voted didn't even actually mean to vote, we'll probably push game night back another week. Did you say you got Tears of the Kingdom? No, I'm just gonna stream videos of other people playing Tears of the Kingdom. And then I'm going to hold a controller up like a VTuber. Go like this. You buy VTuber? Aren't VTuber models, like, expensive? I don't actually hold controllers like this, by the way, but VTuber character models do. I hold my controller like this. They're very expensive. Yeah. Unless you're super famous, I'm sure there's an artist that'll, like, do your VTuber thing for free. How do you guys hold your controller? I hold it like this. By VTubing coming soon. I'm just kidding. I don't want to spend money on a model. Oh, wow. Yeah, it can cost, like, up to $15,000. Good lord. In all the years I've been doing YouTubing, I haven't even made $15,000. That's wild. You claw grip your mouse? Really? I do, like, I don't know what you would call this, but I have, like, the 2 fingers for each of the buttons, and then I have my thumb on the side. I don't claw grip my controller. I always thought people that claw grip their controller was really weird. I always thought those people were so weird. That, like, do the claw grip? No way. One of my friends did that, and I used to always think that was super weird. I know it's like it's actually fairly common, but yeah, I was not a claw guy. I can't, like, raise my mouse to, like, show you guys how I hold it on this, like, up to my webcam. I have a wired mouse because I don't want to lose latency from a wireless mouse. It's not fast enough for my FPS games. Can't have any frame lag. You know what I mean? Can't use any of those wireless mouses. Disgusting. Anyway. Back to the story at hand. Thank you. Yeah. Nowadays, wireless mice have, like, literally no latency. It's still some latency, though. Disgusting. No casuals here, bruh. We try hard. Use your wireless mouse with your laptops. Casual gamers. Anyway, you said Serica didn't have any other friends. But before the earthquake, did you actually see her ever talk to anyone besides you? That's... I didn't. You use a touchpad to play Valorant? Oh my god, I can't even imagine playing with a touchpad, bro. I'm sure mouses are good on, like, controller. Yeah, I mean, any kind of mouse is still better than using a controller, but... still. I didn't see Sarika talking to anyone else. But that was because she didn't have any friends. When we sometimes went outside, she was always with me. She never left my side for an instant. Oh, hey, here's the note that we read yesterday. Okay, these were the two things we couldn't read on the note yesterday. Heavily reliant on his imaginary friend. Determined circumstances of domestic life. Remediation strategies. Next time, confirmed by assessment. Prescribe medication after. So we were able to read everything else yesterday. But these were the stuff that was obviously covered by the text box. Because this doctor's note was up for a single line of dialogue, so as soon as I hit enter, the dialogue went away. Oh, there's a victim list. New Gen shortcuts, 2013 shortcuts, 2014 shortcuts, 2015 shortcuts. Summary of expenses. Should have gone with a controller on a cord to play video games? Playing the controller. Mio tapped at the keyboard and the screen changed.
これはお前のカルテ
This is your medical record. It was also found at
そ
that
の
same
系列
hospital.
病院に残っていたものだ
Technically, she wouldn't need to tap on the keyboard to bring this up. She would want to use her mouse, but whatever. If only I'd found it sooner, she whispered. At some point, I started crying. I couldn't see the screen through my blurry vision.
お前が昏睡状態に
It
陥っ
says the
た
cause of your coma
不
was
明とさ
unknown.
れている
They probably had no idea the presence of the
発生
causal
因子のこ
factor.
とが解明できなかっ
But
たんだ
instead, it has the records from the psychology
Daga.
department of another hospital.
その代わり
What hospital?
別の病院の精神科の診察記録が追記されている
Another hospital. Psychology department. Oh, right. Probably that, Ace Heart or whatever. Can we do a TFT stream as a group one Saturday? I don't know if it would be a group. It would probably just be you and me, Joe. I don't know of anyone who plays that. Or really know what TFT is. Team Fortress 2? I haven't played Team Fortress 2 in years. Team Fortress 2. Team Fight Tactics. Oh. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Wait, no, maybe I kind of know. It's like that League of Legends spin-off, right? Is it on Steam? No, I guess it wouldn't be. Titanfall 2. Dead game. You mean Apex Legends Junior? Let's use your keyboard shortcuts. It's much faster to play visual novels on controller. How is that possible? You literally just have to click a button to play visual novels. I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to it, but do you think anyone would come to a stream for Team Fight Tactics? That game came out like several years ago, didn't it? Fight Tactics came out in 2019. All pro visual novel speedrunners use controllers, I suppose. What's the skip button on a controller, though? Name your price. Big views is my price. I'm just kidding. I mean, if you really want to do it, we can do it like 2 weeks from now or something. Just help promote the stream somehow. So people actually come to it. Maku's big views. Yeah. I forgot all the killer views the Muck stream got. Things like checking settings on even on a controller, or even with mouse and keyboard. I mean, you just right click and then want me to purchase bots to come? Yeah, that would be sick. I would love bots. I would love for bots to be at the stream. No exaggeration. And it's with all the inflation going on in the world, let's inflate my view counts, baby. Let's get these bots in here. We can give them like some chat GPT AIs to like talk with other people in the chat. That would be sick. Do you know how to do that, Joe? Wandering says, or Vivin says lol, but I was serious. I was very serious. It just costs money. That'd be huge. If you stream more, maybe one day you can afford an egg. At this point, though, mages would still take the egg from me. So, considering they copyright all my stuff, mages would still take that egg from me. They wouldn't just let me have it. Yeah, that'd be sick. I would love bots. Let's do it. 2 weeks from now, get some bots, and we'll do team fight tactics. You could do 100 viewers that chat for $95. That's actually a good deal. I'm down. I'm so down. Take Venmo donations for bot spam. Oh yeah. Taku thinks he's never been to another hospital. Must have been some mistake.
2006年の
It's
日付
dated
か
2006. So when you
お
were in
前が
third
小学
grade,
3年の
it
時だ
states you were heavily reliant on an imaginary
イマジ
friend.
ナリーフレンドへの過度の系統と
I'll
診
do it
断
once
さ
I
れて
get
い
my
る
bonus. Sounds good, Joe. Just let me know. I would be down. Huh? Imaginary friend?
簡単に言えば
A friend who
空想上の
only
友人の
exists
こと
in
だ
your fantasies. My fantasies? Exposed. That's not true, a voice in my head said over and over.
イマジナリーフレンド自体は珍しいものじゃない。
Imaginary friends themselves are very common.
そもそ
It's
も
not a
病気ではな
disease.
く、
Around
幼児
30%
の
of
3割
infants
近
have
くが
them.
空想上の友達を持っている。何もない空間に
There are
話しか
fans
け
of the
る子供に
occult who
対し
say
て
that when an infant talks
幽
to
霊が
empty
見えていると
spaces,
決めつけ
it's
るオ
because
カル
they
ト
can
マニア
see
たちがいる
ghosts.
が、
I'm sure you've at least heard of those
そういう
stories
マニア
before,
の
right?
話を聞いたことくらいあるだろ。
嘘です。
You're lying. I don't even know what an imaginary friend is.
だが、
But very
思
few
春期ま
people
でイマ
maintain
ジナ
their
リーフレンド
imaginary
を持続
friends
してい
until
る人間
puberty.
となると、
It's distinct
その
from
数は激減する。
dissociative identity disorder. But if you ask me,
乖
the
離性
symptoms
同
are
一性
almost
障害とは
identical.
区別されているが、私に言わせれば
Really?
脳の状
I
態は
wouldn't
ほ
call
ぼ
that a
同一だ。
stretch.
お前の話に出てくる
The Onoe you
地震前
described
の
from
オノエ
before
は
the earthquake was always
お前を
jealous of
常
you,
に
right?
羨んでいたな。
She was also a neglected child. But she
同
said that
じ
you
ネ
were
グレク
better
ト
off
状
than
態にあ
her.
りながら、お前の方がマシだと。
I tried to yell at her to stop, but my throat hurt too much for me to speak. Is OST too good? I can't even, hear it. It's so quiet. Hang on one second. Now that my energy drink is gone, I'm gonna grab some water. Be right back. The taste of blood filled my mouth. He bite his tongue so he didn't yell at Mio. What's that about? I must have bit my lip. I started crying without even realizing it.
イマジナリーフレンドの大
The
半は
vast majority of imaginary
友好
friends
的
are
なもの
friendly.
として存在
That's
す
because
る。
they fulfill the desire for esteem.
それ
A general term for the desire for respect and recognition, be it from others or from one's ideal self. A fundamental physiological need in all humans, just like the need for food, sex, or sleep. Those with an excessive desire for esteem, or those who are overly apathetic, may have trouble communicating with others, and may in some cases be suffering from a mental disorder.
で自分の承認欲求を満たすためだ。
違う。
No! I won't take my meds! Serico is real!
自分に不利益な事実。
Transference of negative facts onto an
空想上の友人に
imaginary
押し付け
friend
る
is
のは
actually something more commonly
むし
seen
ろ
in
同一
identity
性障害に
disorders.
多く見られる
But
症状なんだが。
違うって言ってる
I'm saying you're wrong! Mio's words were cold and uncompromising. I'm the first one to shit-talk Mio, but this doesn't even seem like she's being that cold. Her words were cold and uncompromising. These are like the most neutral things she's ever said.
頭がおかしい。
It wasn't Onoe who was told that she
ま
was
ともじゃ
crazy
な
or
いと言われ
abnormal.
たのは、それを尾上に押し付けたお前なんだよ。
And you transferred that onto her.
Miyashiro
Okay,
Takura.
now these are cold. Taku said she was being cold 2 sentences too early.
嘘をつくな。
He jinxed it. Don't lie to me,
宮代先輩。
Taku senpai. I felt a soft hand on my shoulder and turned to look. It was Arimura. She looked at me like I was a young child in need of tender care. Stop. Don't look at me like that.
久野里さんは嘘
Mio
は
is
つい
telling
て
the
ない
truth.
です。
What she means is Onoe is Taku, but with worse circumstances? I mean, yeah, that's basically what she's saying, is she's saying that Taku deflected all of his personal trauma onto her. All the feelings inside me went cold when I heard those words. Arimura said she was telling the truth. So she was.
だけど
But then that
そんな
means
こと
I didn't want it to be true. I mean, technically, Mio wouldn't be lying even if she was wrong here, because Mio could just be saying what she truly believes. So technically, Arimura's power could be fooled in this specific scenario, because it's what Mio believes. I mean, we know it's true, but I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I didn't want it to be true, because if it was... I killed Kurisu!
斧を殺した尾上は
Oh yeah, that's what he says.
僕が
I'm the one who killed... No, he said no, though.
斧を殺したのは
That means in the end,
結局
I'm the one who killed her.
そこまでにしてもらおう。
That's
久野
enough,
里
Mio.
美代。
I heard a voice.
Huh?
Huh? I turned around and saw someone in front of the door. Someone I knew very well.
尾上
Onoe? That's right. My imaginary friend. She was different in every way from how she'd been at the newspaper club. There was an expression on her face that I couldn't read.
貴様。
You.
待て。
I'm not here
争
to
う意
fight.
思はない。ふざけるな。
The hell you aren't.
本当だ。
It's
有村
true.
ひなえ。
Arimura,
それ
would
を
you
し
put
ま
that
ってくれ
away?
ないか。
Before I knew it, Arimura had summoned her D-sword. She was glaring at Serica, pointing it straight at her.
お前たちに危害を
If I
加え
wanted
る
to
つも
hurt
り
you,
なら
I wouldn't just
こんなに
walk
堂
through
々
the
と
door
姿は
like
見
this.
せない。
I like her new deep voice. Wait a second. Why is she here? What's she doing? Is she saying she's not here to fight, to make me let my guard down, and then kill me? Forget that. Why did she kill No? All these thoughts slipped through my mind before I could really think about any of them. It's because Nono's character arc was done. Serica was doing us a favor. As our bestie. And they all came together to form the biggest question of all.
目の前のこ
Did
いつ
I
を
actually
本当
create
に
her?
僕が
そう。
That's right.
今思ってる通りだよ。
It's exactly as you're thinking, Taku. Who voices her? I don't watch many Japanese, anime or, things voiced with Japanese, voices, but I feel like I recognize her voice. Voices. There it goes. Oh, she voices Shoutir, an overlord. No way, what? That's not the voice I recognize, though. Trying to think if there's any Japanese voiceover that I recognize her from. I know Shoutir, but Shoutir sounds more like her high-pitched voice. She voices other characters that I know, but I watched the English dub of them, so I don't know her voice from those roles. Huh, I guess I don't actually, know her from any role. I don't know why her voice sounds familiar. You watch dub, though? Occasionally, for shows that I really like, I'll watch the Japanese voiceover. But that's usually just so, like, I don't get spoiled on stuff. Like I watched Overlord Season 4 in the Japanese. I watched One Punch Man Season 2 in Japanese. Just, like, I'll watch, like, later seasons of things that I know I like and I don't want to get spoiled on in Japanese. But for the most part, yeah, I watch dub. She's Psycho? Well, I played the English dub for, Yakuza, so... Psycho is Elizabeth Maxwell, who always voices mommy characters. Serica was looking me dead in the eye. Was she reading my mind? Felt like she could read everything I was thinking. You created me during the earthquake. What she said was the one thing I didn't want to admit. So I found myself looking toward Arimura, who had her D-sword, and readied it again. Arimura nodded, without taking her eyes off Serica. I knew that was her way of saying Serica was telling the truth, but still, my heart refused to admit it. It's a lie. It has to be. Because Serica is as important to me as Nono was. Suddenly, a phone started to vibrate in someone's pocket. Serica's expression changed infinitesimally. That's my phone. I'm putting my hand in my pocket. I won't take anything else out. Do you understand? Serica looked at Arimura as she spoke. Arimura was instantly able to tell she was telling the truth. What she's saying is true. Put it on speaker. You're such a suspicious woman. Serica nodded and took out her phone. She went to put it on speaker, but before she did, she looked up. Her eyes met with mine. Taku, brace yourself one more time. Huh? You're about to be hit with a shock that's as bad or worse than anything you faced before. I don't want to see your heart shatter. What? What are you saying? Before I could ask, she put her hand to the phone and answered the call. Hey, did you make it to Frisia? I had heard that voice, but I couldn't tell who it was. No, that wasn't right. I didn't want to admit whose voice that was. This chapter should have been called Denial, considering how much Taku's just spent denying everything. It was rare to hear his voice coming from Serica's phone. Whenever he needed something, he'd always call me or Kurisu. How'd you know I was here? Never mind, stupid question. Yeah. I knew if I told you that, you'd go running straight there. I'd never seen Serica spit like that before. And this time her face was red with anger. How's it look? Is Taku there? When I heard the name, I shivered. I knew it. There was no way I could mistake that voice. Now I understood why Serica had told me to be ready for a shock. That voice was... Hey, Taku! You're there, right? It's me. The voice of my father, Sakuma. Uh-oh. A quick save? Is a decision about to be made? I couldn't speak. The ground beneath me seemed to shift, and I felt sick. The phone seemed to stick out clearly while everything else faded away.
佐久間先生
Dr. Sakuma?
ち
So that's it, huh?
そういうことか
こちらの動きは
They knew everything we were up to then. Miyu is that person that has no idea what's going on, but when things are revealed, she's like, yes, just as I calculated. Just as I predicted the whole time. Me when all of my family and friends turn out to be murderous psychopaths and secret keepers. And imaginary, don't forget that. Hey, Taku, you listening? Hello?
と
Dad. Why?
なんで
Oh, so you are there. Has Honoe not told you yet? Told me what? Told me what? And why is Dad calling Serica? Honoe and I planned the whole thing. I didn't understand what he meant. But I could hear my heart pounding. We planned the whole thing from the start. It was a lot of work, you know. Onoe and I had to work together as a team to get all this ready.
一緒にするな
We're not a team. I flinched. Serica was staring at the phone with a look on her face that I'd never seen. Oh, it's the truth, isn't it? We both worked hard to kill them all. I'll send you something on Discord. Go for it. Otani, the precog, Takayana Agi, the one who controlled people's emotions, the mind reader. What was his name again? The one who worked at SafeWorks? So there are two mind readers, both Serica and that one dude. Well, it doesn't matter. Watabe, Riko, Yui, and Kursu. You and I accomplished all that together. That was my dad's voice. There was no mistaking it. The names Yui and Kursu echoed in my mind. Accomplished. Together. I felt like I was about to throw up. The taste of my stomach acid rose into my mouth. Do people, like, throw up from, like, bad news? Or because I feel like that's always described in these games. You can throw up from shock. Maybe. I guess I've just never heard news where I've been like... That seems to be like such a common trend. Side adventure protagonists and getting info that makes them puke immediately. Out of context, Nix, that seems so funny. Once upon a time, I had the urge to throw up, but I suppressed it. I know what you mean in the context of what we're talking about, but that's funny. Have you ever heard your parents were only pretending to care about you and hired your BFF to murder your family and friends? I mean, is that not the regular? That's like kind of everyone's coming to adulthood moment, right? Pretty standard affair growing up in America. I don't know about you guys. I'm so bad at typing. No, you're fine. You typed it fine. I just took what you said out of context because it was, I thought it was funny, Nix. What you said totally made sense. It just sounded like out of context. He would be like, yes, I have heard of this throwing up act before, but I simply suppressed the urge. He sent it on the Spike channel. I assume it's me saying that it couldn't be the doctor. Or is it me saying that the doctor was the guy? Typical Ohio afternoon. Yeah, this is pretty regular. I don't understand why Taku's overreacting. This is just a standard coming of age moment. You like give birth to your imaginary friend and they go kill things. A regular day. I fell to my knees, unable to stand. Drool and vomit dribbled out of the corner of my mouth and onto the floor. Ugh. Arimura was saying something. I could hear the words, but couldn't understand them. How many different ways are they gonna say that as well? There's a lot of, like, thesaurus moments in this game. They sounded so far away, I couldn't hear them. Etc., etc. It had to be a dream. It had to be a bad dream. Because why would Dad do something like that? Raise your head. Dad and Serica killed them? Killed Yui? Killed Kurisu? Killed 2 of our family? Look at me. Why? What is this? That doesn't make sense. What's going on? Look at me, Taku. Why don't you hang up on the dad now? Our eyes met. Serica was looking at me, her expression fierce. Everything is going to be alright. She looked straight into my eyes. I'm here for you. Everything is going to be alright. Alright? How will anything be alright after this? That's quite the statement. Serica's eyes narrowed as she looked at Mio. Don't worry, Mio. I have no intention of trying to make you understand. Nor do I want to be on your people's side. I like that Arimura has her sword out, but she's got, like, 0 combat experience with it. She would get, like, diffed by Serica so hard, who has actually, like, killed people in a fight. Arimura has barely ever swung that thing. Mio and Arimura went pale. I see. So that's your power. Mind reading. You're sharp. That's right. The same thing Kakita had. Hey, Taku! You listening still? Come on, tell me you're there. Dad, why? What's going on? I told you. Ono and I did it all. But why? Sakuma works for the committee. Serica said the words like she was disgusted by it. And when Mio heard it, her face filled with anger. More precisely, a very small organization that works for them. He was one of the ones doing gigomaniac research in that basement. sorry. Casual stretch moment.
連中は
They
渋谷地震
decided that
の
all the
影響で
psychics
イレギュ
accidentally
ラーに
created
発
by
生
the
してしまった
Shibuya
能力
earthquake
者を
to be
邪魔な
irregularities
存
that
在
could
と
threaten
捉
their
え飼っ
plans.
ていた
So they hunted them down and killed them.
私はそ
I
れに
helped
協
them in
力してい
exchange
た
for ensuring that you,
宮代
Taku,
拓
would not be one of the
お前を
targets.
その狩りから外すことを
I felt like I couldn't breathe. Air was just leaking out of my mouth. Dad was what? Run away? Are you seriously planning to take Taku and run?
お前は約束を保護にした
You broke your end of the
好きに
deal.
させて
I'll
も
do
らう
as I please.
そうじゃなくて
That's not what I mean.
そんなこと可能
Do you
だ
really
と
think
思っ
that's
てん
even
のか
possible? Just a second.
ぼちぼちだなちょうどいい
Yeah,
テレビ
it
つけて
seems
みろ
okay. Just turn on the TV. Any channel's fine.
何
What?
いいからよ
Just do it. You got a TV there, right? Someone. Probably Mimose turned on the TV. He whispered to Taku that he didn't understand Giglomania's stuff when Arimura was in the room before leaving. Yeah, but that again attributes to the vagueness of like Arimura's powers, right? Like she can't just like detect a lie, she has to be like aware of it. And like listening. A lie can't just be like told in her presence and like a siren goes off. Right. The voice of the TV announcer filled the room.
続きまして渋谷で発生した
An update on the bizarre series of murders in Shibuya.
未成年の実名を
This case has attracted a lot of attention because the police released the name of the suspect's full name, despite him being a minor.
先ほど重要参考
Taku,
人として
who is wanted as a
指名手配
person
さ
of
れている
interest in the case,
宮代拓
has just sent a message to the media.
報道機関宛てにメールで
What? Sarika turned and looked at me.
知らない
I didn't do that.
僕は何もしてない
そのメールには
The message, delivered in the form of an email, says that he plans to take his life tomorrow, doing the Shibuya Restoration Festival. The police say that the message contains info known only to them and the killer, and so they've decided that it was sent by Taku himself. I could hear myself let out a short scream. What the hell? What was going on?
佐久間
Sakuma!
お前
You! Well, you said you were going to take Taku and run away, so I had to come up with something to get you to change your mind. So is he saying he's like mind-controlled Taku already? Hey, don't worry, I'm not gonna have him actually kill himself. Everybody participating in the festival tomorrow, which is to say, everyone in the city will be searching for him so that they can watch him die. He can try hiding at Frisia, but all I have to do is leak a little bit of the info on the internet, and that'll be the end of that. There's no place for him to hide.
ゲスが
Scum. So what will you do, Onwai? If you're willing to give up Taku, then I would like to keep working with you. There's still hunting to be done after all. A short silence. Hearing the two of them talk about me didn't seem real. It was like watching the world from another side of a pane of glass. Fine.
ただし
One
条件
condition.
が一つある
Oh? What's that?
お前を
Let me kill you.
殺させろ
Huh?
今どこにいる
Where are you right
殺
now?
してやるから教え
Tell
ろ
me
よ
so I can come kill you. His voice cut off. There was a heavy silence as he tried to figure out what she meant. In other words, the answer is no.
宮代拓は
Taku
私
is
が
the very
存在
reason
す
I
る意味
exist.
そのもの
I
だ
won't let anyone lay a
彼に
finger on
害
it.
をなす者には 指一本振り
You serious?
地震の日に
It's
肉
been
体を
6 years
得たか
since
ら
I
6年
became real during the
お
earthquake.
前に脅されながら
I've been
人を
killing people
殺
for
し
you ever since.
組織の
Don't
ために
underestimate
死体の山を築いてきた私を
I heard what sounded like an animal laugh. It was my father's laugh. The one I always heard at the dorm.
強がりって
So
のも
cute when they're
なかなか
stubborn.
可愛いもんだな
You just got your stomach ripped
さっ
open.
き
You think
腹
you
を
can
裂
kill
かれた
me?
ばっかだってのによお前俺を殺せるつもりでいんのか
So was she mind controlled into killing Kurisu? I'm actually trying to figure out why she would bother killing Kurisu then. Unless she was mind controlled into it. Considering she doesn't want to hurt Taku. But Kurisu would have never hurt Taku. And would have helped protect him. Also, if their swords clashed, how did her stomach really get cut? Because Kurisu found out her identity. Well, it's not like
始まりの場所に
it didn't get immediately revealed after. Everyone knows now. Fine, I'll play along. Come to where it all began, okay?
始まりの場所
Where it all began.
わかんないか
You know what I mean?
今回の事件
Where everything about this case,
6年前の事件も
where everything about this case and the one that happened 6 years ago began.
あそこか
There, huh?
そうそう
Yes,
だよ
there.
ついでに
Be
時
more
間も
vague,
合わせよう
please. I would love that if you just guys, if you, everyone just kept saying there over and over again.
あの時あの場所でってやつだ
Thank you. There, huh? Yeah, there. There. Yes. There. Yes, the poison. Where? There. Let's see if we can't match the time, too. It'll be more dramatic that way.
お前の死に場所に
It's
は
the perfect
ぴったり
place for you to
だろ
die, isn't it?
もちろん
Of course, bring
タク
Taku
も連れてこ
too.
いよ
And then suddenly, I heard the cold electronic beep of an ended call. Everyone but me was looking at Sarika on her phone. I was still kneeling on the floor, unable to move.
11月6日0時になりました
It's now midnight,
次のニュース
November 6th. Our next top story. Chapter 11. His struggle. Each time I took a breath, more cold and nasty sweat poured out of my body. We might actually beat the game today, huh? Chapter 10 was pretty short. Only like 2 hours. Bold. You got through half of it yesterday? Did I? I thought we stopped at like the first cliffhanger for the chapter. That's still, I feel like it's still makes it relatively short. I guess maybe we beat common today? I can't tell. You'd have to keep up the pace the whole way through. Yeah, I suppose. We'll see. What the hell's happening? I've been asking myself those same questions for a while.
立てるか
Can you stand? Serica slowly offered me her hand. Her voice was different, but it was the same Serica. Yeah. I went to grab her hand and stand up like I always did. Spent 2 hours on chapter 10 yesterday. Yeah, it makes chapter 10 like 4 hours. That's pretty short for a chapter read. And then I smacked her hand away without thinking. That's not what I want. My head was still a mess from everything that happened, but I could feel my temperature rising. I thought once more of my sister's death, and my rage was just barely enough to support me. I stood up and glared at Serica. The urge to vomit had left me at some point. That's right. She killed Kurisu. Serica held the hand I'd knocked away close, and she looked back at me. Why are you looking at me like that? Like you're hurt.
他に取る手段がなかった
There was nothing
クル
else
ス
I
モ
could
ノに
do.
は
Kurisu
正体
knew
を
who I
感づかれ
was.
てしまったから
You could have, like, not killed her, though.
何
What?
私は
I had to keep you alive without being mind
お
controlled
前を
myself.
生存させ続けなければい
She
け
was
な
in
か
the
った
way.
そのため
But if your goal was to keep Taku alive, and you just told Kurisu that, I feel like she wouldn't have fought you. She was specifically fighting you because she thought you were going to kill Taku. This is why you just gotta communicate with your friends, everybody. Without warning, her body floated up and slammed into a wall. And even had any time to think about it. I'd used my power without even realizing.
ふざけんなよ
The hell are you talking
俺と
about?
ノノは
You and Kurisu were...
友人ではない
We weren't friends.
私には
I
友
have
人
no
など一人もいない
Oh, well, this is why you gotta communicate your plans clearly. With your acquaintances. That wouldn't work either, because you'd have to ignore the next murder, or they'd have to team up against a guy who could mind control them. Yeah, but like, how many people can he mind control at once? Do we know the extent of his power? 3 Giglomaniacs is better than 1. The world may never know Kurisu's, Giglomaniac power was anti-mind control. That's why she had to be written out of the plot. But yeah, their goal, I still don't really get it. Because Kurisu came to fight Serica because Kurisu thought Serica was going to kill Taku. But that's obviously not the goal. She could tell what I was thinking.
それが私の能力だ
That's my ability.
私はこ
I've
の能
always
力
used it to keep you
お前
safe.
を守りお前に生み出されてか
Ever
ら
since you
ずっ
created
と
me.
だ
Keep me safe? You liar.
嘘ではない
I'm not lying.
だから嘘はやめろ
Stop lying! What? Why are you smiling?
相変わらずだ
You never change.
自分にとって望ま
Whenever
な
you
い情報
encounter
が出
info
て
you
くる
don't
と
like, your
ま
first
ず
instinct
逃
is
避
to
から
run
入
away,
るんだ
isn't it?
な 幼い頃から変
That
わっ
hasn't
ていな
changed
い。
since you were little. Stop.
私を生み出した時も
It was
そう
like
だ。
that back when you created me. Stop!
私は
You created
お
me,
前に
and
生み出す、お前を生き延びさせるこ
keeping you
と。
alive was the only thing that
それ以
mattered to
外
me.
は
Nothing
私に
else
と
was
って
important.
二の次なんだ。
おい、
Hey, you can talk about old times after you're dead.
死んでからやれ。
There was a low, fierce voice. It came from Mio. She went up to Sarah, grabbed her by the neck, and then slammed her into the wall. Ugh.
文句はないよな。
You don't mind, do you? I could hear a horrible creaking sound coming from Serica's neck. Maybe she couldn't breathe, because her mouth looked like it was gasping for air.
お前たち委員会
You committee people all think you can do whatever you
二
want
の
to the
次
people
の
who
や
don't
つには
matter, don't
何を
you?
しても構わないんだろう。
What gave Mio super strength?
やめなさいミオちゃ
Stop
ん
it, Mio.
黙れ。
Shut up. I'm
私
gonna
は
kill
こい
her.
つを。
らしくないな。
That's not like you. Your thoughts are a mess. It's like your whole head's boiling over.
何
What?
私は委
I
員
helped the
会に
committee, but I
協
never
力して
belonged.
いたが、
I have nothing to do with what happened to you in America.
お前の
Stop reading my
勝手に
mind!
私の心を読むな。
Mio dug her hands deeper into Serica's throat. What are you talking about? You're thinking about it. That's why I can see your thoughts.
お前がまあ
I guess it's impossible not to think of something like that.
無理か。
I've never really seen the white bear
強くな
problem for
効果
myself
を
like this.
直に感じたのは
The what? A strange phenomenon observed in human psychology. The term describes the phenomenon where, when people are told to suppress certain thoughts, they actually become more likely to think about them or remember said things. The name white bear problem comes from an actual experiment where subjects were shown a photograph of a white bear and told not to think about it. I've actually never heard of this. What? Interesting.
初めてだな。
お前、
You.
別に
I'm not making fun of you.
バカにして
Would
い
you
る
take
わ
your
けじゃ
hands
な
off
い。
me?
目的は
I told you, I'm here to
話を
talk.
することだと。
If you want, I'll tell you everything I know about the committee.
ああ、有村がいれ
With
ば
Arimura's help, you can
本
tell if
当
what
の
I'm saying is
こと
true,
か
right?
どうか。
Serica glanced at Arimura. Arimura took a frightened step back and looked at the two of them. A lot of breathing sound effects. Mio roughly shook her hands at her. Her hands were shaking, and there were red marks on Serica's throat. Mio took a deep breath to calm herself.
今回の事件を含めて、こちらが聞いたことに関して全て話
Tell me
せ。
everything you know, including what you know about the
自
case.
分で言った通
Like you
り、
said, with Arimura
Arimura
here,
がい
there's
る以
no
上、
point in trying to lie.
嘘をついても無駄だ。
She's the one that killed Taku's parents? Is she? I kind of got the vibe that when Taku created Serica, he wiped his parents from existence as well. At least that's how it seemed to me. You know. Maybe Taku didn't, but that's kind of the how I interpreted the scene where Serica was most likely created, I feel like. Because he was thinking about wanting his parents to go away and wanting Serica to be with him. So it felt like one dramatic explosion of things that happened. Because as soon as he had Serica at the hospital, his parents had disappeared. So I guess there could be a way that Serica kills his parents there, but it kind of feels to me like he made his parents disappear. He said, Onoi, help me. Yeah. But he also then immediately followed that with, like, I want my parents to go away or something similar to that, I feel like. Help me and erase them. Yeah, I guess maybe he could have had Serica do it when he first arrived. But I interpret it more as, like, the holy sense of you giveth and taketh away. He took life so he could create life. Yeah. See, Serica agrees with me.
それから
Don't read my thoughts when you
今
talk.
のように
When I
私
think
の
of a
思考を
psychic
読んで
looking at
会
what's
話をす
inside
る
my
な
head, it makes me sick.
頭の
わかった
Fine.
それで構わ
Is
ない
that
か
okay with you? Serica looked at me. I couldn't speak. Why was she asking me? So what, Serica can control her mind reading power, but Arimura can't control her, like, lying power? You want to know the truth, right? Huh?
お前は新聞
You
部
came
の
up
別
with a lot
室
of
でい
theories
ろい
in
ろ
a
な仮説を
newspaper
立て
club
て
as
は
you tried to
事
figure
件
out
の
the
全
case.
容を追っていた
You got pretty far,
確かに
but you
い
made
い
a
ところ
mistake
ま
at
で
the
言ってい
end.
たが最後に間違えた佐久間や組織
You
の
weren't
存
able to
在に
find
気
out
づくこ
about
とができな
Sakuma
かっ
or his
た
organization. Not based. I made a mistake. Well, that's right. I screwed up at the very end. I listened to Ito and gave up the investigation.
私が全て知っている
I know everything.
お前がずっと
Everything
や
about
って
the
きた
case you
事
spent
件
so
の
much
全
time
てを
trying to figure out. Her words made me angry. It was as if she was going to tell me everything as a favor.
バカにするなよ。
Don't insult me.
僕はも
I don't
う
care
事
about the
件の
case
ことなんて
anymore.
何
What? Serica seemed surprised. What difference did it make now? Yui and Kurisu were gone because I tried to solve the case. They weren't coming back. Man.
復讐なんて
Don't think about
絶対に考えない
revenge!
で
Don't do anything
危険なこ
dangerous!
とはしないで何もかも忘れ
Forget
て
everything!
他の
And
人と
live
同
the
じ
same
日
life as
常を
everyone else!
だけど埋もれな
But
いよう
don't
に
get buried among the
強
crowd!
くしっかりと過ごしていって
Well,
く
too
だ
late
さ
for
い
that now. Continuously sending Taku down the wrong path again.
もう危険なことは
I'm
しな
not
い
gonna do anything that's dangerous. It's not like you got a choice, bruh. Kursu consistently ruining Taku's mindset. Always fucking him up. Making everything more difficult than it needs to be. Jesus Christ.
グルスノノのせいか
So it's Kursu's fault? Based. She's reading my thoughts again.
心配しなくて
Don't
も
worry. I won't put you in
私が
danger.
お前を
In
危険な
fact,
目
it'd
に
help me
遭
a
わ
lot
せ
if
な
you
い
stayed safe.
むしろだが
You
委
need
員
to
会
hear
と
about
事
the
件の
committee
ことに
and the
関しては
case.
お前も
You'll
聞い
need
て
it
お
to
け
protect yourself. And
今
やめろ
stop! I yelled. I couldn't take it anymore. Stop it, Serica! Stop talking like you're on my side. You were the one who killed Yui and Kurisu, and you were the one who did that to Ito. Actually, she's not, though.
理屈より感情を優
You're
先するのか
prioritizing feelings
そ
over
れ
the
が情
facts?
報強者の
Is
取
that
る
what
べ
a
き態
right-sider
度か
is supposed to do? Shut up.
うるさい
I know that. What if I can't help it? I can't just calm down and listen to you.
今だけ割り切るん
Keep
だ
a cool head for now.
どう
This
せ
will be over soon.
もうじき決着がつく
No matter what happens, you'll never
そして
see me again.
どう転ぼうと
何
What?
だから
Stay
今は
calm
割
and
り切って
listen
く
for
れ
now.
長くて
You only
24
have to
時
help me
間
for
ほどの
24
協力
hours
体
at
制だ
most. And
それ
Mio?
に黒里美代
Hmm. Serica pointed to the girl who'd been strangling her only a few moments ago.
取引だ。
Let's
お
make a
前の
trade.
望みを叶えてやる。
I'll grant you your
その
wish,
代わり、
and in return,
今
I
後
want you to
宮
keep
代
Taku
拓郎を
safe.
預かってもらいたい。
なんだと。
What'd you say?
順を追って
I'll
話
start
す。
from the beginning.
その途中
Do you have
で
any questions
お
about
前の
what
聞
I
きた
tell
い
you?
ことを
Ask
聞い
them.
ていい。だが、その
Can I
前
sit
に
down
座って
first?
いいか。
A
壁
stomach
に
injury
叩きつけ
opened
られ
when
た
I
時
got
に
slammed into a
腹の
wall.
傷が開いた。
Serica went to the sofa and sat on the edge. Huh? Only then did I remember. What did you miss? Nothing. You're about to hear the recap. Only then did I remember what Dad just said. He said he'd cut open Serica's stomach. When she sat down, she put a hand on her stomach for a second, and I saw it was stained with blood. But what was eerie was her attitude. She'd been careful not to put pressure on it when she sat down, but she didn't look hurt. It was as if injuries like that were an everyday occurrence for her, and she'd given up on things ever getting better. The Serica I'd always known seemed like a completely different person.
佐久間にやられたということは。
If Sakuma
あいつも
attacked you,
D-sword を持っ
does
てい
that
る
mean
の
he has a D-sword too?
質問は佐久間のこ
Should
と
I
から
start
で
by
いいの
talking
か
about Sakuma then? Serica didn't even bother wiping the blood off her fingers.
いや。
No.
おい、有村、
Arimura, come over here.
こっちに来い。
何ですか。
What?
お前も座れ。
Sit down too.
長くなる。
This is gonna take a while.
こ
If
い
she
つは
lies,
そう
tells
言
me
ったら
right
すぐに
away.
教えろ。
I like the idea that Arimura is still just pointing her sword at the door, not paying attention to what's going on. Why would she need to tell Arimura to come over? She's been present the whole time. Mio didn't wait for Arimura's answer. She turned back and sat down across from Serica. Arimura still looked scared, but...
はい。
Okay.
私
There's
も聞
things
き
I
た
want
い
to
こ
know
と
too.
ありますから。
She sat down next to Mio. I didn't want to go near her. Images of Yui and Kurisu's deaths flashed through my mind. I couldn't think straight. There was no telling what I might do if I got close. I ended up leaning against a wall.
百瀬さん。新庄さんにも聞かせたい話です。
I want
電話をして
Shinjo to hear this too.
スピーカ
Call
ーで
him
つ
and
な
put
い
it
でおい
on
てもらえ
speaker,
ます
would
か。
you?
わかったわ。
Sure.
それから、
I'm sorry about what I just did.
さっきはすみませんでした。
何が？
What do you mean? Mio nodded to Momose, then her expression tightened once more. Mose made a call, said a few words to someone on the other end. Probably Shinjo. Then a moment later, she nodded. Mio began.
まず、根本的な
Let's
こ
start
と
with
か
the
ら。
most important issue. What's the
委
committee
員会の
after?
目的は何だ。
Momose just shoots everyone in this room. Momose about to start debugging hard here. In just a second, bruh. What's the committee after? Momose goes, you know too much.
わからない。
I don't know.
は
Huh?
わかるといえば嘘になって
I
しまう
told。you I knew I'd be lying.
そもそも私
Simply
は佐久
cooperating
間
with
と協力関係にあっただ
I've
けで、
never been told
お
anything
前が
about the
盛んに
organization
委
you
員
call
会
the
と呼ぶ
committee.
組織のこと。佐久間自身だって
Sakuma
委員
himself is
会の
only
末
part of a
端組
very
織
low
で
committee
メガロマニアックス
organization
の
that
研
does
究をし
research
て
on
いただけの人間
Megalomaniacs.
だ。
He knows nothing
委
about
員
the
会
committee
全
as a
体のこ
whole.
とは伺い知れない。
末端の組織というの
What
は
is this organization?
6年前、
The
サードメル
research
と
group that caused the
渋谷
third
地震を
melt,
起
the
こした連
earthquake
中
6
が
years
属して
ago.
いた研究グ
They
ル
were
ー
in
プが
charge of the lab in the basement of
AH
Tokyo
東京
General
総合
Hospital.
病院の地下の研究所を管理していた。
This is the chapter where they recap Chaos Head for people who didn't read that. I shook a little when I heard her say that. Was I sweating because at any moment they could ask her if she knows anything? Yeah, right? That was where Senri had been tortured. That was where Uki had been kept and forced to care for the patients. Dad was working for them?
今
Well, he is a doctor.
渋谷地震を起こしたと言ったな
You just said they caused the earthquakes, correct?
じゃあ
So it was
やっぱ
deliberate
りあれ
after
は
all?
人為的なものだったのか
人為的と
It
い
was
う
the
より
result
も
of some kind of
何らかの
accident.
トラブ
The
ルと聞い
details
て
are
いる
top secret. Not
詳
even
細は
Sakuma
極秘
knows
で
them.
佐久間も知らされていないらしい
She has to have some good memory techniques if
どうやら
Serica can't read that info
私
from
の
her
仮説は
mind.
正し
That's
かった
true.
ようだな
Mimose must have Mimose must have a strong enough mind to resist the white bear problem that we literally just brought up. When you think of something, or when you're trying not to think of something, it becomes more likely that you think of it. Mimose, with the steel cage that is her mind, is able to keep all that info a secret. I guess she is on another level, huh? I know why the earthquake happened. Does that make me part of the committee? I guess so. You are viewing the simulation. Looks like my theory was right then. Mio with another one of those moments of like... yes, all according to my calculations, after not implying that she knew anything at all in the slightest. A very basic streamer. What she said matched most of Mio's theory.
渋谷地震が実験中のトラ
If
ブ
the
ルだとす
earthquake
る
was the result of an experiment gone awry,
委員会は
then
そのせいで
is
研
that
究
why the
そのもの
committee
を放棄し
abandoned
た
the
のか
research?
少なくとも佐久間
That's
は
what
そう言
Sakuma
ってい
says,
る
at least.
6
The
年
accident
前
caused the
事
committee
故
to
の
pull
せい
out.
で委員会
The
は手を
basement
引
lab
き
was dismantled
地下の
too.
研究所も解体させられたとしかも委員会は
The
ギガロマニアッ
committee put
ク
their
スとは
efforts
違
into
う
a
案
different
件に
project
力
than
を
the
注ぐようになっ
Gigglemaniacs.
たそうだ
Sakuma was
佐久
angry
間
that he was cut
は
off.
自分たちが切り
But
捨
I
て
don't
ら
know
れ
the
たと怒ってい
details.
たが
Then I heard
詳しくは
someone
わ
went
からな
around
い
and debugged everyone involved in the case. Someone mentioned Kubai on the Beyond the Gate Discord server? That's Pog. Awesome. Is it a good mention, or is it bad mention? Well, I guess any publicity is good publicity, right? It was you? Oh, nice. Thanks, Alpha. Mose is after getting rid of the bugs, so whatever Taku is doing must be to her benefit. Well, yeah.
Is that
why the victims of the Gigglemaniac experiment were kept in the basement? Then who pulled everyone out of this basement? Was it Sakuma?
そうだはしごを外された形の研究者たちは
The
山沿い
researchers
浮を
had their
はじめと
funding
する被
pulled,
験
so
者
there
た
was
ちを持
nothing
て
they
余
could
し
do with Uki
ああやっ
and
て
the other
軟禁
victims
して
to
おく
leave
し
them
か
in the
なかった
basement.
だがしばらく経って
But after a while,
Irregular
they realized that
が発生した。
some irregularities had surfaced. Sarika glanced over at me.
白い光による
The psychics created by the white light?
ああ
Yes.
私はその光を
I thought that the light was some
事
kind
故
of
によって飛
conjugal
び散った
factor that turned
ギガロ
people
マ
into
ニアックスの発生
Gigglemaniacs.
因子だと推
I
測し
suppose
た
I
が
was right then.
その通りか
そう考えていいと思う
It's a safe
佐久間も
assumption.
仲間の研究者たちと
Sakuma and his fellow scientists
そういう
were saying
話を
similar
していたからな
things.
仲間がいるのか
His people he works with?
いや
No.
元の仲間
His former
そういった
scientists,
方が
I
いい
should
な
say. All of them except
佐久間以
Sakuma
外
gave
は
up on the
研
research
究
and
を
returned
諦
to
めて
less illegal
一
work.
応肩着でやっている
So wait, yeah, did we figure that Sakuma was the one who pulled all the Giglomaniacs, or all of the experimental people, out of the basement after they got exposed that they were all being kept down there and cared for by Uki? Or no? I assume it's gotta be, right? But where'd he put them all? Did he just kill them all?
前に宮代や有村が脳の
The
検
head
査
of
を
the
しに行っ
hospital,
たクリ
where
ニックの
Taku
院
and
長と
Arimura
か
had their brain scans done, would be one such example. To be revealed. Yeah, I guess.
じゃあ、あのク
Then
リ
the
ニック
brain scans that were taken at the
宮代たち
hospital
のの
フェイクだ
were fakes,
昔のヨシ
made
ミ
as a
作らせ
favor
た
to
ら
an
しい
old friend. I come for Cubai, not the game. A base take by Joe. That'll be revealed in the sequel where Ken is the main character. Nice. Waiting for the Gen side story. A base take by Joe. I try to get people to come for me and not the game for all of my streams. That's why I play so many different games. Mio got duped. She's real mad about it. Sarika kept talking. What she said should have been a shock to me, but so much had happened that it felt like I was no longer capable of being surprised. So Dad really... He faked it all so he could have little Giglomaniac pets. He was really a part of this committee thing? Dad, the guy who always drank too much? The lazy guy who got chewed out by Nono and Yui all the time, but whom everyone at the dorm relied on more than anything? The man I loved way more than people who had actually given birth to me? It was all. All. Fake? I like that they keep reusing like his basic sprite because they haven't gotten to the point where they can reveal his evil sprite yet. Just reveal the evil sprite. We all know he's gonna have a sprite where he's like, just show it now. We all know it's coming. Just show it now, so it makes sense, and we can contrast good doctor with bad doctor. Just show it. Just get it out of the way. When he'd been the head of the clinic, when he'd been the dad at the dorm, that was all fake. And then he killed Yui and Kurisu, who trusted him completely. Taku keeps shifting blame on who killed them. Between Sarika and his dad. Because he's all emotional. I can feel pain in my hand when I punch the wall. Kazuki reference? Kazuki? Whatever. The girl? I forget her name sometimes. It didn't help me forget any of the other things I was feeling.
佐久間の目的
What
は
is
何だ
Sakuma after?
言っただろ
I told you.
うイレギュラーで
He
発
wants
生し
to
た能
eliminate
力
all
者
the
の始末だ
irregularities that were accidentally created. Is there a reason why? I thought he wanted to research Giglomaniacs and now he wants to kill them all? Does he need one? Some sprites look different after how you learn about the character. If Sarika did her dumb smile now, I would feel like she was mocking me. Yeah, every character has, like, overall sprite change once they're revealed to be evil. But they're saving Sakuma's, I guess, until, like, the final confrontation. Because look at Sarika, even though she's got a blank face, her eyes are totally different. Her eyes are much wider and less colorful, right? So the pink color that would normally be her entire eye only comes to down here now, right? So she, like, her sprite totally transformed after the reveal. But Sakuma still has the same old sprite. So I guess they're just waiting for the final reveals to show his like sprite.
違う。本当の目的だ。
I mean, what's Sakuma's real goal?
うん。
Huh?
能力者の始末の
If he just wanted to
目的
kill
な
the psychics, there are
らもっ
easier
と簡単に
ways.
殺せたはずだ。
Why make this all so complicated?
なのになぜこんな面倒なことをした？ 11番目のロールシャ
Why
ハガ
leave
像
the
を現
11th
場に
Rorschach
残
at
した
the
り、
crime scenes? Why commit the
6年
murders
前
on the
と同
same
じ日
dates
付
as the
に
ones
事
6
件を
years
引き
ago?
起こしたり。
That's right. That's how it all began. The mystery was so compelling that I'd started to work it out with the rest of the newspaper club. And in the end, I decided that it was a game the killer was challenging me to, and I was wrong.
あれは委員会へ
It's a
のメッセ
message
ー
for
ジ
the
だよ。
committee.
メッセージ？
A message.
6年前、トラ
You
ブル
could
に
say
よっ
he
て
wants
発
them
生
to
した
know
危
he's
険
cleaning
な
up
イ
the
レギュラー。
Giglomaniacs that were created by the accident 6
想
years
定
ago.
外のギガロマニアックスを掃除？
Cleaning them up? Arimura raised an eyebrow. I felt so furious that it took everything I had to stop me from using my powers.
ふざけんな。
Don't screw with me. You're telling me doing that to Yui was cleaning? Momose must have seen me, because she came over and whispered for me to calm down. I just barely managed to.
想定外のギガロマニアックスというと、
These accidentally created
大谷や
Giglomaniacs
高柳、
would
柿田、
be
渡部、
Otani,
あるいはこいつらのことだな。
all the people. Mio pointed to Arimura and I. Serika nodded silently.
そうだ。
That's
佐久間は末端の組織の
Sakuma
人
was
間
only
で
a part
委員会と
of a
直接
small
コンタクトする手
organization,
段がな
and
い。
he had no means of
だ
getting
か
in
ら
touch with the
委
committee
員会が
directly.
注目するよう
So
な
he did
形
things in a way
で
they'd
事
be
件
sure
を起こ
not
し
to
ていったん
miss.
だ。さらに
By
11
using
番
the
目のロール
11th
シャハガ
Rorschach,
像
the real sumo
つまり
sticker, he figured he
本
could
物
make it
の歴史シ
impossible
ール
for
も
them to ignore.
委員会にとって見過ごせないファクター。あれは6年
All
前
of
の
the
計
data
画
about it
破
was
棄ととも
deleted
に
6 years
デー
ago.
タごと
Of
全て
course,
消
they
去さ
couldn't
れた。
leave even a single one in
当然
existence behind.
一枚たりとも残っていてはいけないもの
So
だ。
why didn't they kill him? Why didn't Sakuma get debugged?
ところがそんなトッ
If
プ
that
シー
top
クレッ
secret
トが
picture started
よ
showing
りに
up
も
in the
よって事
news,
件に
then
使
the
われ
committee would be
ニュ
forced
ー
to
スで
take
公開
action.
されたら
They'd
委
make
員会だっ
contact
て
with
放
him.
置はできないだろう。
That's what he was after.
必ず佐久間に接
Mind
触してく
control,
る。
babe?
それが狙いだった。
But surely Momose is immune to mind control. She's like immune to mind reading here. Debuggers have to have their own set of powers, right? They can just be regular dudes. You dare imply Momose could get mind controlled? The S tier power scaled character for Psy Adventure? It's a good question. It's likely they were just keeping an eye on him. Yeah, I guess so. Wanted to see what he could do. See if he could actually clean up the mess.
データごと消去されたのなら、
If the data was
佐
deleted,
久間はどうや
how'd
ってあの
Sakuma
画像
get
を
it?
手に入れたんだ？
ある場所に画像が保存されていたんだ。
He hid
委
it
員
somewhere
会
they'd
の
never
想像も
imagined,
つかないような場所
and he
にな。
succeeded in getting it back.
それを取り出すことに佐久間は成功した。
All up in his noggin.
というと、
What do you mean?
脳の中、
He hid it inside a brain.
地下で実験を受けてい
Inside
た
the
被
brain
験
of
者
one of
の
the basement test subjects.
山添由紀が連れていた老人
Do you
を
remember
覚え
the
てい
old
るか？
woman who was always with Uki? Oh, I remembered. That one character who randomly got a character sprite. Yes, indeed, she was relevant. After all, she does have a character sprite. That means she's important. The real twist would have been if this was the person behind everything, actually.
無論あの老
Of
人だけ
course,
で
that
は
old
何
woman's
の役に
useless
も
on
立
her
たない
own.
でも
But then he was
非常に
overjoyed to
珍
find
しい
out
能
how she
力
could
を
be
持
paired
った
with
ギ
another
ガロマニアックス
Giglomaniac, who had an
山
exceedingly
添由紀
rare
との組み
ability.
合わせを発見した時佐久間は狂気していたよ
山添の能力は
Her ability allows
他
her to
人
real
の妄
boot
想
other
をリ
people's
アルブートしてし
delusions.
まう
He used that,
そ
right?
れを使ったんだな
そうだ
Correct.
あの画像に取り憑かれてい
That
た
old
老
woman
人
is
は
obsessed with the
食
image.
事を求めるように
She
画像
saw
を
it
求
like you
め
and I seek
そ
food.
れを山添がリア
And
ル
then
ブート
Uki
する
started
ように
real
なっ
booting
た
it.
そうして
That's how
11
the
番目の
11th
ロールシャ
Rorschach
ハ画
started
像は
appearing around
渋
Shibuya.
谷の至る所に出
Sakuma
現し
Win recovered them, and
佐
then
久間
used
は
them
そ
in
れ
his
を回
crimes.
収して犯
Their
行に
presence
使
could
った
force the committee to act.
ここまでやれば委員会が動かないはずがない
Oh.
佐久間は委員会と接触
What
す
do you
る
wish
こ
to
とで
gain by making
何
contact
を
with the
望んだん
committee?
だ
自分が中心と
He
なっ
wanted
た
to restart the
Gigalomaniacs
Giglomaniacs
研究の
project
再
with
開
himself in the lead. That was it? The only reason? That was the only reason he did all this?
で実際にあったのか
And?
委員会
Did
か
it
らの
work?
接触は
Did the committee contact him? Was it that room, woman's room with the blood? In the hospital? Yeah, I assume it was the old woman's room. And Uki was a delusion? I'm not sure if Uki was a delusion. Maybe just trying to clean up the old woman's blood. She was tasked as her caregiver, after all. Old woman still might have been lying in the bed, and Uki was just there. Because Taku was scared, it might have looked like she was painting the stuff on the wall, but she was actually trying to take care of the woman. Taku looked at the bloody stickers, so he deluded her. Sarika didn't see her. I guess that could be it. Not entirely sure. TBH. Mio has so much hair on her head. Mio does have a big head of hair. And like that one bit of hair that sticks out. Actually, kind of every character has that. Sarika has that too. Like that one tuft of hair. Hang on one second. It's their antenna, yeah. They stole it from Danganronpa. Anyway, did the committee contact old doctor? As we lose viewers during the grand explanation of everything. Tragic.
そのようだ。委員
It
会
appears
は
so.
研究再開
But
の
before
条
they were
件と
willing
して
to restart the
今回の
project,
事件の収
they
拾
ordered
を
him
つ
to
けるよ
finish
う
cleaning up
佐
this
久間に命
incident
じた。
first.
そこで奴は
That's why he broke
私
his
との約
promise with
束を
me.
保護にし
Is trying to
宮
end the
代に
killings
全て
by
の罪を
portraying
かぶせて
Taku as the killer.
事件の収束を図ろうとしている。
For the first time, there was a hint of disgust in her voice.
結局
So in the end,
佐
Sakuma
久間に
betrayed
裏切ら
you.
れたわけか。
Why is he trying to make him out to be the killer?
なぜ佐久間はこいつを犯人に仕立て上げようとしている？
Mio pointed at me as she spoke. So does this imply all the characters from the first game are now dead? If he's cleaning up all the Giglomaniacs. What's going on with them? What's their deal? They aren't. They don't need to be cleaned, though? And or become relevant in this game at all? None of them are like, hey, wait a minute. Why is the new gen happening again? That's kind of odd.
本来であれば
The
事
original
件は
plan
南
was
沢
for
専務
Senri
が
to play
犯
the
人
role
と
of
な
the
って
killer.
決着するはず
The
だったん
killings would
だ。
end with her
自
unalive.
殺という形でな。
Huh? I was caught off guard by the sudden mention of her name.
と言っても実際は
Of course, as you
お前
know,
たちも知っ
there's
ての
going
通
to be
り
another woman
ハイダリ
named
コという
Riko.
別人だが。
I mean, would you want to go back to something that brought so much trauma? I mean, I guess I would feel like a responsibility for it if the whole, like, thing was centered around me.
宮代拓お
Taku,
前は
you always
ずっ
thought
と
that
南
Senri
沢
was
専務が
alive
生きて
and
い
plotting
て
revenge
自
on
分
you.
に復讐しよう
You
と
were
している
scared
の
for
では
nothing.
ないかと怯えていたがそれは杞憂だ。
Huh?
本当の南沢
The
専
real
務は
Senri's gone.
この世にはいない。
She never
確
hated
か
you.
に死んだんだ。
お前
You knew
南沢
Senri
千里のこ
directly?
と知ってた。
直接は
Not
知らない
directly.
が
But I could read
クル
Kursu's
スノノの思
mind.
考を読んだ。
また思考盗撮か。
Mind reading.
大し
That's
た
one
も
hell
の
of a
だ。
trick.
皮肉はいい。
Her comments are
と
unnecessary.
にかく佐久間は
Either way,
全ての
Sakuma
事件
planned to
の
end the
後
killings by
ハイダ
making
リコを
Senri,
南沢専
aka
務という
Riko,
ことにして
commit
自殺さ
unalive.
せ
But his plan
事
didn't
件の
work.
幕引きにするつもりだった。さすが宮代
I
拓だ
suppose you deserve
と
some
褒めて
praise
お
for
く
this.
が
But
お
you
前た
solved
ち
some
は
of the mysteries
こ
of
ち
the
らが
case
思ってい
faster
る
than
よ
we
りもずっ
expected
と早く
and
事
took
件の
quick
裏に
action.
気づきすぐに行動を起こした。そのせいで殺す予
They
定だっ
take
た
the
能力
Takumi
者が
approach and
殺せ
just
な
let
くな
them
り
solve their own
順番
problems.
が狂ったんだ。
And that is why he is net-based. But yeah, I would feel like he's responsible for it. It's technically his problem. The whole, like, new gen thing was because of him. I mean, not directly him, but it was majorly involving him. Because of that, Sakuma wasn't able to kill the person he planned to kill, and the order of the murders had to change. Serica looked at me for just a moment, then looked away. She was probably talking about Uki. They were going to kill a little girl like that? Taku says surprised, even though they've already killed Yui, who is even younger. But okay, sure. I scowled at Serica as hard as I could. I got a real angry face.
それで仕方なくハイダリ
So
クを
he
先
killed
に
Rico
殺したのか。
first, since he didn't have a choice.
そうだ。
That's
ニュー
right.
ジェネの狂気の再来事件を
The
途切
return
れ
of
させるわけに
the
はいかなかっ
renewed
たからな。
Gen Madness, the renewed generation. Incidents couldn't be allowed to stop. I felt disgust as I watched Serica calmly talk about murder. This can't be the Serica I've always known.
それで
So why is he trying to frame Taku
宮
as the
代
killer?
拓郎を犯人
実はよくわからない。
Might be the
わ
committee's orders.
委員会の
What? I've never even heard of the committee until now. Why?
覚えていないか
Do you remember?
宮代自
Something
身
you were
が
wondering
以
about
前疑
before.
問に思っていたことだぞ。
What are you
何
talking
の
about?
ことだよ。
能力者は
Whether a
一人
psychic
で
could
一
only
つの
have
能
one
力しか
power.
持てないのか。
Oh. That's right. That did come up when we were talking in the club room. In the end, we never came up with an answer, so we had to move on.
お前は
You
私
real
という
booted me
存
into
在を
an
リアルブート
existence.
した。
That's
こ
an
れだけ
incredible
でも
power on
大した
its
能
own.
力だが、
But after that,
そ
he
の後
became able to use
さらに
another
別の
ability.
能力まで渋谷自身で発
None of
生
the
し
other
た白
Giglamaniacs
い
who were
光。
struck by the white light have been able to
それ
do
を浴
this.
びた者の
Am I
中に
correct,
は
Mia?
こんな例は存在。
ああ
Yeah, at
今
least
のところ
according to the data we have.
データ上は
だが佐久
But
間によ
according
れ
to
ば
Sakuma,
かつ
the
て佐久間た
Giglamaniacs
ちの
he
組
once
織が
studied
研
were
究して
capable
い
of
たギガロマニア
何
what?
サイコキネシス
They
だの
weren't simply
テレパス
psychics
だの
with individual
特
powers
定
like
の力だけを
psychokinesis
持
or
つ
telepathy.
超能力者心の中に思
They were
い
capable
描
of
い
real
たどん
booting
な妄
anything
想
they
で
could
もリアル
imagine.
ブートできる存在。つまり
In other
本来
words,
のギガロ
once
マ
their
ニアック
powers
スは
developed,
能
the
力さえ
real
開花すれば
Giglamaniacs could do
どん
anything.
な力でも使えるはずなんだよ。
Mia looked at me with narrowed eyes.
つまり
So Taku's the
宮
real
代
thing?
拓郎は本
And
物と
for
いうこ
some
とだ
reason, the committee decided he's dangerous and wants him
そして
gone?
委員会は何らかの理由で本物を危険だと考え排除したがっている
Serica reading Taku's mind as he imagines her pissing herself. That's true, right? Or imagines them making out. Serica could read those moments. Awkward.
推論だがな。
That's just a guess,
6年
but
前の
yeah.
事故に
Maybe
何か
connected
関
in
係
some
があ
way
る
to
のか
what
もし
happened
れない。
6 years ago. But if Taku was a real Giglamaniac, couldn't you just... Well, I guess they're implying that he would get the death penalty. Never mind. I was gonna say, couldn't he just bust out of jail? But they were gonna kill him in jail with the death penalty, so I guess that accomplishes the same goal.
私が話せることはこれで
That's all I
全
can
てだ。
tell you.
あとは知らされていない。
Serica does see some of his delusions earlier in the story and has some funny reactions. That's funny.
どうだ
Well,
Arima.
Arimura?
嘘はついてない
Doesn't look like she's
み
lying.
たいですね。
Serica's the only person to interrupt Taku's delusions? That's easy to miss considering how few delusions are in the game. I guess we could probably, we could immediately go and find which ones it's referring, or which ones should be able to refer to. I guess we could do that later. I did save in front of every, delusion in the game. We got this one, and this one. But I think the one she hears, actually, if I remember correctly, is the one where he's deluding that Shinjo and Arimura are in a relationship. Yeah, the miniskirt thing. Yeah. This one. We can check those when I'm wrapping up the stream. Obviously, we won't do that now because we're in the middle of plot stuff, but we can try and see if we can catch those references later, like how we checked for the frog noise last stream. Arimura had been watching Serica with fiery eyes the whole time. Serica looked back at her, and after a moment's thought, she spoke.
ああ、その
That's
通
right,
りだ、
Arimura.
有村。
Arimura jumped up out of her seat.
だから
Stop reading my mind. What'd she think?
さっきから考えていることがあるだ
There's
ろ
something you've been thinking about for
言
a
葉に
while
出さ
now,
ない
right?
と他の
If you
連中
don't
に
say it,
伝わ
the
らない
others
ぞ
won't know.
最低
You piece of shit. There was much hatred in her voice. When Serica didn't respond, it only angered her more.
セリじゃない
Serica, you used your
お前
telepathy to
Serica.
find psychics and kill
あ
them,
んたは
right?
思考盗撮を使って能力者を見つけ
Just hoping that
殺してい
people
た
would be thinking,
So
man,
yo ne.
these psychic powers I have sure are great. As she like goes around like reading people's minds, like I guess like in Destroy All Humans. Man, I'm really so glad I've got these cool psychic powers. Man, these psychic powers I have sure are great. That's really funny to think about.
ああ
Yeah.
ラブホテルで柿田さん
When
が殺さ
Kakita
れ
was
た事
murdered
件
in the Love Hotel,
どうして柿
Why'd
田
you
さん
kill
の
him
方を
and
殺
not
した
me?
の私も能
You
力
knew
者
I
だっ
was
て
psychic,
分
right?
かってたんでしょ
Both of us were there.
二人であそこにいた
簡単だ
It's simple.
私の能力と
Kakita has the
柿
same
田の
power
能
I
力
did.
が同
A
じだったから
telepath
だ
was a
よ
threat to our plans.
思考盗撮の能力者は邪魔
We
だ
could find out who Sakuma
私
and
や
I
佐久間
were.
の正体がバレる
たった
That's the only
それ
reason.
だけの理由で
私たちの計画に
It
は
was important
重
to
要
our
なことだ
plans. Is there any particular reason why they both couldn't die?
チキショ
Damn, it's all your fault. At some point, Arimura started to cry.
そうだ
That's
私
right.
がいたせいで
It's my
あの
fault
日
he's
柿
dead.
田は死んだ
But yeah, is there a reason given why she couldn't kill them both? I mean, they were in the same room. You bitch. Arimura reached out in thin air, went to grab her D-sword, but then stopped. She then looked down at Serica, tears running down her cheeks that were red with rage. Damn it. Arimura slammed herself back in her seat instead of grabbing her sword. I guess most murders are only one person, though there was an exception in the OG. There were two exceptions in the OG. Group dive and DQN. Right? Three exceptions? What was the other one? Man-child? I guess. So yeah, they both could have died. Because there are multiple incidents in the OG event where there was more than one victim. So they should have killed them both. Why is Arimura alive? She wrapped her arms around her body without bothering to wipe away her tears. And it's not like the second set of killings, the ones in this game, it's not like they really found the or it's not like they matched the same methods or anything, so everything was kind of brand new. The only thing that really aligned was that they were on the same day. She has no reason to kill her? Yeah, she does. She's psychic. That's explicitly what she's doing. Killing the psychics. She has the very specific reason. She falls into the same category. Unless Serica mentioned something pretty soon here, I feel like that's a kind of a plot hole.
新庄さん
Shinjo, did you get that? I also don't remember Arimura really caring that much about the dude in the hotel, but I guess she did. After a moment's silence, Mio spoke into the phone.
ああ
Yeah. Oh, Shinjo's at the clinic.
あんたにやってもらいたい
There's
こと
something
が
I
ある
want you to do.
なんだ
What?
青葉寮にまだ捜査員
There
が
are still
残ってる
officers at the dorm. I
なん
want
とか
them
してほしい
gone. The media, too.
あと
ああ
Yeah, we finished our
家宅捜索
search,
自
so I
体
think
は
that's
もう終わってる
possible. What are you
可
planning
能
on
だと
doing?
思うが
場所をそっちへ移す
I want to head there. I need to
佐
investigate
久間の調
Sakuma.
査と
And I want Uki somewhere I can keep an eye on her.
山添浮きを私たちの目の届くところに置いておきたい
It was several hours later when Shinjo called us and told us all the police had left the dorm. We were loaded into Momose's car, and Shinjo told us which routes to follow to get there without hitting any checkpoints. Hmm?
百瀬さん
Where's
は
Momose?
フリージアに戻
She
りま
went
した
back to Frieza. She said she's going to look at the
別の線から
case
い
from
ろいろ
another
調べ
angle
てくれるとか
or something. More like she's just sweating like a pig around Arimura when she's got to say, I don't know what's going on with that committee. That sounds crazy, guys. Anywho,
そうか
I see. Shinjo was waiting for us to arrive in the living room. He stood somewhere he could observe Sarika. I suddenly felt the familiar smells of home and felt a little better.
はあ
This place really is my home,
僕
isn't
の
it?
家だ
Well, not anymore. It'd only been a little while since I'd left to find Kurisu. It felt like a lot of time had passed.
ここに来るまで
Make it
大丈
here
夫だった
okay?
か
はい
Yeah. I nodded back, but it felt like the whole town was going crazy. As I crouched in the back seat, I'd sometimes look up and peek out the window. It was bizarre how many people there were. The sun was only just starting to rise, but there were groups of people partying everywhere. Through closed windows, I could hear irritating laughter.
みんなが浮かれてるうちの署は
Everyone's
全員
excited.
街の
Whole
あちこちで
departments
警戒
deployed
に
around
当た
the
って
city to keep watch. Shinjo must have seen the look on my face.
僕を探し
Are
て
they
るんで
looking
しょう
for
か
me?
いやそうでは
No, they're not. He was about to shake his head, but... Sorry.
すまん
Honestly, there's a good chance
正
they
直
are.
その可能性が
It's
高
true
い
the festival means there are more
復興
people
祭
outside than
でい
usual.
つもより人が多いのは
Have
事
you
実
looked
だが
online?
あいえ
Oh. No. I hadn't felt like it.
君を捕まえた者に懸
There's a
賞
fake
金が出
rumor
るとい
going
うデ
around
マ
that
が
whoever
広がってい
catches
る
you gets a reward.
Huh?
What? That can't be. A reward?
もちろん
Of
警
course,
察
the
はそんな
police
発
made
表
no
は
such
していない
announcement. They actually
逆
came
に
out
デ
and
マ
said
だ
it
と
was
発
fake.
表したんだ
But
が
there are a lot of groups out there looking
そ
for
れ
you
が分かっ
anyway.
ていないのか
デマだなんて
Everyone knows it's
みんな
fake.
わかっているさ。
何
Huh? Taku, turn yourself in and get some money. Shinjo looked at Sarika with animosity in his eyes.
ネット上の祭りというのは
That's what a festival on the
こういうものだ。
internet is like. They
連
don't
中に
care
とっ
whether
て
the
は
info is right or
情
wrong.
報が正しかろ
Isn't
う
that
と
right,
間違っていようとそんな
For some reason, she seemed a little happy. She was right. That was the basic mechanism for internet festivals.
有村
Arimura.
久野里さんと和樹
Where
た
are
ち
Mia
は
and the others? I wanted to change the subject, so I asked about the people who weren't here.
久野里さんは1階
Mia's on the first
佐久間
floor.
が仕
She's
事
looking
で
at
使ってい
Sakuma's
た
computer.
PC の中を
Though
ダ
she
メ
doesn't
元で
expect
漁
to
って
find
ます
much.
花たちは
The others... Arimura glanced at Sarika before she spoke.
ゆうとくんも一緒に
I
ユ
sent
キ
them
の
to
部屋にい
Yuki's
て
room.
もらってます
I thought it wouldn't be a good idea
近く
for
に
them
い
to
ない
be
方がいい
close.
と思って
Arimura didn't say it outright, but I knew she meant close to Sarika.
ウキはその
Is Uki okay?
大丈夫かな
ええ
Yeah,
ゆうと
to
く
the
んのお
Yuto,
か
I
げ
guess.
と言っちゃ
She
なんで
seems
す
to
けど
think she has to be the big
自
sister.
分がしっかりしなきゃっ
Girls
て
are
思って
strong
る
when
み
they
た
get
い
like
で
that,
す
you know? You
そう
should
いう時
remember.
の女の子は強いですよ
Remember Kurisu?
覚えておくといい
Whoa,
です
remember Kurisu? Remember when she was alive and thought she was your big sister? Do you remember? It was only yesterday that Kurisu was your big sister.
そっか
I see. Yui and Kurisu had been the same way. Whenever they had to protect someone, they were stronger than anything.
あとは父さん
Now we just have to hope that Dad
おかしなことをしてこな
Sakuma
けれ
doesn't
ばいい
upset
けど
anything.
それは心配しなくてい
You don't need
い
to worry about that.
佐久間は
Sakuma won't go after
私と
Arimura
宮代
or
のこと
Luki
に
until
ケリ
you
が
and
つ
I
く
are
まで
dealt with.
有村や山添には手を出さない。
ねえあんたさ、
You. There was a challenge in Arimura's voice.
まるで仲間みたい
Someone
な顔
acting
して
like
言
you're a
うのや
friend.
めて
It really pisses
め
me
ちゃく
off.
ちゃ腹立つから
She was clenching her hands into fists so tightly they turned white. Her lips were trembling. All trace of an expression vanished from Serika's face. It was impossible to tell what she was feeling. And then the intercom rang. I looked and saw it was from the examination room on the first floor. It was probably Mio. 3 days or more. Possibly. I mean, I was just telling a joke. Having a good old knee slapper meme. I hit the answer button and put it on speaker.
宮代か
Taku?
はい
Yeah.
佐久間が普段使って
Beside
い
the
た
one in the
PC は
exam room, are there any other computers Sakuma used?
いえないと
I
思い
don't
ま
think
す
so. As far as I knew, anyway. Dad, though I didn't want to call him that now, hid everything from me.
おい尾上
God, my ear keeps popping. It's driving me nuts.
佐久間が隠れていそうな場所は思い当たらないんだな
Hey, Vibin. Outside of this place, you don't know where anywhere else Sakuma could be hiding, right?
ああ
Yeah. Serika answered Mio's question. During the hours while we waited for the police to leave the dorm, Mio had peppered Serika with questions. Most of the questions dealt with the nature of the committee, rather than the case. I heard a lot of words I'd never heard before. I don't think anybody but the two of them understood most of it. What struck me the most was that during that time was the rage on Mio's face. Well, I'm glad they didn't bother telling us any of that. I wouldn't want any explanation on the committee after all. Anything happened while I was gone? I feel like 90% of the time when you ask that for a Chaos Child, the answer is nothing. Things happen in very short bursts. Otherwise, it's just a lot of people chilling. Her face was twisted into something terrible. She would sometimes slam her fists down on the desk as if she was trying to stop herself from strangling Onoi. She must have really hated the committee. It seemed like it had something to do with what happened to her when she was in America, but I couldn't ask her. I could hear her typing on her computer over the speaker.
ダメだな
It's no good. I'm not finding anything. Hey, Onoi.
尾上
なんだ
What?
お前が私に与えられる
Is this everything you can tell me?
これで全てか
Yes, Serika nodded.
なら宮代
What
を
do you mean
私に
when you
預
said
け
you
る
wanted me to
と
take
いうの
care
は
of
ど
Taku?
ういうことだ
That's right. I hadn't got the chance to ask that. Serika said that at Frisia.
言葉通りだ
Just what I
この
meant,
里
Mia.
見よ
I want you to
お前に
keep
は
Taku
今後
alive for as long
宮
as
代拓
possible
を
once this
可
is
能な
done.
限り
What?
私はこれから佐
I'm
久間が
going
指
where
定した
Sakuma
場所
told
へ
me
行
to
く
go.
も
Of
ちろん
course, I'll be going
一
alone.
人でだ
Serika looked at me as she spoke. Huh?
あいつはお前を
He
連
told
れ
me to
て
take
こい
you
と言っ
with
てい
me,
た
but
が
there's no need.
それに従う必要は私は
I'm gonna kill him
必
and
ずあ
die
いつと
myself.
差し違える
So I want you to leave
だから
this city
お前
with
は
Mio's help.
久野里美
Once
代の
he's
手
dead
引き
and the
で
truth becomes
この
known,
町から逃
your
げるんだ
innocence will eventually be proven.
あいつが死ん
What?
なんで
Why?
お前はもう危
You're
ない
not
こと
going
は
to do
しないんだ
dangerous
ろ
things anymore, are you? That's not what I meant. Well, we know that can't be true, because there's no way he listens to Kurisu and becomes a boring character and just leaves. He's obviously going to go with her. Not listening to boring characters.
なんで
Why are
お
you
前
doing
が
this?
そんなことするんだよ
私の存在す
Because
る
the
理由
reason I
が
exist is to keep
お
you
前を生
alive.
かすことだからだ
Hmm?
私がそいつを引き受けるとでも
Do you really
思って
think
る
I'll take him in? Mio's voice was cold, as if she thought the whole thing was a bad joke.
受けてはくれない
You
か
won't?
当たり前だ
Of course not. I'm here to take revenge
私
on
は
the
委員
committee,
会に
not
復讐
babysit
するためにここにいる
gigomaniacs.
ギガロマニアックス
宮代拓郎を渋谷の
If you
外
can
に
get
連れ
Taku
出
out
せ
of
ば
Shibuya,
お
your
前
wish
の
might
望
come
みが
true, you
叶う
know.
かもしれないぞ
What? Mio fell silent, as if she was thinking of something. What's going on? What'll happen if she takes me out of Shibuya?
いいか
Listen
久野里
carefully,
美
Mio.
代佐久間
Sakuma
は
wants to
委
be
員
part of the
会の
core
中枢
committee,
へ
but
入
that's
り
never
込ん
gonna
でいきたい
happen.
らしいが
Committee has
そ
no
んな
such
のはただの
intentions.
夢結局佐
No
久間を
matter
どう
what
し
you
よ
do
う
with
と
Sakuma,
お前
you'll
の
never
望
get
む
any
中枢
closer
に
to
は
them.
たどり着けない
However,
お前が宮代拓
if
郎
you
を連
get
れて
Taku
逃
out
げ
of
れ
the
ば
city,
話
things
は別
change.
だ
カオスチャイルド症候群か
Chaos Child Syndrome, huh? Title drop. I frowned when I saw Serica nod. Chaos Child Syndrome? Question mark? That was the name for the PTSD symptoms that started appearing in children after the earthquake. What did that have to do with anything?
それができるのは
You're
お
the only
前し
one
か
who
い
can
な
do
い
it. You have the
委員
knowledge
会に
needed
対
to
して
fight the
知識を
committee,
持
and
ち
you've noticed what
碧峰
makes
学園や青葉寮の特
Ekiko
殊性に
and
気づ
the
いていて
Dome special.
なぜ能力者が
You're the only
渋
one who
谷に
knows
集まっ
why
てい
there
る
are
の
so
か
many psychics in
そ
Shibuya.
れを理解しているお前に
Huh.
どうだ
What do you think?
お前が復讐を
The
望ん
people
で
you
い
want
る連
revenge
中
on
が
might just come to
向
you.
こうから現れるかもしれないぞ
I had no idea what she meant. Good thing this wasn't explained to the player either. I'm glad. Huh? I could tell Aramura was confused too. The dorm and the academy were special? Taku bringing back his symptoms of repeating what the last character said syndrome. The other mental disorder that he has. What was this about all the psychics in Shibuya?
それは能力
It's
が
because
生
the
まれる
white
きっ
light
かけに
that
なっ
created
た
them all?
白い光が
No,
渋谷で起こったか
that's
ら
not right. The light was what created the psychics. That's what I learned from all this info so far. But
能力者たちが
there's no reason for any of them to stay in Shibuya, is there?
ない。
待ってください。
Wait a
どういう
second,
こ
what
と
are
で
you
すか
talking about? Arimura shouted at the phone.
能力者は
Why are all the psychics, all the
私たち
people
みたい
like
な
us in
人間は
Shibuya?
どうして渋谷ばかりに
There was no answer, but I knew Mio had heard her. Serica stared at the phone as if waiting for an answer. Was there some connection between the psychics and Chaos Child Syndrome?
本当にそ
Are
う
you
考
certain
えてい
about
るの
this?
か
何
What?
宮代を渋谷
That
から
getting
逃がすことが
Taku out of Shibuya is the
宮
key to
代の
keeping him
生存
alive?
につながると
佐久間を殺したと
Even
こ
when
ろで
Sakuma's
あ
dead,
いつに
his
思
mind
考誘
control
導
will
をか
remain.
けられた
There's
人
no
間
place
は
in Shibuya
正
where
気に
Taku
戻
will
ら
be
ない
safe.
宮代拓の居場所はであれば
Which
逃が
means
す
he
し
has
か
to
ない
get
だ
out,
ろう
right?
有村
Arimura, is she telling the
そ
truth?
いつは嘘を言ってないか
言ってないはずです
She should be. What's this
それは
about?
何
What
な
do
ん
you
です
know?
か
She went silent again. This time, it was long enough I knew, or that I thought she hung up.
それなら有村と山添も
That means that getting
渋谷から
Arimura
話
and
した方が
Uki out would make it more
委員
likely
会と
that I
接
run
触
the
する可能
committee as
性は
well.
高まるな
Oh, please, circle around this for a bit longer.
好きにすればいい
Do what you
宮
want,
代拓郎を
as long
連
as
れ
you
て行
take
ってくれ
Taku, I
るな
don't
ら
care.
文句はない
は
Huh?
ちょっと
Wait,
宮代と有村は荷物を
you
ま
two
とめ
get
ろ
your things. Tell Uki
山
too.
添にもそ
We'll
う
have
伝えて
Shinjo
おけ
help us. She
新
then
庄さん
abruptly
にも
hung
手伝
up.
ってもらうぞ
どういうことだ
What's going on?
こっちが聞きたいですよ
That's what I want to know.
ちょっと行って
I'll
き
be
ます
right back. Arimura sounded very irritated as she said that. She then ran downstairs to go see Mio. I thought to myself as I watched her go. Is there still something I didn't know?
知りたいか
Do you want to know? Actually, you know what? I'd prefer just to be in the dark. Fuck it, don't tell me anything. Serica was looking right at me, as if she was trying to test me. Again. She was reading my mind again.
僕は
僕は
I
危険なことはしない
don't
で
do anything dangerous. Nope. And then he leaves. The story ends just right here, an abrupt finish. Again, would be bold, but I don't think he'll do it. Just do what you want. Oh my god. Oh my god, he actually said no. I turned away before the feelings of my mind turned to words. That's right. Anything else would mean betraying No. Who cares? I glanced to the side and saw Sarika was still staring at me. Her expression was the same. She seemed the same as when I'd knocked her hand away at Frisia. Sad, as if she'd dropped and broken some priceless treasure. Oh my god, he actually just said no. Taku for boring protag. Oh my god.
では最後に神聖の町渋谷のますますの発展を願い開催の言葉とさせていただきます。
He actually just said no. What a fucking loser. Oh my god. Taku just lost some points there. Lost some big points. Finally, with the hope of Shibuya, a city reborn, will experience even greater prosperity. I conclude this speech by declaring the second Shibuya Peace and Restoration Festival open. Thank you all for your cooperation. November 6th, 9 a.m. The second festival had begun. Festival chapter. Oh. The people gathered in front of the Hikario began to loudly applaud when the mayor finished his speech. Then they started to split off to visit the concerts and stalls that they wanted to go see. What takes is Cubine given while I was gone? I said Taku was lame because they asked if he wanted to know what the academy and the dorm had in common, and Taku said no. And I said that's fucking lame. Over 80% of the people here had come from outside Shibuya. Many were from Tokyo, but others had come all the way from outside the country to witness the celebration. There were easily more than 100,000 people attending. The first festival was held last year to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the reconstruction, and the whole ward came out to celebrate. A similar event had been done a year after the earthquake, but it had been less of a festival and more of a memorial. The rebuilding work was proceeding at a feverish pitch, but at that point it was too early to call it a city reborn. Is it 100,000 a small number for a city as big as Tokyo? Yeah, I would imagine. What's Tokyo's population? Yeah, 14 million. Only 100,000 people showed up, with people coming from outside of the country. I guess we should technically want to look at Shibuya's population, though. 221,000? So not even half the population, with including all the people who'd come from other places. But last year, even though there were still areas that were covered in rubble, the 5th year anniversary, and the prospect of the tax revenue that would come along with it, were enough to get the government to hold a festival for the whole ward. Despite being only a one-day event, it attracted over 80,000 people, and worldwide attention. It was such a big success that for this year, the city had put more effort into it. Concerts were bigger, and there were more places to eat and drink. The main areas were centered around the Hikario building, as well as the Shibuya Cultural Hall, the Shibuya 107 building, and the Shibuya Sign City. All the main roads around the station were closed to any traffic that wasn't bringing in people or equipment to the festival. Bunkaramura Dori and Dogonzaka in particular were overflowing with performers and stalls. Should we do this next spot? I don't care about this. Like, what? The reporter with the Tokyo Next TV saw the cameraman nod, and then looked at the scene in front of her. The whole thing was stupid, and she could tell she was getting tired. Yeah, the whole thing is stupid. Skip this. I don't care. Center Guy. One of Shibuya's busiest shopping districts. The street always had a lot of young people to begin with. And now the festival was covered with stalls to visit, and filled with people of all ages. Is that a sumo sticker reference? Oh my god. Sumo sticker. When she'd been given the job of reporting on the Shibuya Festival several months ago, she jumped for joy. The reason she was excited was the vocalist of one of her favorite bands, Audio Bleed Girl, was going to be performing on stage. Ever since she'd happened to hear her voice at a concert hall, she'd been a fan, or perhaps a dedicated believer. She was willing to do whatever it took to get a camera to see her performance at the festival, so that the whole world could see how wonderful she was. But... oh my god. Why did she have to die? She'd been caught up in the renewed Gen Madness, and she was murdered. Now there was barely any point in covering the festival. She still had to smile and obey when her boss told her to come, and in the end, now I'm just off chasing rumors? She wanted to believe that a big TV station would be better than this. What she was doing was little better than rubbernecking.
Oh, いたいた。ほら。
Oh, there they are. Look. The cameraman pointed at a group of people wearing homemade t-shirts. The t-shirts had a white print background with a photo on the front, and a big red question mark that covered the photo. They were all young, like the others she'd interviewed so far. She covered her annoyance with the same smile she used to deal with her obnoxious boss. Then she pushed through the crowd and got close to the group.
こんにちは。何してるんですか?
Oh, sorry. Hello, what are you up to? Are you from TV? What station? Who cares, she thought to herself. Based. She told them she was with Tokyo Next. Look! He pulled on his t-shirt to show her. The photo in the center was of two fat male faces. A sumo sticker! If the TV is here, is it true what they said on Tweepo? What do you mean? She played dumb and acted surprised. She certainly couldn't tell them that she'd come here because of a rumor on Twitter. Especially one that was almost certainly a lie. There's a rumor that Taku's gonna kill himself right here! She knew that. Before dawn, it was supposed to happen in front of the big TV. And a few hours ago, it was next to the statue of Hachiko in front of the station. Do you mean Taku the fugitive? Yeah, I got a picture. He started to fiddle with his phone, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she hadn't asked to see it. It was the same picture of Taku that she was already sick of seeing. According to her boss, it was one from his student handbook. How did you get this? You don't spend a lot of time on the internet, do you, Missy? Everyone's got it. We're totally gonna get that award. Come to think of it, that was a fake rumor going around. Did you make those t-shirts yourself? No.
さっき
I
300
just
円
bought them
で
for
買ったん
300
す
yen.
よ
Don't they look stupid? It's just a meme, bro. And they started to laugh, though she didn't get the joke. She could feel herself getting more and more aggravated. Same. She'd seen similar t-shirts and placards, and even some that were declaring Taku a god, glorifying the sumo stickers. Some of them were being sold as part of a movement to get rid of the sumo stickers so people could focus on the festival. But most people were just wearing them to be part of the chaos. Title drop. Of course, this was the first time she'd seen anyone who actually believed in the reward.
宮代拓君について
What are your
どう
thoughts
思
on
います
Taku?
か
調子こいて
Hey,
ます
son of a
ね
bitch! He's a
連続
serial
殺人
killer, right?
しかも同
And
じ
even
施
he
設の
killed
やつも
people
でしょ
from his own orphanage?
何やっても
Ugh,
いい
what
と
a
思ってんす
sicko.
よこいつこいつのこと
Those
神と
weird
か言って
otaku
るオ
guys
タク
say
連
some
中
kind of god.
マジ
They're
キ
just
モ
a
くな
bunch
いっ
of
すか
creepy losers. I
俺
hate
ら
those
そういう
assholes.
の許せないんすよ
She ignored most of what they were saying. Same. There was no need to go deeper. As long as she had the footage on her camera, that'd be enough.
でも
But everyone seemed to think Taku was the killer. At least everyone who'd come to the festival to find him seemed to think so. They were right. The official announcement just said he was a wanted person of interest. But if he wasn't the killer, they wouldn't have used his real name. She also heard they were, in fact, looking for him as a suspect. Though she didn't know where that info came from.
宮代拓
Taku.
ニュージー
The killer behind the renewed generation. Madness. She felt a rage building inside her. There was no way she could do what she'd originally set out to do now. The angel with the heavenly voice was dead. But if there was one reason to participate in this festival,
そうだ
I don't care if they're rumors. I'll find all the info on Taku's whereabouts and make it easy for people like these to find him.
わかりやすくこういうやつ
If he wants to kill himself in public, he was probably some kind of sick madman. If he pulled it off, even more idiots might start to worship him, and that was what he wanted. She wouldn't let that happen. That wouldn't atone for her murder. He deserved a miserable, painful death, preferably with people throwing rocks at him like an old historical drama.
ちょっと
Hey, what's wrong?
Ah.
Oh. Only then did she realize the people in front of her had stopped talking. She said thank you and went to go find another person.
そうだすいません
Sorry.
最後に一つ
One last question? She stopped and asked the group one last question she thought of before they disappeared.
今日はどちらから
Where are you from?
埼玉っすよ。
Saitama. We came by bike. Then they laughed, but she still didn't get it. This time she turned around without thanking them and walked off into the street. She could tell her cameraman was confused. He didn't seem to understand the meaning of her question. If they were from Saitama, that meant they weren't from Shibuya, and from the look of it, they weren't victims of the earthquake. People had nothing to do with the earthquake were here looking for Taku. So were the victims of the earthquake she just interviewed a while ago, who were hoping that the festival would be a success. And so were the people with a grudge to bear against him like her. Skip!
宮代
Come on out, Taku. Her thoughts were never going to be heard on TV, and the people nearby couldn't hear them either. But they were shared by the vast majority of the people at the festival. Whenever she saw someone wearing a sumo sticker, she figured they were after Taku. And when she went to interview them, she found out she was right. In fact, the news that Taku was going to kill himself in front of the crowd had been playing on TV every hour since the previous night. And because of that, over 98% of the people at the festival had heard it. 67% of statistics are completely made up. There was literally no place safe for him in the city. We, knew that already, though. We really didn't need that, side tangent for that, though.
連続殺人しかも同じ施設
Like, we already knew.
何やってもいいと思ってんすよこいつ
Like, we already knew Sakuma was going to create that whole scenario to, make it difficult for him to get out of the city. We didn't need that whole, tangent. I got it. It's covered. Man, he's a serial killer. What a sicko. The words made me sick, so I turned off the TV. I realized that the skin on the soles of my feet was starting to rub off, and I unclenched my toes. Felt like if I didn't keep some part of my body tensed up, I'd scream and start smashing things. I always hated outsiders who never cared about the actual people caught up in something. But this time it was different.
誰が調子ついてるっ
Who
て
exactly is a son of a bitch? You don't know anything. You don't understand. If you don't know anything, keep your mouth shut. I wasn't the one who killed Kurisu or Yui. Sarika had been sitting in the chair, barely moving. She seemed to be staring at a spot on the wall, just waiting for time to pass.
タクルさん
Taku? It's that one girl.
おい
Hey,
ここ
you're
へ
not
来ちゃ
supposed to
ダ
come
メ
in
だろ
here. I shut my mouth. Uki and Kazuki were both looking at Sarika, their hands shaking, either with fear or suppressed rage, maybe both.
新庄さんとユ
Where's
ウト
Shinjo and Yuto?
新庄さんは
Shinjo's on the phone.
今電話を
Yuto took some medicine
ゆう
and
と
is
くん
sleeping in my
は
room.
お薬を飲んで私の
そっか
I see. I was glad he was asleep. If he saw the person who killed his sisters, he probably wouldn't have been able to handle it. He was still in elementary school, after all. Oh. The two of them stared at Sarika, unmoving. Sarika didn't move either, but
本当だ
it's true. I know. At some point, Sarika had turned away from the wall to look at them.
クルス・ノノを殺したのは私だよ
I was the one who killed
Yamazoe Uki.
Kurisu.
カズキ
Their expressions changed. Sarika must have read their thoughts. They took a few steps back and shivered.
他の全ての事件も
You were behind all the other murders
何で
too?
すか
そうだ
That's right.
どうして
Why?
いえ
Even...
だったら
I mean, technically she wasn't behind the one of Yui's death. Because she doesn't have the mind control powers. That was technically all Sakuma. Because he mind controlled Ito. Right? Sarika's voice was calm. But Uki was small and shaky.
私がいた場所のこと
You know something about the
何か
place
知っ
where I
てるんで
was,
すよ
right?
ね
Where are the people I was
私が
taking
お世
care
話
of?
をしていた皆さんは今どこに
She was the one that gave Ito the hit order? Yeah, but it's not like she could mind control him. I don't know.
私にはわからない
答えてくださ
Answer
い
me.
お願いです
If you're the real killer,
あなた
you
が
must know.
全ての犯人なら知っているはずです
I suddenly realized why Uki wouldn't back down. That's right. Uki didn't know about Dad yet. I hadn't had the time to tell her, and
ウキは父さんを
Uki
慕って
really
いた
looked
から
up to him. He was extremely shy. It was Kurisu and Dad who'd given her a place here. It seemed she always found her meaning in life through helping others. So doctors must have been people she really looked up to.
話せるわけ
I can't tell her.
山添ウキ
Uki,
お前は
it seems you
何
haven't
も
heard
聞い
yet.
ていないようだな
やめろ
Stop! Do you think he would talk with the doctor in that classroom? Well, that scene acknowledged that someone else came in the club room. He said he talked with Sarika, and then when he tried to leave, he ran into someone else outside the classroom. And that's where his memory stopped. So obviously that was probably the doctor, right? If his memory stopped, that's probably when he got mind controlled. So really, I think all Serica did was... I don't think Serica gave the hit order. I think all that's really implied in that scene is Serica showed Ito the photo of Yui and was like, kill this person. And then Ito was like, fuck that, and then ran. And then Sakuma like took over Ito's mind and then told him to do it. It seemed like Serica was mostly just used to show the photo. I jumped out of my chair.
お前なら佐久間
You
の
should have
正
been
体に
capable
気
of
づけ
finding
る可
out
能
who
性があ
Sakuma
った
really
んだがな
was. You probably met him
おそ
6
らく
years ago.
6年前に会っているはずだ
Are they gonna actually explain what happened to the patients now?
何の
What are you
話を
talking about?
まああんな状況
Can't
では
blame
無理
you,
かもしれない
given
が
what you're going through.
佐久間は
Sakuma's.
だからやめろ
I said stop! As I screamed, I hit her with my power without thinking. I slammed her off her chair and onto the floor. Then I walked over and grabbed her by the hair. I'd never been this violent with a girl before. I could hear Uki and Kazuki gasping at the change in me. Look at me.
こっちを見ろ
I grabbed her by the hair to make her look me in the eye.
いい加減にしろよお前これ以上
Enough of this shit.
大切な家族
Don't
の
you dare
心を
destroy any
壊す
more
な
of my family. I looked at her, mustering all the rage I could in my mind. It's so funny because that doesn't look like he's angry. She should have been able to tell how angry I was. Serica must have felt my anger. Or maybe it hurt where I grabbed her hair, because her face twisted in pain. Taku! I looked back and saw Uki staring at Serica with wide eyes. Kazuki looked sad too.
もうやめてくだ
Stop
さい
it.
いくらお姉
Even
さ
if
んが
Aoi is a
悪い
bad
人でも
person,
タクルさん
I
が
don't
そんな
want to see you
怖い
being
ことする
scary.
の見たくないです
Yeah,
あ
you're right.
そう
I let go of Serica. She ran her hand through her hair violently to try to get it back into place.
タクルさん
Taku,
先生はどう
where's
し
the
たんですか
doctor?
今
What happened
ど
to
こ
him?
にいるんですか
Yeah.
それに
Also,
新庄さん
Shinjo
が
told us
突
to
然
get our things
荷
together.
物をまとめ
Does
ろ
it
っ
have
て
something to do with that?
それと何
それは
Well, there were tears in Uki's eyes. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. I mean, simply dream of Sakuma being a good guy, and then Uki can reboot it into reality. Problem solved. Dream Sakuma was a nice guy, and Uki can reboot the dream into reality. Easy. Problem solved. GG. Game over. Sorry, Sakuma. Your time as an evil bad guy is over. We don't know how her real booting works. Yeah, I mean, the powers again being kept explicitly vague. She can make dreams come to reality, maybe kinda eh. Simply real boot Uki into a good character. Can't Taku just real boot anything because he's a real giglomaniac? But then the plot can't happen, Zero. Come on now. Don't be ridiculous. For example, Mimose was still in Frisia, even though she dreamt of being outdoors. Yeah, but, you know. Some things just, you know, can't be Deus Ex Machina unless the writers want it to happen, and then it can be. Serica stood up. Then she grabbed her stomach again for some reason. For some reason, it can't be the massive wound in her stomach. Jesus, Taku. There was blood on her hands. That's from where Dad said he cut her. Come to think of it, her wound looked like it opened when I'd used my powers back in Frisia. Yeah, 3 back-to-back ellipses. Let's go, baby. Damn. I turned to Uki, who looked like she was on the verge of breakdown. I'll tell you what happened later, I promise. Go get your stuff. But... Uki looked like she wanted to ask more questions, but Kazuki grabbed her hand firmly and shook her head. Then she pushed her gently on the shoulder to lead her out of the room. Thanks. I said thanks in my mind. I know. I was reading it. As soon as I heard the two of them start to quietly pack up, I invited Serica downstairs. Follow me. Just do it. Huh? When I went inside the exam room, I didn't see Mio or Arimura. That's strange. I thought they'd still be here. Well, surely that won't be relevant. There's no equipment here for a surgery. Serica must have read my mind. Well, it's better than just a first aid kit. No, it said that Dad used to be a brain surgeon. Then he'd done operations on patients during the earthquake. She said that even now there were patients who said that he'd saved their lives. That's right. Dad was a good doctor. People loved him. He drank too much and could be a little lazy, but he was a man who found his life's work in helping others. A man I respected. Why? At first, I hadn't believed he could betray us. But as time passed, it started to seem more and more real. I knew it was pathetic. I almost started to cry. I tried to take my mind off it by going through the shelves, which are filled with gauze and drugs. But all the medicine bottles had neat labels in Nono's handwriting. And when I saw them, it made me even want to cry even more. That's not right. Huh? Sakuma was a monster who gained the power of mind control and enjoyed it. He only played at being a good doctor. Serica lifted up her stomach, lifted up her skirt and showed me her stomach. That's... It was covered with packing tape that had been stained dark red. When did this happen again? Was this happened like as she was running away from the school? She like randomly encountered Sakuma? It was wound poorly and far too tight. Off screen? Okay. Sakuma once saw me using packing tape to treat an injury and laughed. Not bad. I didn't know what he meant. Do you remember the second murder? The street musician was killed? Yeah. Her stomach was cut open and the speaker was put inside. She was mind-controlled into using packing tape to stop the bleeding. When I saw him making her use the packing tape, I asked him why he was making her do that. And this is what he said. She's just like you, right? A doll. Isn't that funny? I can imagine his tone in his voice. I felt all the hairs on my body stand up on end. I read Sakuma's mind. It felt like I had to know why he was saying that. She gave a deep sigh, as if letting out something that had been building up. He wasn't thinking about anything more than what he said. The only word in his mind was funny. He's not normal. They talk about people who get pleasure from killing.
そ
But
れ
he's
です
not
ら
even
ない。
that.
自分にとって
All
面
he
白い
cares
か
about
ど
is
うか
whether
だ
or
け
not
が
he
重
finds
要
something
で、
entertaining.
その
Doesn't
行為
even
が
have to be murder.
殺人かどうかにさえ興味がないんだ。
Me when opening a pack of chips. I mean, an impressive amount of mental discipline if the only thing he can think of is the word funny in his mind. And nothing else.
あいつに気持ちを寄せる
Don't
な。
try to have feelings for
理
him
解し
or
よう
try
と
to
するな。
understand him.
優
Give up the
しい
idea
父
he was
親
a
だった
loving
という
father.
思い込みを捨てろ。
別にそんな
I
つも
know.
りはない。
違う。
No, you're
お
still
前は
hoping.
まだ佐久間に対して
But to him, the
何かを期待
conversations
して
he
い
had
る。
after dinner with you were
で
no
も
different than the
あ
brutal
いつに
murders
とっ
he
ては
committed.
食後のお前たちとの
そんなつもりない
I
って
said I
言ってるだ
know.
ろ。
I couldn't tell how confused thoughts appeared to Serica. Because I truly didn't know how I felt myself. Dad was trying to join some organization called the Committee. That's why he was going to kill me and put an end to the case. I was tired of hearing that.
大体それをすぐ
There's
に
no
受
way
け
I
入れ
can
ろって
take
言
all
われ
this
たっ
in
て
so quickly.
無理に決まってるだろ。
Just 10 hours ago, Dad was Dad, the lazy guy who drank too much. The doctor everyone loved. He keeps repeating this, like, line verbatim. It's really funny. Big drinker. I should grab a beer. Without another word, Serica began to tear off the tape in a disorderly manner.
ここは外科じゃない
This
から
isn't a
な。
surgery center, so
手
there
術
shouldn't be
道具が置
surgical
いてあるとは
tools.
思えない。
Instead, look in the
それより
bottom drawer on the back
奥の
desk.
机の一番下の
何？
What?
クルスノノがよく使って
It
い
was
た
the desk
机だ。
Kurisu used.
そこ
There
に
should be sewing
裁
tools
縫
in
道
there.
具が入っているだろう。
Kurisu had indeed kept sewing tools in there to patch buttons back on a dad's white coat. Did she learn that by reading Kurisu's mind? I was angry, but did what she said anyway. There was a bag filled with sewing tools in there, like always. I feel like it's kind of interesting that everyone feels in this that mind reading is such like a gross violation. But they're like rather neutral on the fact that Arimura can like tell if they're lying or not, which is essentially another form of mind reading. It's like definitely a more basic form of mind reading, but being able to tell if someone's lying or not is still kind of a mind reading thing. It's definitely in the same category. But every time they're like referencing her mind reading, everyone views it as like such a gross violation. Every character so far has been like, don't read my mind. Oh God, like they're being violated. But no one ever does that when Arimura's like, so-and-so is telling the truth, so-and-so is lying. No one's like, stop! Not really, since you can simply not answer her. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a basic form. It's not like full mind reading, but it's a basic thing. Rob returns. What's up, man? They viewed Arimura's as a violation? I don't really remember that. I mean, Taku didn't like it when she was exposing some embarrassing secret of his, but that was about it. Not really like he was being violated, just that he was embarrassed. The reaction to Serica's powers are definitely much more violent. The plain Byleth face is funny? Yeah, it's really funny. Byleth.jpg. I gave the needles to Serica, and she grabbed a needle and started to thread at random. She disinfected them and started to wordlessly sew up her own stomach. Ugh. Seeing the needle stick into her pale white skin was worse than seeing the wound itself. No thoughts had empties. Serica can't read it? Yeah. She showed no hesitation and no sign of being in pain. That face definitely looks like she was in pain, though.
こいつ 今まで
kind of
どんな
life has
生
she
活を
lived? The life you gave her. Tragic. Our eyes suddenly met. I forced myself to think of something else before she could answer my question.
父さんは
Where
僕
did
やお
Dad
前を
want us
ど
to
こに呼
go?
び出したんだ
Sarika finished her stitches and tore off the end of the thread.
すべての始まりとなっ
He
た
told me
場
to
所
come to the place where everything
そ
about
の
this
始
case
まりの
began.
時刻に来いと
At the
言ってい
exact
ただ
time
ろ
when it all began, right?
わかんねえか今回の事件
The dramatic noise
6
right
年
on
前
the
の事件と
Sarika's
比べて
eye. Whose
始ま
eyes?
った場所だよそうそこだよついでに時間も合わせ
That's what he said. The place where it began?
お前や久野里が考え
Just
た
like
通
you
り
and Mio suspected.
元凶は
The cause
渋
of
谷
all
地
this
震に
was
あ
the
る
Shibuya earthquake. Group dive? No, I
あれは
imagine it's where Noah
とあ
2
る装
was.
置が爆発
And
した
where
せいで
we'll
引
find
き起こされ
Cyber
たものだ
Neurose and Noah
そし
3.
てお前たちが発生因子と呼んでいるもの
It was
実
caused
際
by
は
the
あ
explosion
る
of a
特殊
certain
な電磁
device.
肌が
And what you
それ
call
が
the
拡散されてしまっ
causal,
た
causal factor is actually a special type of electromagnetic wave that was spread out from there.
それによって
That would
望まれ
cause the
ない能力
psychics
者
to
が
awaken
覚
to
醒する
powers
こ
they
とにな
never
った
wanted.
渋谷地震が人工
So
地
the
震だった
conspiracy
ってい
theory
う
that
陰
the
謀論
earthquake
は
was caused
事実だっ
artificially
たのか
is true?
そういうことになるな
Yeah.
お前たちもフリー
Like
ジ
you
ア
were
で
told
話
at
していた
Frisia,
が
that device
その
was
装置
secretly
は
set up in a
かつて
planetarium
渋
in
谷
front of
駅前
Shibuya
のプラネ
Station.
タリウムに密かに設置され
Neo
てい
had been
た
the one to tell me that. Some company had brought out the planetarium and used it to do experiments.
でもあそこは今ヒカリオが立ってるだろ
But that's where the Hikario is now, right? This is a new CG. The Noah 2 and Chaos Head looked a little bit different. This looks like a 3D model, where it was an image in the first game.
そうだが
Yeah,
光
but
を
there's
の
a
中
facility,
に
a
かつ
facility
てのプラネ
inside
タ
the
リウム
building that
の
was
DNA を引き継
modeled
ぐというコン
after
セプ
the
トの
old
もと
planetarium.
新たに建造された施設が
Cyber
ある
Neurose is stationed there. Duh, because it's Noah 3, that's true, yeah. Sakuma is piloting Cyber Neurose, thanks to the powers of Noah 3. It's gonna be a big Gundam battle at the end of this game. In reference to that one anime that's in the Psy Adventure universe.
それがシアターキューブだよ
The theater cube. It's so much funnier to say that theater club, though.
Eh?
Huh? The theater cube. A huge theater located inside. So dramatic. This is where the Steins Gate musical was going to take place, right? Lamau? That fits. These are just a bunch of fucking theater kids, man. They want to destroy the world. Lame. It was the largest part of the Hikario building, and one of its most popular attractions. So that was modeled after the old planetarium?
そういえば
Come to
あ
think
そ
of
こには
it, they had... I'd gone there just once before. There was a foreign musical playing. I remember being amazed at the size of the place and its luxurious design. But what I remembered best was the faces of the people I'd gone with. Yui, Yuto, Kurisu, and Dad. I think it was to celebrate Kurisu and I making it into the academy. When we made it in, they offered free tuition to earthquake orphans. And Dad joked, that frees up a lot of cash, and bought us expensive front row seats. Still calling him Dad. Kurisu had gotten mad at him and told him he was wasting money. Thinking back, that was the first time the five of us had ever gone anywhere as a family. But you weren't a family, you were your pets. A memory I treasured. But...
なんで 父さんはそ
Why
ん
did
なと
Dad
ころを
choose
選
a
んだん
place
だろ
like that? Still not showing his evil sprite, just showing him looking derpy as fuck. What do I closed her eyes from?
おそらくはお前だ。
Probably because
宮
of you,
代拓
Taku.
僕
Me?
今回の復興祭、
The
ヒカ
Icario
リ
is
オ
the
はそ
center
の
of
中
the
心の役
restoration
割を担
festival.
っていて、
The place will
大
be
勢
full
の
of
人
people.
間が集まってい
He
る。
probably plans to
あいつ
kill
は
you in
声
front
明
of the
通り、
crowd and make it
お
look like
前
an
を衆目の
unalive,
中、
just like you said,
自殺に見せかけて殺すつもり
using
だ
his
ろう。
mind control. She continued.
それに、復興祭の
Once the
昼のイ
events
ベ
in
ン
the
トさえ終
afternoon
わ
are
ってしま
over,
えば、
the theater will be a
夜の
huge
劇
empty
場は
space by
巨大
nightfall.
な無人スペースになる。
If he does have to get
毎
in a
日、
fight with his D
理想
sword,
度で
he
切
can
り合う
avoid
羽目
being
になって
seen.
も、人目を避けられる。始まりの場所に来い。
He made a big
な
deal
どと
about
大
it
行
being
なこ
where
とを言っ
everything
ていた
began.
が、
But
あい
there's
つ
no
が
way
何
he
の
would
意図も
specify
な
a
く
time and
場
place
所
for
と
no
時間を
reason.
指定するはずがない。
ってことは時間って
Which
いうの
means
は
the time is
午後10時28分。
10:28 p.m. I would never forget that time. So specific. It was exactly when the earthquake struck.
午後10時28分をもって
At 10:28 tonight, the atmosphere of the festival will undergo a
それ
change.
までのお祭り
The
騒ぎか
partying
ら
will stop, and the
参加者
participants
全
will
員が
engage
黙
in a
祷を
moment of
捧げ
silence prayer
渋
that
谷は
will
静
cover
寂
all
に
of
包まれる
Shibuya.
そんな中
And then
自
you
殺
show
の
up,
声明を
after
出した
telling
お前
everyone
が
you're
登
going to
場
commit
するわけだ
unalive.
どう
You
な
can
るか
imagine what will
想
happen,
像
right?
がつくだろうあの
That
ク
piece
ズ
of
め
shit. There was disgust in her words. It wasn't rage. It sounded like she was suffering somehow. Why? If you're that angry, if you're in that much pain,
なんでお前は
why'd you do what
ず
he
っと
told you
父さ
to
ん
do?
に従っていたんだよ。
何度も言っている
I told you many times
私
already.
を生み出した時のこと
You
は
remember what happened
覚え
when
て
I
い
was
るだろう
created, right? On the way! Serica, save me! Please!
おのえ
Please!
お願いだから僕に
あの時お前は
Back
自ら
then,
の
you
生
wished for
存
me
を
to
助
save
け
your
てくれ
life.
る
That's
私
how
を
I was
望ん
born.
だそれ以外に優先
I have
さ
no
せ
other
る目的な
purpose,
ど
and I've
私
given
には
everything
存
up
在
for
し
it.
ないそのためお前に生み出されたあの
That's
瞬
how I've
間か
lived
ら
ever since the moment you
私は
created
そうや
me.
って生きてきたん
It's
だ
been my life.
い
Or
や
rather,
そう生きることを与え
living
ら
that
れて
life is the entire
私は生
reason
まれた
why
ん
I
だ
was born.
お前を生かすためであれば
I'll obey
相手
anyone
が
if
佐
it
久間
means
だろう
keeping
と
you
誰だろう
alive.
と黙って
Even
従う
Sakuma. I couldn't speak. If what Serica says is true, then the real cause behind this is...
責任を感じる必要はない
There's
ぞ
no need for you to
Miyashiro
feel
Takuru.
responsible, Taku. I shuddered reflexively as she read my mind.
お前はこれまで
You didn't know
何も知
anything
らな
about
かっ
the
た
Gigomaniacs, or the ones who were
ギガロマニアックス
responsible
の
for
こ
their
とも
creation.
その存在のだから
This isn't your
こ
fault.
れはお前のせいじゃない
The feelings that were hurting me deep inside my heart came boiling up.
いいのかよ。
Are you okay with that? I forced myself to speak.
お前はそれで
Are you really okay with
いいのかよ。
that? Even if I was the one who created you. Even if I did give you a reason to live.
ユイやノノを殺したん
You
だぞ。
killed Yui and Nono. That wasn't what I wished for. The kind and gentle Serica I knew ever since I was a kid would never wish for that. You had to keep me alive? Even if it meant losing my sisters? Even if it meant killing them? That wasn't what the two of us wished for. If you really are willing to give up everything for the sake of the goal you were given, then you're not human. I mean, she's literally not.
本当に
You really are
た
a
だの
doll.
人形みたいじゃないか。
She remained motionless, likely accepting all the thoughts and feelings I'd shot in her direction. Taku being kind of rude, TBH. All she did was silently meet my gaze with her own.
そろそろ行く
It's time for me to go. She was the one to break the silence. She tossed away the old packing tape and the used gauze she'd put in her wounds, and the remaining fresh bandages into the trash, then adjusted her clothes.
渋谷から出た後は しばらくはおとなしくしていろ。
After you leave Shibuya,
取る
stay
べき行
quiet
動
for a
は
while.
黒
Mio will
里
tell
美
you
代が
what to
指
do.
示してくれるだろ
She headed for the door of the exam room. She wasn't looking at me. She put her hand on the doorknob. Without looking back, she told me.
う。夜までここにいるつもりだったが、山添雨季の能力
I
が
was planning
割
on
と
staying
厄介
here
だ。
until nightfall, but
今
Uki's
余計な
power
こ
is a
とをさ
potential
れると
threat.
困る。
I don't want her
それに。
trying anything. And
お前の心変わりが
I
起き
don't
ても
want you
困
changing
る
your
しな。
mind.
何？
What? But before I could say anything else, the door opened. Shinjo was standing there. I wasn't for sure how long he'd been standing there for. He looked down at Sarika, seemingly trying to keep his emotions in check.
なるほど。
I see.
迷っているのか。
You're not sure what to do.
君は
You're a murderer.
殺人犯だ。
He blocked Sarika's path as he spoke.
どんな事情があ
No
るんで
matter
すよ
what。your reasons were.
そして
And even if those
その
reasons
事
were
情
beyond
が
anything a normal
常識で
person
測
could
れない
imagine.
ものであっても
A murderer
殺
is a
人は殺
murderer.
人だ。
You have to be arrested,
法によ
put
っ
on a
て
trial.
君は裁かれなければならない。
そうだろうな。
I suppose. Her voice was calm.
それに今回の事件
In
は
this case is my way of
尊敬し
avenging
ていた
another
先輩の
detective I
弔い合
respected.
戦でもある。
The two of them stood facing each other, the air thick with tension between them. They stood like that for almost a minute. I couldn't see Sarika's face from here. But Shinjo's expression seemed to waver once in a while. He probably knew Sarika was reading his mind, so he was likely thinking of all the things he wanted her to know. Felt like there was a silent but intense discussion going on between them. Eventually, Shinjo sighed. He moved to the side with a pained expression on his
いいん
face.
だな。
You're sure?
復興祭が終わった後、上層部からどんな圧力がかかってこようと、
Once the festival's
俺は
over,
君と
no
佐
matter
久間を
what kind of pressure my boss has put
ど
on
こへ
me,
逃げようとな。
I'm going after you and Sakuma. No matter where you run. I mean, aren't they both going to die? Not really going to be much of a chase, Shinjo.
お前が追うのは一人で済む。生き残る
You
のは
only need to go after
私
one.
か佐久間のどち
Only
らか
one
だ
of
け
us
だ。
is going to survive. She went to walk out of the room at a pace which belied her injury.
宮代拓。
Taku. She stopped. Without looking back. Again. She didn't look back a second ago. Without looking back. And then immediately, without looking back. That's funny.
生き残れよ。
Survive.
何があっても。
No matter what happens,
お前だけは
you have to survive.
生き残れ。
And then she disappeared. And Sarika's just kind of a robot obeying her programming. I mean, what else can she do, right?
あまり思い詰める
Don't
な
think
よ。
about it too much.
何をですか？
About what? See? Perfect. You already forgot.
いや、
Never mind. He scratched his head and then checked the time.
警察は限
The
界
police are
態
putting
勢で
everything
交
they
際の
have
警
into
備に当たって
security
い
at the
る。
festival.
俺もこの
I'll have
後
to leave soon
一旦
too.
ここを離れなくちゃいけない。その間代わり
While
の
I'm
警官
gone,
が来る。
another cop will be here.
そうだな。
You can hide in
ウキ君の
Uki's
部屋
room.
に隠れて
He
いる
won't
と
know
い
you're
う。
here, so he won't look
君
for
がい
you.
るとは思ってないから探しはしない。
はい。
Okay.
おそらく戻りは夜
I'm
に
gonna
な
be
る。
back tonight.
そのタイミング
We can
で
leave
渋
Shibuya
谷を
then.
離れよ
Be ready to go.
う。準備をしておいて。
わかりました。
Alright. I answered him, but my body didn't move. My hands were clenched tight, and I didn't even realize it. I felt so frustrated, so angry and disgusted. All these horrible things were going on around me, and someone else had decided how I was going to escape them. I'd done nothing at all. Shinjo seemed to be about to say something, but he instead left the room. The clock said it was past 10 a.m. I was supposed to be getting ready to leave, but I couldn't leave the dorm right now. Most of the stuff in my room was already taken by the police. There wasn't much for me to do.
だいたい
Why am I even leaving Shibuya? It might just be to avoid the warrant, but it was clear from the way Serica and Mio were talking that there was probably another reason. Something that had to do with us psychics. Well, you could have known the answer to that question, but instead you decided to be a wuss and just go, never mind. Something that had to do with Chaos Child Syndrome. Damn. Guess I should have asked. Closed my eyes and shook my head. Don't do it. Don't try to find out. Remember your promise to that one girl. You've already learned what happens when you try to find out about things you're not supposed to.
尾上は言ったな。
Onoe's gone, right? Okay. I looked up and saw Mio and Arimura by the door. How long have you been there? Were they at the front desk next to the exam room the whole time?
尾上に思考洞察されたくなかったのでな。
We didn't want Onoe reading our
とっさ
minds,
に
so
有
we
村と
hid.
逃げ込んだ。
Mio entered. Arimura followed her. But when she saw the bandages and tape in the wastebasket, she looked at me angrily. I'm not on her side. I sounded a little guilty as I said it, but all Arimura said was I know. But the look on her face was strange. It was as if she blamed me, but wasn't able to say it out loud. So the air was still delicate. What is it? Huh? There's something else you want to say, isn't there? Tell me. I'm sick of secrets. You're right.
そうですね。
Arimura looked at Mio for a moment, but evidently it was okay for her to tell me, because she continued.
セリ。尾上セリカ
What
は
did Serica say?
なんて言っても
What do you mean?
いろいろ話してました
You
よ
talked about a lot of different things,
よく
right?
聞こえなかったけど
I couldn't make out exactly what it
声はしてたから。
was, but I heard your voices. Yeah. I gave them both a brief version of what Serica told me. Mio crossed her arms in thought for a moment, then whispered to herself.
やはりな。
I thought so. Again, another example of Mio being like, of course. All according to my designs and calculations. Yes, indeed. I did think that. That very thing that was the correct answer. I thought that. In advance. The whole time I was thinking it. You can't prove otherwise. That was what I wanted. Indeed. Yes. She should have glasses on so she could constantly be doing the, like, glasses shine moments. He can now pretty much safely leave or try to search for the answers, only for him or someone to get killed. I mean, I guess. Why are you still wearing a school uniform? An excellent question. Why indeed? Yeah.
お前、
What's your take
どう
on
考え
this?
ている？
On what?
尾上の言い分だ。
On what Onoe had to say for herself. I don't know, didn't really think about it. Head empty. What do you mean? I didn't even think about it. Oh, I hate Taco in this chapter. None of the things she had to say were things I wanted to hear. Even if I created her, I can't accept this.
違う。
It's not what I'm talking
そういう
about.
ことじゃない。
Mio raised a hand to cut me off.
あいつがしたことは許されない。
What she's done is unforgivable. Whatever the
どん
reason,
な
I
理由を
won't
振りかざ
change.
そうと変わる。私が聞いているのは
It's not what
そう
I'm
いうこと
asking
ではなく、
What did you think about her
あいつが
explanation
言う
of the case last night?
事件に関して説明したことだ。
What she said last night? What do I think? She told the truth, right? Arimura heard the whole thing and used her powers to check. But Arimura looked down at her feet softly and
宮
said,
代先輩
Taku,
覚えてますか？
Do you remember what I said after
伊
what
藤先
happened
輩
with
とユイさんの
Ito
事件
and
の
Yui?
後、私が言ったこと。
Huh?
私が
That if
もっ
I'd
と
been
注
more
意深
careful
く
with
能
how I
力を
used
使
my
ってい
power,
れば、
I could have figured out that something was wrong with what Ito was saying.
どこかおかしいって気づけたはずだって。
Yeah. I knew Arimura regretted that deeply. But what did that have to do with Serica? Oh. I looked at her face and figured out what she meant. Was there something that Serica had said? Was she lying?
いえ、彼女
No.
は
She was
確か
telling
に
the
真実
truth,
を語
but
っていました。
it wasn't her talking.
でも
But what?
なんか変なんです。うまく言えな
I
い
don't
け
know
ど、
how to say it.
その
It was too true. It was
真実
extra
すぎる
true.
というか。
Too true?
なんだよ
What
そ
does
れ
that mean?
私、ずっと注
I
意
listened
深
as
く聞い
carefully
て
as
ま
I
した。
could. My power
私
lets
の能
me
力
tell
って
when someone's lying.
相手の
But
言葉が
people's
本
words
当
aren't
か
black
嘘
and
かわか
white.
りますけど、話してる時って
They hesitate.
いろい
They
ろ
get
迷った
vague.
り、
They
曖
sometimes
昧に
forget
なっ
what
た
they're
り、
trying to say.
自分でも何言ってる
They're
か
just
わ
not
から
very
なくなっ
clear,
たり。
right?
とにかく、だから普通は
So even when they're talking
本当の
normally,
ことを話
there's
し
a
てて
part
も
of what they're saying
ぼん
that's
や
kind
り
of
としたグレ
gray.
ーみたいな部分が混じってる
So
ものな
does
ん
she
です。
see it like a scale? Like there's like a valve? It's like a factometer that she sees? True. Like
人間が言葉を発するという行為は
human speech isn't always the
常
product
に
of
理
a
路整
careful
然と
logical
した
train
思
of
考の上で
thought.
行われているわ
It's
け
a
じゃない
mix
か
of
ら
reason and emotion that sometimes meanders or
理性
jumps
と感
topics
情が入り
altogether.
混じり時に論
She
旨が
has a
飛躍し
divergence meter for
会話の
trueness.
道筋はひどく不安定だ
Also, I don't know what Mio's talking about. Anyone meandering or jumping around on different topics. Wild. How could you just accuse someone of talking about different topics? Mio had added onto Arimura's explanation.
でも、
But
彼女
her,
の
Serica's words were
小
all
野エセリカの
straightforward.
言葉は
It was
す
like
べ
she
て
was
まっ
reading
す
from
ぐ
a
だったんで
script.
す。まるで、
それに
There were parts of what she said that I didn't
も
like.
気に入らない点が
Like when she mentioned she killed all those people. I didn't like that. That sounded mean. Uh-huh. Mio sat down in a chair without asking permission.
フリージアであいつの話を聞いていた時は
When she was talking to me at
愚か
Frisia,
なことに
I was stupid enough to let the
私も
blood
頭
run
に
to my
血が
head.
上っていてな
I wasn't thinking straight.
冷静に考えられなかった
Do you ever understand what Mio's talking about? Yeah. But that's because I've been reading the story.
だがここへ来る途
So
中
on my way here, I had
ふ
an
と疑問
idea.
が浮かんで
I decided to try it.
そこから検討をしてみただから
That's why I
己
couldn't let
に思
Onoi
考洞
read my
察される
mind.
わけに
ああそれで
So that's why. Last night, Mio had stayed in the exam room instead of coming up to the living room to talk with everyone. That was the reason.
本格的におかしいと思った
What made me
きっかけは
particularly suspicious was our discussion on the phone last night.
あいつは私に
She told me to get you out
お
of
前を
Shibuya.
渋谷から逃がす
She
よう
said
に
that
な
was
っ
the
た
best way to keep you alive.
それが
ええ
Yeah. I remembered her saying that. Arimura seemed to be suspicious that her words were too true. But they seemed like the genuine truth to me.
確かにお前を渋谷から逃がすということ
Getting
自
you
体
out
は
of Shibuya makes
筋が
sense.
通っている
So does killing Sakuma, who's a threat to
お
you.
前にとっての脅威になってしまった佐久間を殺すという
But isn't
選
it
択は
possible that some of her dialogue could just be too true because she's basically a robot? Like she only exists to keep Taku alive, so like she doesn't really have any need to lie or anything.
だが
But
私
doesn't
に
it
お前
seem
を託すという
strange
のは
she'd give you to me?
矛盾していないか
Huh? I don't know what she meant. What was so strange about that?
あいつは
Why do you think she
どうして
trusted me to
私に
take
お
care
前を
of you?
託したと思う
だから久野里
Because you
さん
know
は
something,
何か知ってるんでしょ
Something that we don't?
僕らの知らない何
That's
か
why she...
それを差し引い
Even
て
without that. But the
そも
reason
そ
she
も
exists is to keep you
あいつの
alive.
存在意義がお前
She
の
would need
生
to
存に
stay
あ
with
る
you
のな
until the
ら
last moment of your life.
お前が最
Am
後
I
の時
wrong?
を迎える瞬間まで ずっと一緒に。
だからそれは通す。
But that changed because of
佐久間のせい
Dad.
で予定が狂って。
Because of Sakuma. Imura cut me off.
確かに彼女はそう言っていましたし、
That's what she said,
嘘
and
は
she
ありま
wasn't
せんでし
lying.
た。
But don't you find it strange that she wasn't lying?
嘘じゃないのはおかしいと思いませんか？
No.
は？
Huh? I stared at her, uncertain of what she meant.
そう。
Her words
あい
might
つ
be
の言葉は
lies disguised as the
真
truth.
実に見せかけた嘘かもしれないんだよ。
Mio nodded.
真実に見せかけた
Lies
嘘。
disguised as truth? Question mark?
宮代拓
She'll
を
do
生か
whatever
し
it
続
takes to
ける
keep
た
you
めなら
alive, no matter
手
what.
段は
だから、
How is
そ
that
れ
a
は
lie?
どこに嘘が。
佐久間だと。
Sakuma is a
所詮末
scientist
端
for a
組織の
small-scale
研究者に過ぎ
organization.
ない。
What's the
そ
point
ん
of
な小
dying
物
to
と差
kill
し
him?
違えて何になる？
It's useless.
ただの無駄死にで
Not
しか。
really. I mean, that mind control power seems pretty OP. If you could kill someone that could mind control Taku into taking care of himself. I mean, that doesn't seem useless to me. It also doesn't seem like if he just stayed in Shibuya, I guess the committee wouldn't care.
委員会は巨
The
大だ。
committee's power is vast. Killing
Sakuma
Sakuma doesn't
殺したと
guarantee
ころ
your
で
safety at all.
宮代の安全
How
な
could
ど
she
全く
protect
保
you if
証
she's
されな
dead?
い。なのに自分
だから久里さん
That's why
に
she's
僕を
giving me
預け
to
るっ
you.
て。
バカを
Don't
言
be
うな。
stupid. It's true I plan on
確かに
using you as a
私は
decoy to lure
お
out
前
the
をお
committee.
とりにして委員会の実
But
態を
once I don't
探り
need
た
you
いと思
anymore,
って
we're
いる。
done. I'm not gonna keep
だが
protecting
お前
you.
など不必尾上セリカは
Serica can read
私の
my
思考を
thoughts.
読めるんだぞ。
You think she doesn't know that?
そんなことわからないと思うか？
つまり、
In other
委員
words,
会が
if
本
the
当に
committee
宮代
really
先
is
輩を狙
after
ってい
you,
るのなら、
she would never allow herself to leave your side.
彼女は先輩のそばから絶対に自分の手で
She would do
どこま
whatever
で
it
も
takes
先
to
輩を
protect you
守ろうと
herself.
するはず。
Am I wrong?
違いますか？
そ
That's...
れは。
そしてもう一
There's
つ
one more thing that doesn't make sense.
決定。
Huh?
あいつはなぜ
Why didn't
最
she
初
just
か
tell
ら
you
お
the
前に
truth
真
from the
実を
start?
告げなかった？
最初？
From the start?
渋谷地震による昏睡から
When you woke up from your
お前
coma
が目
after
覚
the
めた時だ
earthquake.
よ。
Oh.
お前を生き延びさ
Her
せ
true
ること
goal
が
was
目
to
的
keep you
なら
alive. There was
真
never a
実
need
を
for her
隠
to
す
hide
必
the
要なん
truth.
て最初からないんだ。むしろ全てを正
Fact.
直に告げ
Telling you about your power
能
and
力
about
は
the
委員
committee
会
would
に
have
対す
given
る
you a
情
better
報を
chance
お
of
前に
staying
与えた
alive.
方が助かる可能性はずっと高い。
We know the committee isn't after him because Momose didn't murder him. That's true.
そもそも
If you'd known about your
そうい
powers,
った情
you
報
would have
があ
never
れば
gotten involved with the murders.
お前は一
You
連の
wouldn't have
殺
put
人事
yourself
件
in
にだって
danger.
絶対に首を突っ込まなかっただろう。
Debatable. He might have
わ
thought he
ざわ
could
ざ危
save
険な
people
目
with
に遭う
his
ことだって
powers.
なかった。
ね、なん
So
か変
something's
で
not
しょ
right,
先
is it?
輩。
Something's not right, isn't it? Is what she should say here. But whatever. Another typo SMH. So basically, the big reveal is going to be she's already being mind controlled, yeah, and has been all along. Like I said, someone else would be behind the scenes doing everything. She was right. I didn't realize it until they told me. I never would have done the things I did if I'd known what Serica had told me last night. Just like Mio said, I would have stayed away from the murders. In fact, I might have done something to keep us away from it. If I had, Kurisu and Yuis might still. It was I, the puppet master's puppet master's puppet master's puppet master. Yeah. There's a string of puppets all being controlled by the mind control guy. I hope when we see Sakuma's D-Sword, I hope it's like a... I hope it's in the shape of like a cross. Like the... I don't know, what do you call that? The thing that you hold and control the puppets with? I don't know what that's called, but I hope that's what his D-Sword looks like. because he's mind controlling people. So that would be thematic. It probably won't. It'll be like some Nerose-esque sword, like something big and gross. But I would like it to be in the shape of the puppet thing. What do they call that? What is the thing called that controls puppets? Cross brace. Or a marionette controller. Yeah. Although what's funny is if you start Googling what is the thing called, Google auto-completes it to what's the thing called in the back of your throat. And that's really funny that a lot of people ask that. It'll be Noid-shaped. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's exactly like Bowsette. Except more Alice in Wonderland-y. A cross brace sounds badass, yeah. See, his sword could look like a cross brace, that would be cool. But why did she hide the truth? Oh, and that's why Serika's D-sword looks like a scissor. Because it's meant to cut the puppet's strings and break the mind control. Ooh, thematic. It's almost like... It's almost like she was trying to put you in danger, isn't it? I remember said the same thing I was thinking. But she couldn't have been lying, right? You were right next to her last night. There's a way. There's a blind spot in my powers that we left vague for the last 11 chapters. For this specific reveal. I can't tell when people are fibbing. Very different from lying. A blind spot? I remembered what Arimura had just said. Everything Serika had said was the truth. But it was too true. As if she was reading from a script. Oh, I understand. There is a way. There's one way to get through Arimura's powers. The same thing that happened to Ito? Arimura nodded. If it was the same way I missed what was wrong with Ito. Mind control? That meant there was a little bit of hope. Not that she can tell it, or she can't tell if people are fibbers. She can only spot liars, not fibbers. Oh my god. In other words, her mind's being controlled by Dad, Sakuma. She only did it because she was being controlled? Like Ito? Arimura didn't look any better when I asked her. I thought we might be that lucky, but... It's one possibility out of many. Don't get too attached to it. I mean, there's a specific reason why they wouldn't just kill Taku early on then. Other than for the story to happen. Wait, I guess because Serika couldn't resist the mind control to the point of killing Taku. But couldn't resist it for killing other people. Because she was created to protect Taku. Like she literally couldn't be forced to kill him. So she had to kill everyone else around him. You heard her. I see. My shoulders slumped. Senpai. Don't get any weird ideas. Even that might be a trap. I know. I spoke clearly. I thought I was telling the truth. Reminds me of what happened to my buddy Frank, yeah. Arimura looked down as if she was in pain. Was I lying just now? Mia must have figured out what I was thinking, because her expression became stern.
私も思考誘導の線は考えている。
I think there's potential for mind control too, but it
それ
still
も腑
doesn't
に
make
落ちないんだ。
sense. If Sakuma's
佐久間
controlling
が
her,
己の
why
思
fake a
考を
fight
操っ
between
て
them?
わざわざ仲間割れを演出する理由は何だ？
Huh? She was right. There was no reason for Dad to do that, unless he's trying to bait Taco out to save Serica. If he'd sent Serica as an assassin, I would have been dead already. The two of us had been alone together, and Serica had done nothing. Damn. I knew it. There was no point in hoping that Serica was really just a normal girl who didn't know anything. I should have been able to tell from watching her last night. The way she talked and acted, the way she behaved towards everyone. It was different than the Serica I knew before. If mind control was involved, she would have acted like the Serica I knew. Because, and I hated myself for saying it, if she had been the old Serica, then I couldn't have brought myself to hate her. I would have thought about it for a long time and then maybe forgiven her. Then, like an idiot, I would have done exactly what Dad wanted, and only regretted it the instant I was killed.
宮代。
Taku. Mio's expression was as fierce as ever. Yes?
よく考えろ。
Think carefully.
もしかすると、
This could be extremely
これが重
important.
大な鍵かもしれない。
But not super important, because we're not at the true end yet, so probably not, like, real important. Probably be more like just important with no adjectives on it, because this isn't the true end. We'll get to extremely important true end stuff later, but right now, more like no adjective important.
昨日も聞いたことだが、
I asked you this yesterday,
地震の時、
but during
お
the
前は何
earthquake,
を望んだ？
what did you wish for?
その結果、
If
お前
that
が
wish
リア
was
ルブー
what
ト
real
されたの
booted
だ
her,
としたら、
what'd you want from her?
あいつに何を求めたんだ？本当にあいつは、
Was her job really to
お
keep
前
you
を生
alive?
存させることが目的なのか？
I remembered what it was like back then. I remembered the hellish sights around me. The horrible headache. I remembered begging Serica to help me. Serica said it was her goal to keep me alive, and to save my life, literally. There was a brief but strong pain in my head. I pressed my hand to my forehead. Whenever I remembered that, the pain came back.
大丈夫ですか？
You okay? Ayamura had been through the same pain, so she was worried. I raised my hand to tell her I was okay.
とにかく
I just told
助
her
けて
to
くれ
save
と
me.
言った気がします。
I couldn't remember if I'd barely been able to get the words out, or if I'd shouted them at the top of my lungs, or if I even said them aloud at all. I could remember asking Serica for help.
だけど
Still. Was that really all I wished for? Back then, Damn it! There was a new pain. This time I could feel a throbbing in my temples. I gotta get that anime... Damn it! Noise down. That, like, in every, anime when characters do that. Damn. That, like, static noise that anime characters make before they get mad. I pressed my hand harder into my head. My nails dug into my skin. Have I ever wished on a star? Yeah, I've made a couple wishes in my life. None of them have come true, but I certainly have tried. My body staggered and I fell to the floor.
Senpai!
Senpai! There was a warm sensation on my shoulder. Arimura was trying to help me up.
ごめん、大丈
I'm
夫。
sorry. I'm fine.
嘘です。
You're lying. Arimura led me over to the bed in the corner of the room. I wanted to lie down right away.
いや、ダメだ。新庄さんが
Shinju
代わり
said
の警
another
官が来る
officer.
って言ってたから、
He told me to hide
ユキ
in
の部屋
Uki's
に
room.
隠れてろって。
じゃあもういいです
And
から
let's just go upstairs.
上に行きましょう。
I nodded and thanked her as she held me by the shoulder. I forced my body to softly push off her and stand up on its own.
久野里さんも
Mio,
すいません。
sorry. She sighed in resignation and shook her head. It's fine, she said.
どのみち
Without Onoe
お前
here,
がここ
I
にいな
can't
い
get
以上
confirmation either way.
情報の裏お前の話だと
From what you just said,
お前は
Onoe
今夜
is going
10
to
時
be at the
28
theater
分
at
にシアター
10:28
キューブに
p.m.
現れると
tonight.
いうことだが残念ながら私では
Unfortunately, I can't see for
能
myself.
力者2人を相手にして立ち
I
回りを
can't
演
see
じるこ
myself
と
being
は
able
で
to
きそう
fight
に
two
ない
psychics. I haven't even fired a
ハンド
handgun
ガン
in
も
a
久
long
しく撃っ
time.
てないしな
What? Arimura turned to Mio, surprised that she fired a gun. Lamau. You guys don't fire a gun when you're born? That's very unpatriotic of you. It's your passage into being a teen. You have to fire a gun. I don't make the rules. Mio seemed unusually hesitant, but told us.
仕方がない
I hate to say it, but we've got to give up.
おのえの言うことには
There's something not right
どこ
about
か
what
矛盾があ
Onoe
る
is
とはい
saying.
え
But we don't have anywhere near the
今はそ
time
れ
or
を探る時
manpower
間も
needed to
人も
find out
全
what
く
it
足りない
is.
とりあえずだが
For now, we'll follow the
予定通り
original plan.
新庄さんが
We
戻
wait
っ
for
てくる
Shinjo
の
to
を
get
待
back,
って
and then
渋
we
谷を
leave
脱出す
Shibuya.
るもし何らかの
This is all
企み
some
が
kind
そ
of
こにあ
plot,
るな
like
ら
some
乗って
kind
やる
of
までだ
visual novel plot. We'll just cross that bridge when we get to it. I went to Uki's room to hide before the police officer got here, and found Yuto curled up asleep on her bed. He must have been crying for a long time, because the area around his eyes were red, and I could see tear marks on his cheeks. The boy's got some salty tears. Uki was sitting on the bed, softly holding his hand. She'd probably been like that for a long time. Seemed like a natural thing for her to do.
ちゃんとお姉さんしてるんだな。
You're being a good big sister, aren't you?
いえ
No, I'm
私な
still
んて
not.
まだ
Her voice was soft and kind, so as to not wake Yuto. But there was a loneliness mixed in with her words. Oh. I could see she was looking at a photo on the desk. It was a picture of Yui and Yuki. I couldn't tell when it was taken. Yui was hugging Uki from behind, and pressing her cheek up against Yuki's blushing face. I thought about the person who'd taken this picture. If it wasn't one they'd taken themselves, someone else had to have taken it. It couldn't have been Yuto. If Yuto was there, he'd been standing in between the two of them. And Dad wasn't taking photographs, which meant it was probably Kurisu. I could tell what Uki was thinking when she looked at it. He gained access to Serika's mind-reading powers. She was thinking about when Kurisu had taken the picture.
出発は
We're leaving
夜になる
tonight.
って
You ready?
準備ではい一応
I guess.
でも
But I still don't
よ
understand.
くわからん
Neither did I. It wasn't that I didn't know what to take. I didn't know what was happening. I hadn't even been told where we were going, except we were leaving Shibuya.
とりあえず
We're
一
just
旦
leaving
離
for
れ
a
るだけ
while.
だから
I don't think there's anything to
心
worry
配しなく
about.
ていいと思うよ
Yeah, totally fine. The game just ends here, actually. They make it out of Shibuya, and everything's happily ever after. And then because Taku's not dying of some horrific disease that's made him an old man at the age of 13, he just real boots another waifu. Calls it a day. You know, he can do it as often as he wants. He's not an old man.
はい
Okay. Uki smiled a little at Arimura's attempt to make her feel better.
お前は大丈夫な
You
のか
okay with this?
大丈夫っすよ前から
Sure.
旅に出て
I've
み
been
たかっ
wanting to
た
go
ん
on
で
a trip. Do you have to, like, tell your parents? She was joking around, probably because Uki was here. It felt like old times. I smiled a little. Of course she wasn't okay. She was leaving the town where she lived with no notice. She was leaving because someone wanted to kill her.
なんて言うんですかね、
What do you call
こう
this
いうの。
anyway?
バンドワゴン
Jumping on the bandwagon?
バンド
Banding in a
ワゴ
wagon?
ン
The second one doesn't even make sense.
うーん
Suddenly realized that Kazuki was in the corner of the room, chewing dried squid. I hadn't seen that in a while either. It was kind of a relief.
花、ユウト
Yo,
が起
wake
き
up,
ちゃった。
Yuto! You're so loud with your hums.
うん
Hmm?
はあ、着替え
I
足
wonder
り
if
る
I'll
か
have
な
enough clothes.
買
Guess
わ
I'll
な
have
き
to
ゃ
buy
ダメ
some.
か。
Why? You only ever wear like your school uniform and one other hoodie that you kind of wear over your school uniform.
有村さん
Arimura, if you like.
よかったらです
Huh?
よかったら
If you like, you can use
ののさんの
cursors
使ってく
in
だ
their
さい
inner room.
ののさんの部屋にありますから
Huh? Arimura froze. She clearly didn't know what to say.
いや、でもそれ
No,
は
that's...
いいんです
It's alright.
タクルさん
Right, Taku? Sorry, we only have the budget for 3 more sprites. I would feel weird wearing my dead friend's clothes. You know? I would not do that. I know maybe it's a nice thought. Like she left them for you. But yeah, I would not do that. I would feel really weird about wearing my dead friend's clothes. Maybe that's supposed to be a moment or whatever, but... Nah. I was surprised. For a moment, she looked like Kurisu or Yui. She probably decided she'd protect Yuto. So she was trying to be a big sister like they were. Major sister complex going on in this game for sure. You robbing graves for free tuxes. Yeah. Kurisu hated to waste anything, no matter how small. Would you take them?
けど
But senpai, you...
先輩は
I'm fine. Aimura seemed a little surprised, but her face took on a serious expression. Chat real quiet this stream, by the way. Chat AFK. How tall is she? Knowing anime, Uki's probably like 4'9", and Arimura is like 5'2". And Kurisu is probably like 5'3". I guess we can look it up, right? Fucking every anime always reveals... They always have, like, the biographies of everybody. How tall is... Kazuki is 155 centimeters. How tall is that? And she looks to be, like, a little bit taller than Arimura. How tall is 155 centimeters in inches? Oh, dude, I called it! That means Kazuki is 5'1", and since Arimura is there, she's like 5 foot. Which would mean Uki is like roughly maybe 4'9", only 20 centimeters shorter. What does that translate to? 135 centimeters. What's that translate to? Oh, 4'5". So that's a little bit shorter than 4'9", but still, I had the right ballpark. Wasn't too far off. Ugh.
わかりました。
I understand.
もらっていき
I'll
ます。
take them.
はい。
Okay.
Ah.
Yeah. What about Kazuki? Wouldn't she want some clothes too? Arimura ran over to Nono's room to get her clothes before the policeman came. I decided I should probably check if there were any left in my room and stood up.
渋谷を離れる。
I'm leaving Shibuya. I tried to leave the room quietly, so as to not wake up Yuto. Then I stopped.
地震の時、お前は
I
何を
asked you
望
this
んだ？
yesterday, but during the earthquake, what did
そ
you
の
wish
結
for?
果、尾上が
I
リア
gave
ル
it
ブ
a
ートされ
flashback
た
of
のだと
lines
したら
like 10 dialogue lines away. I remembered what Mio had just said. I looked around, as if trying to find the answer to a problem I couldn't solve. They didn't have built-in watermelon holes. I saw Uki holding Yuto's hands as he moaned in pain.
いや、
No. I don't have to know. I don't have to think about the things I don't know. That's the right thing to do. Kurisu cursing our protagonist. Even in death. Making him impotent. Good lord. If I endured that headache long enough, I could probably find the answer. But I gave up. Friday, November 6th. A little after 4. 7 hours had passed. Don't make me read some segment of the fucking festival. I don't care. Unless this is from Sarika's POV, but if it's not, God, I don't care. 7 hours had passed since the beginning of the festivities, and even as the sun began to set, they showed no signs of slowing down. Lines had started forming at the front of every food stand and restaurant around lunchtime, and they were still packed. There were 30 concerts from huge 1,000-seat venues with major artists to only tiny little bars. Each one was standing room only. Night, Liz. Have a good night. Guerrilla performance artists would approach the crowds, hoping to attract customers, and in turn attract crowds of their own. You still got a while? Yeah, we'll probably finish Common Route, and then I'll leave other stuff for next stream. Over 80,000 people were still in attendance, which had gone far beyond the organizers' wildest expectations. There were the usual issues associated with big events, like minor fights and lost children, but no major problems. The police had helped keep things safe, but the biggest factor was the volunteer staff. The organizers had been recruiting volunteers up to the last minute to handle the crowds, keeping everyone safe and in a mood to spend money. Many of the volunteers were victims of the original disaster, and the experience they gained in the earthquake had taught them how to get along and work with other people. When a major band had a surprise appearance at the stage in front of the 107 building, there was a mild panic, but the volunteers formed a human wall to keep people in the crowd safe. Today's a day to celebrate! We can't have anyone trampled to death! That's what the leader of the volunteers had said in an interview. To an interviewer who happened to be at the scene, oh my god, it was the nameless interview probably from the last time we were here. He was an honest and sincere man. So who would have thought that in just over 6 hours, he would become a ravenous, murdering lunatic? Due to the fact that the Psy Adventure novel was ending. He was speaking from the heart. He didn't mean anything more than what he said. But his words brought to mind a certain name and a certain face. Among the people who saw him on TV, and among those who heard him. The word that had made them think of that name was, of course, death. What's with those guys? Those are the guys the news has been talking about all day. Everyone was there hoping for the festivals to succeed, but at the same time, they hadn't caused a big problem yet, but there was one big concern on everyone's minds. When a girl and her boyfriend left Shibuya, heading for the stage at the cultural hall, they saw a group of people wearing creepy masks. There were over a dozen of them. And then another group came from another direction, and suddenly there were several dozens of them. Is this the first time the like people wearing the sumo masks have been relevant since like chapter 2? Right? Well, like when they were all in line at that one cashier station? That kind of was like not brought up again, right? The lady at the convenience store had to like check out like a couple dozen people in sumo masks. And then we just kind of dropped that shit. We never brought it up again. A classic chaos visual novel moment. Here is some random event that's happened. Anyway, moving on. They had identical masks and identical t-shirts. The faces of two fat men overlapping. What could it be? Oh my god, is it going to tell us? It was... the sumo stickers. Oh my god. They said nothing. But anyone who got close, whether by accident or because they wanted to get a picture, would flinch away as they heard the eerie sound created as the sumos breathed underneath their masks. Their mouth breathers. The man at the head of the group looked around and then approached a nearby streetlight. He took something out of his pocket and stuck it on the light. It was a sumo sticker. The owner of the nearby stall saw this and frowned, but he was too scared by their appearance to say anything. He quickly went back to dealing with his customer. It was something he'd seen again and again since the festival started. The only ones who saw it were people like him, who stood in one place the whole day as they ran their business. The majority of attendees, caught up in the flowing crowd, saw nothing. But if you were to take all the stickers placed on the ground and on the decorations and the street lights and the walls, you'd have enough to cover the huge TVs at Shibuya Scramble Crossing. The stickers were slowly taking over, spreading even to places where no one could see them. They were like a physical manifestation of all negative emotions that lurked within the attendees. Oh my god. Oh my god. 3 hours later, around 7, they finally exploded. It happened at the place that had been set up for the silent prayer that would end at the festival. Right in front of the morgue. I can't see! Move! Seriously? Is that him? Die, murderer! It's Taku! He's appeared in front of the memorial! A little after 9, Sarika arrived. Most of the attendees had gone elsewhere. It wasn't as busy as it had been earlier. She looked around and listened to the thoughts of people passing by. Why did it just sound like the game bugged out? It was like... like, okay, damn, bro. Man, fuck that Taku guy. Is he really gonna kill himself? He didn't just run? The sound effect gets cut off so abruptly. I hope he does. I can't go home until I see whether he does it or not. Not that I care. Fucking wrong-siders, Sarika whispered as she listened to the worthless thoughts around her. Yeah, I mean, I don't care what the NPCs think. Move on. A couple of few feet away glanced at her, but quickly turned away. Sarika closed her eyes so she could concentrate on the thoughts around her. As of 9 p.m., the concerts and street performances, as well as a few of the stalls, were closing. The festival was nearing its end. After this, the attendees would gather at the specified time for a moment of silent prayer, and then the festival would be over. The crowd seemed to be heading toward the station of the memorial. There were still too many people here for them all to fit in one place. So the big VIPs, as well as the families of the victims of the earthquake, would be gathered at the memorial itself, while everyone else would watch the proceedings on the TV in front of the station. Sakuma probably plans to reveal Taku's body at the memorial after he kills him, doesn't he? Both the TVs in front of the station and the park were near the Hikaria, but the park was a little bit closer, and anything that happened at the park would be relayed for people watching TV. In other words, people would see it. That man from before was probably part of his plan. Several hours ago, she heard that Taku had appeared in front of the memorial, but she quickly learned the report was mistaken. It was a fake, a man pretending to be Taku, who worshipped him as a messiah, but the man himself looked nothing like him. Yet for some reason, the media had decided to report it as Taku himself appearing at the memorial, and as a result, security around the park and the plaza had been strengthened. As a result of that, another rumor was spreading. This time that he would be appearing there. That was almost certainly part of Sakuma's plot. Sarika opened her eyes and rubbed her stomach as if to check her injury. It had been almost 24 hours since Sakuma had sliced open her stomach. She still wasn't in top shape and lost a lot of blood. The dull pain in her head that resulted from resisting Sakuma's powers would come back the second she let her guard down. This had been the result of her attacking him in top form last night. She survived working with the committee this long, so she couldn't shake her logic and very realistic doubts. Could she really kill him? Taku. I really feel like we're kind of drawing this out. A thought suddenly came into her mind, and she frowned suspiciously. That was strange. She hadn't been trying to read anyone's mind. It was coming from somewhere in her field of sight. Come on out. Entertain me. So she has to consciously try to read someone's mind. Interesting. Again, the vagueness of the power. I need another second. Be right back. And, ready myself a snack, RQ. So I can keep going. We had to, My attention span wavering on this scene. How is chat doing? You guys hanging in there? Are you making it? Chair can never escape. Noid? Indeed, Noid. A chair-sized Noid. What you snacking on? A piece of bread with peanut butter on it. But one of the end pieces of a loaf of bread. The, like, crust piece. Mankind's greatest creations, indeed. The crust pieces are overhated? Yeah, for real. I mean, you can't just, like, throw them out. It'd be such a waste. I actually didn't mind crust as a kid. Chat dead for real, for real. Alpha and Zero carrying. Expect you're at least a little emotionally invested. I mean, I kinda am. Need something crazy to happen? We're probably gonna get there soon, I bet. I'm sure of it. There will be some twists and reveals. You got the right siders here, indeed. Indeed, indeed. Alright, let us continue. Shall we? Entertain me. Die, 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 die. But in a really cool way. Negative thoughts flowed into her mind, one after another. Strong and vast in number. It was as if someone had combined all the final thoughts of all the people she'd killed. It's those
あいつ
people?
らか。
She forced herself to look in the direction of the thoughts, and saw the group wearing the sumo sticker masks. She tried to squeeze them out of her mind, but they slipped past her and echoed in her head once more. Taku.
出てこい。
Come on out and entertain me. Die in a really cool way.
かっこよく死ね。
Only strong thoughts and desires could create this effect. It was as if all these feelings had formed into one single and strong emotion, a desire for Taku to appear. For the first time in a very long time, Serika was terrified. She could feel herself break out into a cold sweat. Her logical and realistic doubts vanished. It didn't matter if she was capable of killing him or not. She had to kill him. Taku had to survive. And for that, Sakuma had to die.
そろそろか。
About that time, huh? She looked at her phone and saw it was past 9:30. Everyone inside the theater had probably been let out by now. The Hikario building, 11th floor. The entrance to the theater cube. This room was the entrance to the office floor, and it was always crowded with people. But now there was no one here to save a lone employee and a single security guard. The festival event in the theater had finished up at 9, and there were no other plans to use it.
似合わないな。
Doesn't seem right. The whole floor was lit up, given its classy design and elegant atmosphere. It didn't match at all what was about to happen inside. Because by the time this was over, one of them would be dead. Serika stood in front of the convenience store on the floor and waited for the promised time to come. Still no sign of Sakuma. But then, a little after 10, she realized something was wrong.
お
Huh? The employee and security guard started to leave. They dropped what they were carrying and began to stagger out, as if they weren't thinking about anything. Her eyes went wide and she immediately tried to read their minds. Ugh. She felt a sharp pain in her head when she did. They weren't thinking. There wasn't even the meaningless subconscious noise that all humans produced. Nobody was like this. Nobody normal, that is.
思考誘導。
Mind control. The two of them walked to the escalator as if they were in a daze and disappeared. All that was left was an empty silence.
まったく。
Well, he's well
準備のいい
prepared.
ことだ。
Mind control. Another violent pain struck her. This didn't make sense. They already vanished. There's no reason why she should be hearing their thoughts. Where was this heavy load coming from? Ooh. What?
なんだ。
She felt something very strange in her mind and body. And then she saw her right hand slowly began to move, without her controlling it. You and I have to
準備
scratch
は
an
できた
itch.
か。
You guys ready?
ああ、
Yeah.
全
Everyone's
員
ready
い
to
つで
go.
も行ける。
Shinji was out of breath. He ran back to the dorm to take the place of the other officer, who I hadn't seen because I was in Uki's room. I could tell he'd been literally running around all day.
よし。今から
Okay.
数時間、
I'm the only one who will be here for the next several hours.
外にいたマスコミ連
I
中
gave
に
some
も
false info
店
to
の
the
情
media
報を使わせ
outside.
ておいた。
There's no one here now,
今なら誰
so
も
we
いな
can
い。
take the car and go.
車でここを出られる。
宮代や有村はともかく、
Taku and
後
Arimura
で
are
交
one
代した
thing.
時
But when the next officer
山添や
comes,
立花優
how
斗
do you
がい
intend
な
to
くなっている
explain
こと
Uki and
どう
Yuto's
説明するつ
absence?
もりだ
Hmm. That was a good question. There's no way to hide that. It'd be his fault if they went missing.
フェリックスならお前や桃
I've
瀬さん
learned
と
how to
話
change
し
the
てる間
subject
に
by talking to
鍛え
you
られ
and
たよ
Momose. Don't
心配
worry.
ない
別にあんたの心配を
I'm
し
not
てる
worried
わ
about
け
your
じゃない
well-being. I have a lot of work planned for you
あんたには
after this.
こ
You
の後
can't
も
get
いろいろ
demoted.
動いてもらうことにな
You
る
can get demoted, but I can't have you
降
being
格ならま
fired.
だしも失職されてはわ
ほらこれだから鍛えられ
This
る
is how I learned. Shinjo sighed. Then Uki came in, with Yuto at her side and a worried look on her face.
あの
She raised her hand. The other hand was clutching Yuto's. Yuto's eyes were red. He wasn't looking good. Uki seemed to be trying to hold him up.
どこに行
It's
くん
because
で
he's
す
still
か
high as fuck. Where are we going?
ひとまずは
Akiba,
秋葉だ
for now. What?
秋葉って
Do you mean
あの秋葉原ですか？
あ
Yeah. I was sure we'd go somewhere less densely populated.
もっと遠くかと思ってまし
Thought
た。
we'd go somewhere farther away.
秋葉には久野
You
里
know,
さ
with
んの
someone in
協力
Akiba
者がい
helping
る
her. Shinjo looked back at her. Someone else helping Mio?
PC を使った情報収集と
Oh
いう
my
点において
god.
私以上の腕を持つハッカーだふざけた人物だが
You
あ
gotta
る
be
程度
kidding
事情
me.
も知っているしばらくの間かくまっ
Is
てくれ
he
るぞ
referenced in every novel? There's a hacker who's better at finding info with a computer than I am. He's a weirdo, but he knows a bit about the situation. He'll put up with us for a while. For some reason, Mio furrowed her brow and frowned. The true main character, yeah, I guess.
それなりのマシンも融通し
He's
ても
giving
らう
us
こ
a
とにな
fairly
ってい
decent
る
machine, but who knows what he'll want in exchange.
交換条件
Shinjo seemed confused. Evidently, he hadn't met this helper of hers.
とにかく
Anyway,
ここからどれ
what's
だけ離れ
important
る
isn't
か
how
は
far
問題じゃ
away
な
we
い
go from here.
渋谷という街を
What's
出ること
important
が
is
先
getting out of
決だ
Shibuya. We'll stay there
一
for a
旦そ
while
こにと
and
どまっ
see how
て
things
様子
go.
を見る
ということだ
That's the plan.
有村さんは
Where's
どうした
Arimura?
あ、ノノの部屋で
Oh,
電
she's
話し
in
てます
Nono's room on the phone.
そうか
I see. Arimura said she was calling her family before she left. When she'd taken her phone into Kurisu's room, she hadn't looked like a girl who was saying goodbye to her family. It always felt like Arimura didn't want to talk about her family. I hadn't brought the subject up. So I had a vague sense that they weren't on good terms, but I didn't know anything else.
よし有村さんの
Alright,
電話が
well,
終わっ
once
たら
she's
行こ
done, we'll go.
う車は玄関に
The
寄せ
car
て
is
あ
by
る
the front entrance.
マスコ
We
ミは
won't have
し
to
ばら
worry
く
about
大
the
丈夫
media
だと
for a
思う
while.
が
But be
こ
careful
の
when you
時は
get in.
一応
The
用
neighbors
心
might
して
be
くれ
watching.
近所の目もある
ゆうとも
I'm
連れて行き
taking
ますか
Yuto.
ら
No, we thought we'd just leave Yuto here.
Hmm?
Eh? Uki suddenly spoke up. She must have been nervous because she clutched his hand. She was acting strange, but it was cute to see how much she cared. I couldn't help but smile. I looked at Shinjo and saw his expression was much the same as mine.
もちろん最初からそのつもりだ
Of
よ
course, that's been the plan from the start.
ゆうとくん
Is that okay, Yuto?
うん
Yeah. Yuto nodded. Then he looked at me.
タクル兄ちゃん
Big bro.
Hmm?
お父さんは
Where's
どこにい
Dad?
るの大丈
Is
夫
he
なの
okay? No, he's actually a megalomaniac hell-bent on killing people and torturing them in gruesome ways while mind-controlling people into horrible deaths. Also, he plotted to have your little sister killed. Kinda crazy, right, Yuto? Anyway, keep taking those drugs, kid. You'll forget all this ever happened. I didn't know what to say. Yuto didn't know anything about what was going on. Nor did Uki, who was also looking at me and expecting an answer. It hurt to see how worried they looked. All I could do was tell myself. I couldn't make it any better. You could just say he's fine. He's helping out at a hospital or whatever. Just lie. It's not like they can tell you're lying.
後で話すよ。
I'll tell you later.
あとって
When's later?
秋葉原について
Once we reach Akihabara and get settled
必
in.
ず。
You mean you don't want to tell us while we're in the car? You know? Just casually chatting on the side of the road? Ready to open your presents? Oh god. I could tell Yuto was struggling with his feelings. Now it was his turn to grasp Uki's hand.
わかった
Okay.
絶対だよ
As long as you promise.
あ、
Yeah.
ほら、荷物取ってきな。
うん
Okay. The two of them must have felt the same way as they went to their rooms, still holding each other's hands. Shinjo looked at me with a pained expression.
大丈夫です。
It's fine. Of course, that was a lie. But Shinjo was nice enough to not say anything.
新庄さん一つ確
Shinjo, I
認
want
し
to
たい
check
こと
one
が
last thing. Mio stared at the hallway where Uki and Yuto had just left as she spoke. I could tell from the way she was acting it had something to do with Dad.
2時間半くらい
Still
前
calling him Dad.
慰霊碑公園に宮代拓の名を語った狂言者が出ただろう
About 2.5 hours ago, someone appeared at the park claiming to be Tanku, right?
ああ、
Yeah. I remember the news I'd just seen on my tablet. The TV news and Twitter had been talking about how I'd appeared at the park. But of course, that was a lie. I was right here.
厳重注意くらいで
I assume he'll be let off with a warning and released tomorrow.
その予定だが、
That's the plan.
そいつには悪いが
Feel sorry for the guy.
別件でも何でも構わない
But can you do whatever it
So
takes
just
to keep him locked up for a few more days? Mio does not feel sorry. Shinjo seemed to know what she was getting at. He looked out into the hallway.
佐久間の仕掛けだと。
You think Sakuma sent him? She nodded.
タイミング的には
The timing is such
狂
that
言者
any
なん
number
てい
of
くら
things
湧いて
could
もお
appear,
かしく
but
ないが仮にも
it worries me
宮代
that a
拓
man
にな
trying
り
to
き
be
ろうとした
Taku
人
didn't
間だ
make the slightest effort to even look
何
like
の
him.
工夫もなく名前だ
Even
け
at
を
a
語ったの
distance,
が気
anyone
になっ
should have
た
been able to tell it was a different guy.
宮代との違いなん
It's true, he wasn't a Chaos Child Syndrome patient, Shinjo said. That was confusing. When I'd seen the man on my tablet, his height and age had been mostly the same as mine. I thought it would have been hard to tell us apart at a distance. What did the Chaos Child Syndrome have to do with it? When that was just a type of PTSD?
できれば
I'd
そ
like
い
to
つ
know
の
more
過去
about
を
it.
調
if
べ
I
て
can.
みたい
When are they going to reveal Yuto and Uki are the true murderers? God, what a galaxy brain twist, right? Yuto was the shy boy all along, but he was shy because he was mind controlling people. He was too busy controlling the thoughts of others to have any thoughts of his own. What a twist. Mio tapped at her temples.
わかった。
Got it.
なんとか
I'll
して
work
みよう。
something out. It was strange to see how easily Shinjo agreed to keep an innocent man locked up.
そろそろ出発しよ
Time to go.
う。有村さんに
Tell
も
Arimura.
そう伝えてくれ。
He pointed to the clock before I could ask any questions. It was 10 p.m.
はい。
Okay.
荷物は
I
もう
got
ま
our
と
things
めてあ
ready.
りますから。あれ
Huh? Uh-oh. I opened the door to Kurisu's room to tell Arimura it was time to go. But there was no one there. And the lights were off. Was she already done talking on the phone? That would mean she was probably having Kansuki get the last of her things together. So she'd likely be in the dining room. Or maybe Uki's room. Come to think of it.
結局、
I guess we got
最後ま
Kazuki
で
involved
付き
in
合わせ
this
ちゃっ
too.
たな。
I guess Kazuki is a character that's included in this. That's kind of weird that she's here, right? Wild. Anyway. She wasn't involved in the case directly. But she was helping a lot, just because she was a member of the club. Still, I couldn't ask her to come with us. While we've been waiting for Shinjo, she tried to tell us she'd come too. Of course, she only had a series of mumbles and gestures like always. but I refused, though I was grateful to her from the bottom of my heart. She seemed unsatisfied, but I finally got her to agree to it by promising to keep in touch and to come straight to her if we needed help. I couldn't cause any more trouble for someone who wasn't a part of this. A part of the case, huh? I was suddenly conscious of the smells in Kurasu's room. Without bothering to turn on the lights, I shut the door behind me and walked to her desk. I ran my hand along it. Only then did I realize it was the first time I'd been in here since her death. Huh. That's right. Kurisu wasn't supposed to be part of the case. She's one of those people who deserves a happy life. I knew that. He was right. She wasn't supposed to die. There was no reason she deserved to die. She was killed because she'd learned Serika's secret. Onoe. What was her real goal? I remembered what Mio had asked me this afternoon. What was she really after? I almost screamed as I heard a loud noise coming from my bag. It was the sound of my phone. I flipped over the bag and spilled its contents onto the floor. Jesus. Huh? I picked the phone up off the floor and read the words "unlisted caller" in the darkness. Bro, put on that spam filter. What are you doing? That was creepy. I did not have a good feeling about this. Why? I'm just going to ask you. We're calling to reach out to you regarding your car's extended warranty. Afraid, I answered anyway. Ugh. Who's there? We've been trying to reach you. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. You. I moved the phone away from my ear in surprise. It was Serika. There was no mistaking it. I checked the time on the phone without even thinking. 10:03. Listen carefully. This won't take long. Why are you... I realized how hard my heart was beating. I put the phone back up to my ear. It doesn't matter. Huh? I heard a sudden abrupt noise. Had she dropped her phone, or had something happened to her? I listened carefully so as to not miss a single sound. My hands were shaking violently. I hated it. And I waited a moment. Taku, are you listening? Her voice, weak and feeble. Huh? Something was off about how she was acting. Yeah, I'm listening. What is it? There was something I forgot to tell you. Yeah, you just said that. It was the same thing she just said. What's wrong? Why? I was the one who killed your parents. Okay. I could hear the sound of the words she said, but I couldn't understand the meaning of the words. For some reason, my hand stopped shaking, and it suddenly seemed like everything around me had faded away into a white blur. What? And then she went, "Pranked, bro! Better catch your refrigerator!" and hung up the phone. Huh? The words got stuck in my throat. I couldn't speak. 6 years ago, during the earthquake, I was the one who killed your parents at the evacuation shelter. I could hear the words, but I didn't understand them. 6 years ago, earthquake, shelter, parents.
Huh?
What? Okay, Pog. Didn't like him anyway. GG. My cheeks felt hot. My blurry vision came into focus in the dark room. Only then did I realize what she said. Taku hearing words but not understanding, part 584, yeah. What I felt wasn't rage.
Huh?
Why? It was an important event from my past, but one I'd totally forgotten. My parents hadn't died in the earthquake. Someone murdered them. It was what Kurisu would refuse to tell me when I'd just woken up from my coma. That was why she lied. And that was the reason why I ran from the dorm to live in the park.
なんで
Why? I repeated myself. Why would she do that? Why would she tell me now, of all times? All I could hear was her pained breathing, and I kept waiting. I couldn't hang up. I had to tell you. I forgot to tell you. Is it really that important that you tell him? I don't really understand, but okay. Oh my god. I remember that's why I liked Serica, because she killed my parents. I better go to the theater and save her now. Now that I know she killed my fucking parents.
だから
But why?
なんでなんだよ
I yelled at Serica as she repeated herself. Click.
おい
Hey!
尾上
Suddenly, the call ended. She'd hung up. I tried to call back and realized it was impossible. It was an unlisted number.
一体何なんだよ
The hell was that about? I whispered, knowing I wouldn't get an answer. Seriously, what the hell? What was the point of that? There was a bigger question.
尾上は
Why was Serica
何のために
born?
生まれたんだ
On that day, I ran into my parents at the evacuation shelter by chance. Right after that, I had a terrible headache. That was probably the moment she was born. I know that my parents were murdered at the same shelter, which means she murdered them immediately after I created her. My thoughts were a mess. It was hard to think straight, but something told me I had to figure this out. Serica said that her purpose in life was to keep me alive. Would killing my parents make that easier? Mom and Dad were trying to take me and evacuate to a supposedly safer place. Supposedly. But realistically, it was like an underground torture chamber hospital thing. Killing them would have made me less likely to survive, not more. Just like Mio said, it doesn't make sense. Unless they were trying to take you to a hospital. For experimentation. That's right. What Serica told me doesn't make sense. The very first thing she did after being bored contradicts what she told me. Which means...
あいつの目的は
her real goal isn't to keep me alive?
Question
Question mark? I found myself looking at the picture on my phone. It was the photo of me and my family. This contradiction also applies to her attack against Kurisu. Sure, she did manage to figure out who Serica was. But if Serica's goal was to keep me alive, would killing Nono make that easier? She always tried her best to protect me. She even risked her life to do so. Which would mean that for Serica, it would have been better to keep her alive. She could have just used mind control to alter her memories about her real identity, just like she did with Ito. What? I thought she just had mind-reading powers. And Sakuma's the one with mind control. What? Why didn't she do that? Why'd she kill Kurisu? Does she have some other goal? And why'd she take Kurisu's life? I could feel a certain desire welling up within me, one I hadn't felt in a long time. If that really is the case, I have to find out why. I'll find out if my ridiculous idea is true. And for that to happen, I have to go there. No matter how things end up.
本気かよ
Am I serious?
僕は
I checked the time on my phone again. 10:10. Make a wish. Oh wait, that's 11:11. Whoops. Time zone, make a wish. You're right. Yeah. I don't know why Taku keeps thinking that she's got the mind control powers. Just hard denial, I guess? There are 18 minutes left until the moment everything began. I laughed a little and ran my hand along Kurisu's desk again. Was I betraying her? If she was still alive, would she have slapped me across the face if she found out?
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
でもお前だっ
But you
て
know,
さ。
you did it too. You lied too in the end. You lied to protect me. So I'm gonna do the same. Because this is about you. And you mean everything to me. This is about the reason why you died.
何も知らなくていいなんて。
I need to know the truth. I was lying when I said I didn't. Of course, thinking about what I was about to do terrified me. But I wasn't going to change my mind. I had also totally forgotten that Arimura is somehow mysteriously absent here. Oh, there she is. Ah. Surprisingly, it was Arimura who slapped me. She hit me so hard, the impact traveled all the way to my ears and made them ring.
バカ言わないで。
Don't be
何かっこ
stupid.
つけてるんで
Who
す
do you think
か。
you're trying to impress? What, did he tell her? Did he say that out loud? I don't get it.
何笑ってる
What
ん
are
で
you
す。
laughing at?
いや、
Nothing. You're right.
やっぱりそうだよな。
Huh? Put my hand to my cheek where she struck me. It felt a little hot. I laughed because it hadn't hurt as hard as when Kurisu did it. Kurisu was used to slapping people in the face, after all. Or maybe she was just strong. Arimura seemed to think I was laughing because I wasn't worried. Her shoulders shook violently with rage.
危険すぎます。
It's
向こうが
dangerous.
何を
You don't know
企ん
what
で
they're
るのか
planning.
わからないんですよ。
話を聞きに行くだけだ。多分大丈夫だと思う。
He just walked up and she slapped for no reason. How can she slap? How can she slap? I'm just going to hear what she has to say. It should be totally fine, bro.
そんな嘘つかないで
Don't
くださ
lie.
い。
You know that won't work.
また
Arimura was out of breath and angry. She was really worried.
タクルさん。
Taku. Uki and Yuto were standing next to her, looking worried. I kneeled down so I was at their height.
安心してくれ。
Don't worry.
話を聞き
It
に
really
行
is
く
true.
だ
I'm
け
just
ってい
gonna
う
go
の
hear
は
what
本
she
当
has
だ
to
から。
say. Yeah.
でもその先は嘘だろう。お前
Well,
は
what came after that's a lie, right?
殺される。
You'll probably get killed if you go.
久野里さん。
Mio. Of course I knew that. There was a good chance I'd be killed. And Dad would be the one who killed me. But I wish she wouldn't have had to say that in front of Uki and Yuto.
お前は喧嘩すらしたことが
I've
ない。
never even been in a fight before.
違うか。
Am I wrong? There was that one time Kawahara punched me in the face and then I went, "Oh god, don't hurt me anymore." So you can kind of call that a fight, I guess.
はい。
Well, yeah, but I had to go. I knew in my head it was stupid. My heart was filled with terror. But there's something even deeper that pushed me forward.
クルス先輩は
Kurisu
そんなこと
wouldn't
絶
want
対に
that.
望んでない
I know that for a fact. But I don't care what she wants.
Huh?
Yeah?
ウキから
Uki
手
told
紙
me
のこ
about
と
the
聞い
letter.
たんです
そっか。
I see.
クルス先輩の気持ち
You gonna just forget what she wanted?
踏みにじるんですか
そうだ
Yeah.
な。あいつ、
She'd be really
きっと
mad.
怒ると思うけど。
She'd probably slap me across the face like Arimura did.
でも、
But I'm
僕
going
は
anyway.
行くよ。
Arimura looked like she was about to raise her hand. Arimura keeping that pimp hand strong. She said, "What'd you say?" Then she stopped, clenched it into a fist, and then punched me in the nose. Her eyes were red as she glared at me.
なんで
Why?
そんな
ごめん。
Sorry. Her voice was so soft I could barely hear. I lowered my head, unable to even look at her.
ウキとユウトのこと。
Take care of Uki and Yuto, okay?
知りません
It's not my problem.
先輩は長男で
You're
し
the
ょ
oldest son in the family,
ちゃんと
right?
帰ってきて
That means you need to
自
come
分で
back
お兄
safe
ち
and
ゃん
be
を
their
やって
big
くだ
brother.
さい
You're terrible, she whispered as she left the room.
Mm.
Mm. Oh. Someone suddenly waved something in front of my face, and I leapt back. Hazuki had come up to me. I wasn't sure when. She always surprised me like this.
お前
You're still here?
まだいたのか
Mm. Can't leave you all here, her face seemed to say. Mm. She was holding pieces of candy on sticks. Yes, we refer to those as suckers. Lollipops. How many of these did she have? I couldn't refuse her, so I took them in my pocket. I'd probably never eat them, though.
最後まで付き合わせて悪いな
It's like the power-ups from Lollipop Chainsaw. She actually just gave us the way to
そうした
deal
ら
with
気をつけて
Sakura.
帰れよ
She said, here. Take the power-ups from Lollipop Chainsaw. It's about to get remastered on the PC, so it'll work great for you. Sorry for getting you involved in this. Keep an eye on Uki and Yuto until they go. After that, take care of yourself on the way home. I didn't think she'd do it, but I didn't want her going with the two of them. I'd feel terrible for her family if that happened. She nodded, like she always did. I tried to make sure that was a yes, but before I could, she ran out of the room after Arimura. I'm sure you can use them to get ahead. That's a Lollipop Chainsaw joke. Mia was here too, so it'd be okay, right? She would make it home, right?
タクル兄ちゃん
Big bro? Yuto spoke up, afraid, as he saw me watch her go. To be honest, I wasn't sure what to say. I felt like anything I could say would just make him more nervous, so I tried to choose my words carefully. But in the end, this was all I could come up with.
行ってくれ後で必ず
I'll
ユ
catch
ー
up
ト
with
と
you
して
guys
合流
later.
するから
I could tell from his face that he realized it was one of the white lies that adults told children. But he didn't say anything. He just looked at me with eyes that were redder than Arimura's.
いってらっしゃい
Goodbye.
待ってますか
We'll be waiting for you in the true end. Cause, you probably gonna die common route. See ya.
あ
Yeah.
ずっと待って
We'll
ます
wait
か
for you as long as it takes.
あ
Yeah.
僕も待ってる
I'll be waiting
ずっ
too.
とずっ
For as
と
long as it takes.
あ
Yeah. Maybe Uki's hand-holding gave him strength, because he finally forced himself to say one last thing. I'm sorry, Yuto. Thank you, Uki.
じゃあ
Okay, I'm
行ってくれ
off. I checked the time. Not much time left. If I stayed here any longer, my resolve would waver. Mia's just like, yeah, cool, alright, see ya. Even though she thinks he's the key to her finding anything out about the committee. Or maybe she figures she just can't stop him. I nodded one last time and turned around. And I said without turning my back to them, see ya. It was decided Shinjo would drive me. Oh wow, Shinjo is even participating in this instead of being like, what a dumb fucking idea. I wanted him to take the others to Akihabara as soon as possible, but I didn't see how I could get through the area around Shibuya on my own.
Miyashiro.
Taku. As I left to get in the car, Mio called to me.
スマホは持っているな
You got your phone, right? Hmm? Put my hand inside my pocket to check. He's the main character, I couldn't say no, yeah. Of course it was there.
持ってますけど
Yeah, why?
何でもいい
If you learn any
も
info on
し
the
委員会の
committee,
情報を手に入れ
contact
た
me
ら
immediately. If
す
you
ぐに
don't,
連絡
that
しろ
is, if you don't get brain controlled or mind controlled into fucking stabbing yourself in the face. But, hey, let me know. I chuckled. That was what I expected her to say. Didn't know if I'd learn anything, but I promised her anyway.
尾上からは
お前を渋
One
谷から
way
脱
told me
出
to
さ
get
せ
you
る
out
よ
of
う言われてい
Shibuya.
る。それを承諾したの
I
は
agreed because she told me if I got
能
the
力者を
psychics out of
渋谷から出
Shibuya,
せば
it'd get me
委員
closer
会
to
に近
committing.
づける。
はい。
Yeah.
かといって
But if you decide not to
お
go,
前自
there's
身
no
がそ
reason
れ
for
に
me to
逆らう
stop you.
決断をするの
I
な
have
ら
no special need for you in
それを止め
particular.
る義理はない。
As long as I have Uki and
別に
Arimura, that's enough.
お前にこだわる必要はないんだからな。
Is it though?
山沿
Because
い
Taku's
有
like
村
the
さん
real psychic.
それでいい。
They're just kinda... Yeah.
ねえ、そうですね。
Yeah. I knew that. Getting a psychic out of Shibuya would cause something to happen, then Uki and Arimura would do just as well.
だから
So we're not gonna wait for you.
お前のことは待たないぞ。
Words seemed to be testing my resolve one last time. That was why I looked her dead in the eye and answered.
構いません。
That's fine.
分かってますから。
For a while, she said nothing. She seemed to be for once at a loss. I frowned. Did she not like that answer?
何か
Something wrong? About what you were
Mama.
saying before.
さっきの話だがな。
She opened her mouth hesitantly. She's probably talking about the call I'd gotten from Serica. When she told me that she was the one who killed my parents.
それが事実だとするなら
If that's true,
何ですか何か
You figure
思
something
い当た
out?
ることでも。
いや
no. Mio probably found Serica's words strange like I did. They didn't make sense. And Mio probably had a theory of her own, one she was reluctant to share. But in the end, the only thing she did was put her hand on my shoulder, without saying a word. Until now, all she'd ever done was grab me or choke me, so I was shocked. Never expected this.
どの道お前
Either
が
way,
確かめるべ
you
き
should
こと
find the answer for yourself.
せい
whatever
ぜ
you
い
do,
悔いのないようにするん
Make
だ
sure you
な
don't regret it. Huh. The words she said were different than usual. Mia was actually trying to say something nice? To me? A psychic of all people?
なんだ
What?
え
Oh,
いえ、
Um,
その
I was so surprised I ended up saying something I shouldn't have.
どうせならケイさんの締めの一言で
If
お
you're
願
gonna
いし
send
ま
me
す。
off, I'd
Listen
prefer if
to
you
this.
do it with Kay's closing line. I listen to your podcasts.
ふざけるな
Hell no.
情報操
I
作の
refuse
放
to
送
play the
以
role
外
of
で
that goody suck
あ
on
ん
when
な
I'm
八
not
方
trying
美
to
人の人
manipulate
間を演じる
info.
のはごめん
Get
だ
going.
とっとと行け
I forgot about Kay. Never forget. Probably was a good character. She pushed me away with a hand she placed on my shoulder. I suddenly felt embarrassed. Why did I say that? I was so embarrassed I tried to hurry to the car. But then Mio looked at me and said,
どうしても聞きたいなら
If you really want to hear
次
Kay
の放送
again,
まで待つんだ
wait
な
until the next broadcast. There hasn't been one for several chapters. I turned around and looked at her face one more time. Her features were elegant. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were always frozen cold. They never betrayed what she was thinking. Her personality was cold as ice, which was fitting of a dedicated scientist who is always willing to do whatever it took to achieve her goal, regardless of the cost. But sometimes I caught a glimpse of a burning passion inside her. She really was a mysterious girl. Oh, right. One last thing I gotta ask her. Jesus! Drag this out a bit more. Go for it. This might really be my last chance.
なんだ
What?
人の顔をじっ
Why
と
are you
見て
staring at me?
久野里さんは
Mio,
何の
What's your
能力を
power?
持ってるんですか
なんだと
what'd you say? The distance between us started to shrink, but it grew back with that one question. I felt the air around me freeze. I panicked.
だって見たんですよ。
I saw it
久野里さんの部屋
in
で。
your room.
何をだ
Saw what?
ディソードです。
Your D sword.
あれは
That
久
was
野
yours,
里さん
right?
のものでしょう。
は
Huh? Just as I thought things between us would end with another series of cold insults, She began to laugh. She kept laughing in a low voice as I stood there with my mouth open. All I could do was stand there and watch. I never imagined Milo, of all people, could laugh like that.
お前
You really a gigalomaniac? You can't even tell the difference between a fake and the real thing?
偽物
The fake?
あれはただのレプリカだ
It's just a replica I have for
研
research
究用の
purposes.
な
My lab in America made it based off some documents from 6 years ago.
アメリカの私の研究室がつくばらつきがあるにし
It
ろ
was an attempt to find out
リ
why,
ラックの海と
even
の
if
パイ
shapes
プ
may
が
vary,
なぜ
all the
剣という
pipes to the
形を取
direct
る
sea
のか
take the form of a sword.
その解
But
明
it
を
didn't
しよう
work,
としたが
so they gave me the
無
piece
駄
of
だった
junk.
で廃棄されたガラあんなもの
It's not good for anything
邪
but
魔に
taking
なっ
up
て仕
space.
方ないがまあ
But I use it as
こ
a
の
way to
星代
hang
わり
things
に
up to
使ってい
dry.
る
Then she laughed again. After she was done laughing, she pushed me in the car and closed the door.
ああそうだ
Oh,
お前の
your
同級生
classmate? Ito?
伊藤
It looks like
だ
he'll
ったか
survive. Oh,
忘れてるようだが
you seem to have forgotten, but you promised to be my guinea pig
お
in
前は
exchange.
私の実験台になるとその約束
So come back and keep your
戻ってきて
promise.
ちゃんと果たせよ
And she closed the door. I nodded and mouthed the words thank you for everything. Everyone really was trying to make me feel better. Everyone really did want to see me again. But now I was going alone down a path that meant that might never happen. The common route path. Which won't have real resolutions.
静かだな。
10-hour stream? Nah, I don't imagine it's gonna be 10 more hours. Or 10 more hours. I don't imagine it's gonna be 4 more hours. Feels like we probably got another hour, maybe hour and a half. Not much going on, or not much happening in the chat, so I'm not really getting derailed. We're just kind of powering through. The noids are dangerous, yeah. It's quiet, huh?
Hi.
Yeah. Shinjo whispered that to himself from the driver's seat. The Shibuya intersection was overflowing with people. They were all looking up at the footage of the Memorial Park being displayed on the big TVs. The time was 10:21. Man, he made it downtown fast, even in festival traffic? Wild. Another streamer had 4 more hours. Not gonna lie, you still have a lot. Oh, yikes. Didn't have a chat to talk to? Wild, really? Maybe we'll go for another hour then. Or something. Yeah. 7 minutes until the time when the earthquake hit. When the time arrived, there would be a moment of prayer, and the festival would reach its finale. Everyone at the festival seemed to be heading to the park, or the intersection in front of the station to participate. I could see a man who looked like a member of the city council on screen. From the subtitles, he seemed to be giving a speech about the restoration project.
まただ。
Not again.
頭を下げろ。
Get your head down.
はい。
Okay. Shinjo had gotten this car just to take us out of Shibuya. The windows were tinted, so I didn't have to worry about anyone seeing me. But there was no way to hide from anyone looking at me from the front. Just in case, I kept myself as far down in the space below the seat as I could. We'd run into a lot of roadblocks once we'd entered this area, with a volunteer staff stopping us from going forward. Each time Shinjo had shown his police notebook and explained that this was a police car, and each time they'd let us through. But that meant it was taking twice as long as usual.
ギリギリ。というか、
It'll be close.
28分に
Might
は
not actually
間に
make
合わ
it
んか
by
もしれないぞ。
10:28. Shinjo said that as he slowly weaved the car through crowds of people.
いえ。
Well,
送っていただ
I'm
く
just
だけで
grateful
あ
you're
りがた
giving
い
me
で
a
す。
lift. I never would have made it on my own.
時間を過ぎれば、佐久間と鉢合わせ
If
す
you
る
get
可
there
能性
later
は
than
高く
that,
な
you're
る。
more likely to run into
それ
Sakuma.
でも行くんだ
But
な。
you're going anyway, right?
はい。
Yeah. Oh, this Shinjo CG looks way better than his sprite. His sprite looks kind of goofy, but this looks cool. Good for Shinjo. I could see Shinjo's face in the rearview mirror. He put his fingers up to the bridge of his nose. His expression was pained. As a policeman, this is the worst thing I could possibly do. Sending a minor into a dangerous situation. If he's in the theater club, I'd like to go with you and arrest him. But I don't have anything to prove his guilt. And someone's putting pressure on the higher-ups in the police department. It's like a cheap detective drama. The committee really that powerful? Almost no one knows the details. Well, the person who did was buried and forgotten. Irritated, Shinjo swerved the car around a group of pedestrians that were standing in the middle of the street. I ducked down so I couldn't be spotted. It was a little cramped. Was that the person you were talking about this afternoon? I remembered him talking about that to Sarika. About how this case was his way of avenging a detective he respected. Shinjo ignored me and kept looking forward. It felt like the silence was his way of saying yes. Huh? What? Shinjo lowered the window a crack to hear what was going on outside. Lowered the window. Yes, did you want to see him? Where are you? It's almost over! Everyone's gonna think you're a screw-up. Which is much worse than them all thinking he's a murderer. Taku, come out! Just a bunch of drunks. In front of us, by the side of the road, was a van advertising the festival. A group of people had climbed on top of it. They must have been college-aged, and they were holding beers in their hands. Wrong-siders, huh? Hearing them, or even seeing them, was upsetting. I leaned back into the seat, closed my eyes, and lowered my head. You'll use that word too sometimes. Shinjo closed the window and started to drive from all the commotion. Wrong-siders. It means on the wrong side of the information divide, right? Yeah. I watched all the drunks pass by on the other side of the tinted windows. They don't know anything. They don't want to know anything. They don't know about the people manipulating it, or what those people want. Or what the people they're talking about are even going through. Violence, murder, the darkness in the human heart. They think they understand these things because they read or hear about them. But they don't ever think about what they must really be like. Ever since I first met you, I could tell knowing was very important to you. The first time I met Shinjo was during the Love Hotel case. You broke into the crime scene on your own. This is a perfect time for us to recap the whole game and try to humanize some characters like Mio at the very last second. He was right. Shinjo was the one in charge of that case, and that's how we met. You're going to see Onoe because there's something you want to know, right? Yeah. I had to know what Sarika was really after, and the real reason she'd come into existence. You could say I'm going to find out about myself. What did I wish for during the earthquake? What wish created her? I realized for the first time I was trying to find out more about myself than Sarika. Yeah, that's the kind of person he was. Oh. I looked in the rearview mirror again. Shinjo was still watching the traffic in front of him. The detective. He was obsessed with finding things out. He was willing to do whatever it took, even if it meant going against the rest of the police. Mimosa used to get mad at him all the time. She said he was getting in too deep. And that's when she took him out.
そうだったんですか。
I see. Shinjo's voice took a strangely different tone. His tone changed from one of nostalgia to sorrow.
そして
And then
先輩は
he finally did get
突っ
too
走り
deep.
すぎた。
Huh. That was the answer to his silence before. Was he killed by the committee?
先輩の最後を俺は
I
よ
don't
く
know
知
how
ら
he
ない。
died,
ただ
but he must have been satisfied.
先輩は満足だったろ
At least I don't think he had any
少なくと
regrets.
も。でもな、
But still,
だからといって先輩の死を認めるわけにはいかない。
I couldn't get to it.
俺は先輩に追いつけなかったし、止めることもできなかっ
It's
た。
frustrating.
俺はクルス・ノノさんがここにいれば
If Kurisu
き
was
っと
there, I'm sure she'd
同
be
じ
feeling
よう
the
に
same way
感じ
about
るはず
you.
だよ。君のこと。
I fell silent. There was nothing I could say. But there was still going to be another 20 lines of dialogue before we got anywhere near the building. I was truly glad he was the one who had read Kurisu's letter, and that he was the one who was now helping me. When I reached the Hikario, I realized something was wrong. It was too quiet. Normally, even at this hour, this place would be noisy, but it was completely silent. There were no murmurs, no drunken shouting like I'd heard a moment before.
始まっちまったか。
It started, huh? Oh. I checked the time. 10:28. Everyone had gathered in front of the park with the TVs in front of the station for a prayer. Shinjo switched the car's navigation system to TV mode. It was displaying footage of the park. I saw the ceremony and gasped. All the sound was gone from Shibuya. It was like a movie set. And suddenly, I was struck by a terror greater than before. It felt like the moment of silence was for me, as I headed to my death. I forced myself to smile, trying to tell myself that I was shaking from excitement, not fear. My mind was a confused jumble of thoughts. Half of me wanted to go home, and half of me wanted to stay. But I forced myself to keep going. Yeah. I have to know, no matter what. Huh? Shinjo tossed something at me.
何ですかって、これ。
What's this? Wait, is this? I felt the sensation of rubber as I grabbed it. I tried to spread it out and stopped.
皮肉な話だが、手近にこれしかなかった。
Ironically, this is all I've got with me.
我慢してくれ。
Hope it's enough.
いえ、
Thanks.
ありがとうございます。
I lowered my head in thanks. Is it a gun? Did he give him his gat? There were still people standing between me and the theater.
すまないな。俺は
Sorry.
ここまでだ。
This is as far as I can go.
そろそ
I
ろ。
need to get the others out of the city. He looked at his watch.
分かってます。
I know.
急いで
Get
彼
them
女
to
たち
Akiba
の
as
秋葉へ
fast as you can.
お願いします。
Thanks.
送り届けたら、俺はすぐに戻
Once
って
they're
くる。
safe, I'll come right back for you.
死ぬなよ。
Don't die.
はい。
Right. I wiped my sweaty hands off on my pants and nodded. Then I took a deep breath to calm myself down. And I loaded my gun. Whew. I put on the sumo sticker masks Shinjo had given me and stepped out into Shibuya without a sound. The silent prayer was continuing. This was my chance. Several people looked at me as I got out of the car, but they must have been used to seeing people in the masks. They lost interest and lowered their heads. Everything was fine. They hadn't figured out who I was. I looked up at the building, which towered above me like some kind of fortress. The people around me seemed suspicious, but I made it to the theater floor without anyone saying anything. Then I realized something was wrong. Again, and stopped. Huh? He just realized something was wrong just a little bit ago. I realized something was wrong. A gun scientifically more useful than the D-sword? Very true. There was no one on this floor. No customers, or even a single employee. Even the convenience store, which was open during the festival, was empty. I took off the mask. My field of vision restored, and I took another look around. I was right. It's completely empty. No sign of Dad or Serica. The whole soundless space in front of me felt like a trap I just walked into. I'd taken the mask off, but it still hurt to breathe. Are we going to see Serica on a cross-like D-sword in the middle of the theater? Is that what's about to happen, RN? Is that what we're going to see? I tossed the mask into one of the decorative trees nearby and slowly started to walk. Every shadow scared me. Each time I reached a blind spot, I'd stare at it for a moment before I proceeded. Where's the entrance to the theater? Oh. When I found the stairs and escalator, I felt a wave of nostalgia. Kurisu will be there to tell Taka to go home. This is where I'd come with the rest of the dorm. That's right. We'd gone up the stairs and into the theater. I flinched as the escalator started to move. Don't scare me like that. It was just a motion detector, I knew that. But the machine seemed to be pulling me deeper into the trap. I looked up at the top of the escalator. There was no one there. Damn. I smacked my trembling legs with trembling hands and went up the stairs. This was the path that led to the theater. It was probably leading me to the finale that either Dad or Serica had prepared for me. Oh, I gotta use the bathroom, yeah. I was probably doing exactly what one of them wanted. But I had to find Serica and the answer. There was no way that desire was in anyone's script. I believed it was my own idea. I had to find out the truth, for Kurisu's sake as much as my own. I went up to the entrance of the theater and put my hand on the door. I felt a stabbing pain in my head the second I went inside. I staggered and leaned against the back of a nearby chair. This can't be! Got hit with those delusion beams as soon as we walked in. I forced myself to endure the pain and look around. The theater was done up in a modern style, with stadium seating. The stage was at the lowest point in the hall, and the seats got higher up the further you went away, so it'd be easier for the audience to see. The entrance was at the far back, behind the seats. When I looked down, I could see the whole room. The stage was empty. No props or backgrounds. Welcome back, Wandering. The lights were focused on the stage, so the rest of the theater was dark and hard to see. The seats seemed empty, too. I couldn't see anyone. We'll probably wrap up here in a second or two. People said there were still like 4 or 5 hours left. Or that's what AK was saying. So I probably won't go too much longer. I couldn't hear any movement either. My first suspicion was Dad's mind control power. But if his power worked like ours, that'd mean he would need to share his delusions with me in order to reboot them. In other words, if what I was seeing was due to mind control, Dad had to be watching me from somewhere nearby. That's right. I suddenly got an idea and looked through my pockets. I found the lollipop Kazuki had given me. I tossed it up and imagined it floating in the air. But instead of floating, it fell down within the thin road between the seats. Good. That's actually kind of clever. I sighed with relief, satisfied with what I'd seen. He just threw her lollipop, though. He could have at least tossed it in the air, or straight up. It was impossible for us to use our powers alone. My psychokinesis wasn't working, and no one else was here. I still kept my guard up as I walked towards the stage. Might as well finish. Eh. We'll see. Kind of reaching my limit on just reading. I kept my guard up as I walked towards the stage. If I remembered right, this place hadn't changed since the last time I was here. Come to think of it, if I'd come here to celebrate my acceptance to the academy, it'd only been 2.5 years since I'd last been here. That can't be right. It didn't seem real. Felt like so much time had passed. Everything changed. Kurisu and Yui were gone. Yuto had probably left his home and was on his way to Akihabara with Shinjo right now. And Dad. Suddenly I heard a sound come from behind me and spun around. Standing there was... You. She looked just like she had when I'd seen her this morning. Not only was she not hurt, there was no signs she'd even fought someone. She waited for the door she'd come through to close, and slowly walked towards me. Why are you here? Her voice was quiet but angry. She probably thought I'd left by now. Where's Dad? It'd be funny if they had her sprite like bounce down the stairs. He's dead. Huh? You'll find his severed head lying on the ground backstage. It's been partially crushed through, so it might be hard to recognize. Or crushed, though. Huh. The look on my face must have been ridiculous. Her voice was completely calm. It's hard to believe she was lying. He was dead? Did you kill him? Her nod said, of course I did. Why are you here? Or Emil and the others? How could she be so calm after killing someone? Because it's not her first time killing someone, bro. It was terrifying to see how unconcerned she was. My thoughts, feelings, and even my words were a jumbled mess. But I managed to tell her that Shinjo had taken everyone else out of Shibuya by now. I told her why I came here. Why'd you tell me that on the phone? What did I wish for when you were born? She looked at me like she was staring at something very dear to her. I knew this feeling. She was reading my mind. Huh? Suddenly, it appeared. Its design was far too complicated and intricate to be called a sword. It was sharp like metal, but a strange luster, all on its own. It was a D-sword, big enough to cover her entire upper body. That was what she used to kill Kurisu. You should have escaped with the others, Taku. The vampire music again. Behind her blade, I could see a slight change in her expression. No, do I? You always think of a bird when you see Sarika's sword? I see the Kill la Kill sword. Use this as a thumbnail? I think that would be pretty spoilers. Replace the D sword with yourself? Probably not. I should have probably pulled this image up when the sword was up, actually. But whenever I see Serika's sword, this is the sword I see. There's not really a good place to put this. I should have pulled this up when she was holding the sword, but that's the sword I see. Is the Kill la Kill sword. Nui's half of the scissor blade. This is the same look I'd seen before when she was talking about Dad. As if she hated everything she saw. It does look kind of similar. Yeah, I know, right? Right as she jumped, I felt a burning heat in my right shoulder and fell to the ground. Damn, Taco immediately just getting sliced. Bruh. A moment later, I felt a pain like nothing I experienced before. I grabbed my shoulder with my left hand and felt something nasty, warm, and sticky. It was blood. I had been cut. Like a puppet with its strings cut. If I'd reacted a moment later, she would have chopped my entire shoulder off. I looked up, and Serika was already bringing her blade down. I forced myself to twist out of the way, ignoring the blood spurting from my shoulder. This time, the pain was in my left leg. I ignored that too, trying my best to get away. Better not use your power, though. That would be crazy. Serika walked over to me slowly. Better not force push her back, the ultimate counter to a sword fight. I must have bit something in my mouth when I rolled, because I tasted something bitter and metallic. Why? I was too late. I underestimated the committee. Serika stopped, close enough to strike me, and began to speak. Sakuma's replacement already made contact with me. There was nowhere left to run. I can't keep you alive. I don't want you to end up like the other victims. No way. So now she's gonna kill me. Well, technically, this would make her just Taku just end up exactly like Kurisu. Death by D-sword stabbing. The same way that she killed Kurisu with that D-sword? No, she said not like the other victims, bro. The pain from the cuts kept me from thinking. The blood loss drained away my will to resist. I couldn't feel my leg, but I couldn't stop looking at Sarah. I wasn't sure. Were there any important blood vessels around the calves? Not really. It's in your thigh that you gotta look out for. I'll be joining you soon. Let's talk on the other side. She swung her D-sword again. And I felt something burst within me. Man, he's not even going to find out what happened. He's just going to get chopped up immediately. I leapt at Sarah. I reached my hand out without thinking and felt something warm and rough. I heard her scream in my ears. By the time I'd realized, I'd reached into the cut on her stomach and ripped out the stitches that was already on top of her. Her D-sword disappeared. What? I What a weird image to show for that. Yeah. My hand went right for her. Me hitting her with the squiggly wiggly. Yeah. Absolutely. My hands went straight for her neck. My fingers dug into her flesh. I can see the parallel already. This is going to be a delusion, right? Just like when Taku started getting grimy. The only thing I saw was the color red dripping down the base of her neck. Was it blood from where she cut my shoulder? Or hers when I ripped open her stomach? Or my nails broken the skin on her neck? Whatever it was red and spreading. I couldn't stop myself from gripping her tighter. My fingers dug deeper and deeper, and the soft sensation of her skin began to recede. Instead, I felt thick muscle and bone. Oh, so much for finding out things from her. When it was over, the pain in my leg and shoulder were gone. They were still there, but it didn't feel like my own pain. It was like I was watching myself on top of Serica from a distance. When I took my hands off her neck, that feeling disappeared. And everything else came flooding back. Her eyes rolled up into her head, and her tongue was sticking out of her mouth. I felt an unpleasant wetness in my underwear. It was her blood from where I sat on her. The blood was pouring out from the gash in her stomach. Serica wasn't moving. Did I just kill her? Did I just strangle her to death? I felt the urge to vomit. Why? Why was I on top of her? Why are my hands covered in blood? My head hurt. My field of vision went red. My heart was pounding hard. And under me was the body of the girl I created. Some people just call that their daughter, Taku. This girl I created. I held my head with my bloody hands. It hurt so much it felt like it was going to explode. My eyes hurt too. Everything was turning red. Huh? Suddenly my vision cleared up. The lights above the stage seemed impossibly bright, like the sun at the end of a tunnel. I felt pain in my eyes. I reached my hand up to them and saw that my fingers were covered in pink tears. He got. That was when I realized. Serica wasn't here, and my hands weren't covered with blood. I twisted my neck to look at my shoulder. My clothes weren't even cut. Not a single wound on my leg, either. What just happened? I was sitting on the ground, alone by the seats near the entrance. Man, you're such an asshole, you know? I didn't raise you to be like that. I leaped to my feet. There it is. There's the evil sprite. They didn't show it because they didn't make one without him having the weird headgear on. Dad. Dad was on stage. He was standing in the center, like the lead singer at a musical. And at his feet. Oh no, Sarika, the girl I thought I just killed, was at his feet. No blood on her clothes, and the cut on her stomach hadn't been torn open. She must have been unconscious, because she wasn't moving. Even right when you were about to kill her in that delusion, she didn't resist at all. Ain't that cute? I don't know if not resisting is stabbing him twice. You know? When she cut his shoulder or leg, that felt like a type of resistance. I would say. The implication. I understood what was going on. Mind control. He's got like a Noah terminal on or something, right? Since when? Was I already under its effects when I came into the theater? When I came inside, I felt a sharp pain. My vision blurred for a moment. I tested my powers with a lollipop. Was I already under his spell? The pain and heat felt so real, but it was all an illusion. I could still feel the sensation of wringing Sarika's neck on my hands. He's got that one eye up way too high look on his face. If you just let her kill you, your heart would have shattered too. Dad tapped his own heart. You killed her instead. What's up with that, Taku? Girls don't like boys who get violent. Hearing Dad talk in the same tone he always did was almost enough to get me to let my guard down. But this wasn't the man. The man on stage wasn't the dad. What is that machine? I took a good look at it. Dad was wearing some kind of rucksack. I see some kind of device inside. What's he carrying? Dad was also wearing a piece of headgear connected to it. And a long cylindrical machine he was holding connected to it by a cord. So that's... If he has psychic powers like we do, he has to have one too. It must be Dad's D-sword. Oh, his actually looks really sick. I like his a lot. It looks kind of like a chess piece almost. Like a crown. Kingdom Hearts ass sword. He does have the heart in it. It is the Kingdom Hearts sword, that's funny. That's how he's got the power of mind control. He's got that Disney propaganda machine behind him. Why does he have one? I thought those powers only appeared in brains that were still developing during the earthquake. Our research has shown this only occurred in the young. That's what Mio said. Oh, this? Dad saw what I was looking at, and tapped his rucksack with the D-sword. Amazing, huh? One of the results of our research. It lets even normal people like me have powers similar to a egomaniac. This was a terminal for a certain machine that requires you to play another game, but just in case you didn't for some reason, we're not going to spoil that certain machine's name just yet. The machine used to be here, but it ran into some trouble. That's what caused the earthquake. Those are bad times. Dad sounded like a child whose favorite toy had been broken. It was clear he didn't care about the people who died, or whose lives had been ruined by the earthquake. It's Sua all over again, but why didn't Sua get a cool D-sword then? You know? Lame. Wasn't in the budget.
そのせいで俺らも
Because
リ
of
ストラ
that,
され
I
ち
lost
まう
my
しよ
job, no
彼
money,
もね
no
人
employees.
もいねえ
Took
で
me
組み
6
立て
years
直
to
すの
rebuild
に
the
6
thing.
年もかかっちまったよ委員会のバ
Those
カだ
idiots in the committee. So that was how he'd been able to do that to Ito? How he'd been able to kill Yui? I felt a mix of rage, sorrow, and hate. All the feelings were so strong I wanted to scream.
はいお前のことを何と
Well,
かすりゃ
doesn't matter.
また研究に戻
Once I
れ
deal
る
with you, I can go back to my research. It was like he was just picking the right words to make me even angrier.
正直ちょっと
To be
焦った
honest,
ぜ
I was worried.
お前の
I
や
don't
つ
know, I came here on our
一
own.
人でここ
Came
に
here
来
on
や
our
がっ
own.
たからよ
I needed you,
お
not
前
her.
が来なきゃ話
I
に
thought
な
I
ら
had a
ねえし
problem.
めんどくせえことになったと思ってたんだが
He looked down at her and poked her with the artificial D-sword. She still didn't move. It can't be. Is she...
ん死んでるぞ
Oh, she's dead, obviously. I mean, technically she's not real, though, so... Taku could still bring her back to life. Because she's not real. Funny, ain't it? You seem to say.
思考誘導をかけられて
I made her
妄
fight you
想
in a
の中で
delusion.
戦わされてる
But
って
she
気づい
realized
た
it was
んだね
mind
こいつ
control halfway through.
最後ディソー
So
ドを
she
引っ
put her
込んで
D-sword away.
お前に殺される瞬
Didn't
間まで
resist right
抵
up to
抗
the
一
moment
つ
you
しなか
killed
っ
her.
たどこまでお前のこと
It's
が大
amazing
事
how
な
much she
んだ
cared
よ
about you. He kicked her hard enough that she turned over.
やめろ
それにしてもお前
You
す
were
ごかった
amazing.
な
You were so
喉
consumed
を
with
殺され
rage
た
over
恨み
losing
にぶつかれ
Kursu.
てるからよ
I just gave that a
それ
little
をちょっと
boost.
ブーストしてやったんだ
And then you killed her without
そ
any
し
mercy.
たら情けも容赦もなくぶっこお前もどこまで
It's
喉が大
amazing how much
事
you
な
cared
んだ
about
か
Kursu, too. I can feel my whole body getting out. Stop! Don't you dare say her name. Not with that face, that voice.
何
The hell are you thinking?
考えてんだよ
あ
Huh? The way Dad's expression didn't change at all only made me angrier. Did he really not understand? We all lived together for years, hadn't we? We came here as a family, hadn't we? Yuto and Yuki are
ユ
worried
ウトと
about
ウ
you.
キは
おなんだ
What?
お前まだあいつらに言ってなかったのかよ
ユイ
Huey
だっ
always
て
trusted you and
ずっとあんたを信頼し
and
てた
Kursu.
それに
きっかけはタクルきっと父親
Flashback.
くれぐれも飲みすぎには注意してください
Or Kursu's talking about how much she
た
loved
ん
him.
だ
She believed in
大
you.
切な家族
She
だっ
thought
て
you were part of the family.
なのに何
What the hell are you
考えてんだ
thinking?
よ
My words echoed off the walls in the theater and came back to me again. Then I realized I was the same way. I believed in Dad too, from the bottom of my heart. But he...
うーん
Dad chuckled and scratched his head, like I'd seen him do many times before. It was the same thing he'd always done when Kursu was scolding him.
タクルよお前
タク
なんか楽しいこと
Do
っ
you have
て
anything
あ
you
るか
enjoy doing? Huh?
は
なんかあんだろ
It's gotta be something
面
you
白い
like,
と
right?
思うことそれ
There's
が
no
なきゃ
point in living otherwise.
人間なんてやってらんねえだろうが
I like reading the Cool Cat magazine. What is he talking about? That's not what I asked.
なんでユイを殺した
Why'd you kill Yui?
ノノを殺した
Kursu!
おゆいをやったのはお前の
Your friend
友
killed
達だ
Yui.
し
This
ノノ
girl
をや
killed
ったの
Kursu.
はこいつだろうがよ
うるさい
Shut up!
おお怖え
Oh, scary. What the hell's so funny about this to you? I clenched my hands into fists, my grip so tight in my rage that my nails dug into my skin.
あんたどうして
How are you
どうしてこん
capable
な
of
こと
doing
できるんだ
this? Doesn't make any
おかしいだ
sense.
ろ
何怒るなって。
Don't get so mad,
今言った
okay?
ろ
Just told
楽し
you,
まな
you
きゃ
need to
ダ
have
メだ。
fun. What the hell does that mean?
俺はな、お
Yeah,
前
I
に
hope
期
for you.
待してたんだよ。
You're so badly
人間
broken.
一人
You
リア
just
ル
real
ブー
boot
ト
an
死
entire
ぬくらい
human
ぶ
being.
っ壊れてたから、どこまでいけるか、どこ
I
ま
started
で
looking
食
forward
え
to
る
see how
か
far you could
楽し
go.
みにしてた。
How crazy you'd become. Huh?
お前みたいなギガロマニアックス
Gigalomaniac
が
like you
好きな
started
ことを
doing
好
whatever
き
you
なだけ
wanted,
やるようになった
wherever
ら
you wanted.
本当
It'd
に
be
すげえんだ
amazing.
ぜ。
You could wreck the
こ
whole
の世
world.
界すらめちゃくちゃにできちまう。面白い。
Be
たま
hilarious.
んね
I'd love to see it.
それを
I could
観
observe
測
it,
して、
calculate
計
it,
算して
come up with
理
a
論を
theory,
組んで
experiment.
また実験し
I'd
て
love to see what lies
その
beyond
ル
the
ー
end
プ
of
の
that
先
loop.
にどんなもんが現れ
Don't you
るの
think the
か
thought of that's
ほら
exciting,
見てみ
Taku?
てえな。ワクワクしねえかタクル。
Using the same voice he always used. I couldn't hear a word. The anger inside me kept building.
とにかくよ。
What I'm trying to say is,
自
no
分
matter
の
what
面白いと
happens,
思うことにし
do
てもらっ
whatever you
と
think
け。
is fun.
ほら、
That's just a
父
little
親
life
代わり
lesson
の
from
人
your
生
dear old
訓っ
dad.
てやつだ。
父親だと
Dad?
あんたなんか父親じゃない
You're not my father!
Yes, Taku. I am your father.
I screamed at the top of my lungs. But he just kept on smiling.
とにかくな、俺にとっちゃ
To me,
ギガロマニアック
Gigalomaniac
ス研究
research
は
is the
最
most
高
fun
だ。
thing in the world.
こんなに楽しいこと
There's
他に
nothing
存
else
在しね
that's
え。
this entertaining.
これがお前の
That's
質
my
問への
answer to your
答えだ。
That can't be! Sua should have had a lightsaber D-sword. That would have been cool for his artificial D-sword. Because, yeah, it could have been like a little pipe that connected to the rucksack. And then just a beam came out of it. I guess it probably would have looked too similar to Taku 1's D-sword, though, right? Because his was just kind of like a plain straight line. That was the only reason? The only reason he worked for the committee? The only reason he did all those horrible experiments in the basement?
ユイやノノや伊藤たちをあんな目に
So
遭
the
わせ
reasons
た
you
の
did that to Yui, Kurisu, Ito, and the
だけの
others.
ために
だから、
How many
何
times do I
回
have
言
to
ったら
tell
わかん
you?
だよ。面白
Because it
い
was
だ
fun.
ろその方が。
Bastard! The next thing I knew, I was running. It's purple now! The D-sword appeared in my hand. It had no weight, but I could feel it was there. I listened to the blades roar as I ran down the corridor. And I think that is a great time to wrap up. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you guys next week for the rest of the battle. Goodbye. Remember to subscribe. him over for real. So disliked. Mage is probably giving him 30 DMCAs. Yeah, you're not wrong. How much is left? I guess we can keep going. I listened to the blades roar as I ran down the corridor. A lot of water. A lot, actually. Well, we'll keep going a little bit. You can't just stop in the middle of the fight, but that's the perfect cliffhanger, bruh. Why did that sound like a glitch? Oh, wait, what did it say? I swung it upward at the bastard on the stage. I love anime that end in the middle of fight scenes. You mean the entirety of Dragon Ball? The most popular and successful anime of all time? Anyway. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is all I can afford to spare to fight you, Sakuma. In fact, I would be willing to bet, without even having watched the Chaos Child anime, this has got to be like one of the second to last episode probably ends here, right? When he runs up on stage and slings it at Sakuma, the episode ends. I'm a check. I would almost be willing to bet. Nah. That'd be so lame if true. There's so many, like, anime that end, like, right at the start of a fight like that. Like, all the time. There was a high-pitched noise and a brilliant light, so I stopped. My hands went numb for a second. The mechanical D-sword blocked my swing. Here! Dad's muscles bulged like thick ropes as he swung his giant D-sword down. You telling me the dude that was constantly drunk all the time, he's got some muscle? I barely managed to block it, but the impact knocked me back into the seats. There was a sharp pain in my arm. It had been cut away. It ends a bit after the swing, but not exactly at the swing. Still, close enough. They gotta do the swing and then do, like, the outro. Set the stage for the fight, and then the episode ends, yeah? When I first got cut, it was just a delusion. But this time, real blood was running down my arm. You really gonna try and fight me? Despite how weak you are? Dad didn't move a step. He raised the giant D-sword onto his shoulders. His huge body was at least 185 centimeters tall. He towered over me from the stage like a wall. I guess it wouldn't hurt to play with my son once in a while. It's not fair to give the girls all the attention. Come on. I do wish we had more than a single corpse for an audience. But what can you do? Then he kicked Serica's unmoving body once more. I felt anger, but an indescribable despair. What was I doing? I'd come to find out the truth from Serica. But I killed her. There was no reason for me to be here. So didn't that mean there was no reason to try and fight Dad? Well, there wouldn't be an even fight. I'd probably just get myself killed. So maybe. When Serica cut my leg open before, it had only been an illusion. I could just run. If I caught him off guard, I could escape, maybe. But... Damn it! I went forward. I hadn't done any real exercise since my physical therapy 5 years before. A vision of Kursu and Yui's faces flashed through my mind. For some reason, I saw Serica, smiling like she used to when we were in the newspaper club. Hey, what's wrong? I'm up on stage. The audience is getting bored. When I looked at him, I suddenly had an idea. I remember what he said. That the machine on his back was what gave him power. That he was an artificial giglomaniac. What if I could get rid of that machine? I might be able to do it. I have to. I stood up and climbed onto the stage. The lights shone upon my head. We get a CG of just the lights, but not of Taku or Sakuma holding their D-sword. I could hear a non-existent crowd screaming for my death from the empty seats. Maybe if I hit his glowing weak point 3 times. I readied my D-sword. He's got two glowing weak spots on his head, and once Taku hits both of those, he'll get stunned, and then he'll be able to rip the backpack off him. I readied my D-sword. Hands still a little numb. Hey, looking like a hero, Taku. Good stuff. What's the battery life on a reality warping psychic machine? Probably like, 3 hours or so? Like probably the battery life of a MacBook, like while watching a movie. I took a step to the side, trying to look as natural as possible. He was going to use his D-sword. By moving to the side, I was able to see part of the device on his back. I hit him with my power as hard as I could. What? Dad heard a noise from behind him and turned around. I had a clear view of the machine. Now! I concentrated more intensely and hit him with more of my power. You asshole! Dad howled like a wild animal and swung his D-sword, but I didn't stop. If I could just destroy the machine. Oh my god! It's the Chaos Child Beams from the intro! Oh no! Wah, wah. Huh? My vision blurred. I felt a cold wind on my cheek. I could see the city in the distance. Where am I? This is where the episode ends? Is this where we should end? That way I can title the next stream The End and get all those juicy views. I'm on top of the school. Damn it. I like that they gave, what's his face? I like that they gave Sakuma a special delusion beam effect. I thought that was really cool. Like he hit him with the delusion beam, and it was actually like a psychedelic thing instead of like how it was for Taku 1, where it would just be like static or whatever. Or no, where the screen would just go wibbly wobbly. He got hit with the psychedelic beam. The end should be its own stream. Yeah. We'll go a little bit with just like another couple lines. Me with the PNG beam. Damn. Mind control. I panicked and tried to use my D-sword. Huh? This is the best stopping point? Oh, I mean, yeah. Kubai super invested. I mean, there's just finally action happening. We stop as the same point as the anime. The anime is the blueprint. The anime is the blueprint. Of course, we want to base the stream experience off the most efficient way to experience the Psy Adventure universe through the anime. The anime doesn't have this scene? What do you mean? So this is filler is what you're telling me, huh? It replaces it with something else? Ugh. I guess we can just skip through this scene, can't we? Turns out all this time CC was hentai? With mind control and mind break genre? Oh god. Hey Matt, long time no see, man. How's it going, dude? Bleach filler? Lamau. Anyway. Do we wrap up here? Matt Rare Spawn. We hit it with the ending next week. I agree, we stop here. Yeah, we hit the ending tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, this feels like a good spot. I'm the cliffhanger. True. True. Yeah, we hit with the cliffhanger. Get people to come back. Get them wanting more. I actually have no idea what I would use for the thumbnail next time. Because I do assume there's probably like a couple hours left, right? This is a good point, but if you don't stop here, it'd be best to just finish. Yeah, but there's like 3 hours or so left, right? It was me. I'm the Chaos Child. I'm gonna try to do Zelda tomorrow. The new Zelda. Tears of the Kingdom, because that's what everyone's doing. It's what the people want. About 1 to 2 hours. Oh shit, is that really all that's left? But Cubai speed, it might be 3 to 5 hours. What do you mean? We've been like cruising through shit this chapter. Or this stream. We've done nothing but progress the story this stream. That's some slanderous statements there. We made huge progress. We'll definitely stop to discuss once you finish. Yeah. Unless there's the bad end and CGs to look at, and you finish Route 1 next time. Are the routes short? We'll need time to discuss. Yeah, it is kind of, it's kind of wild that games are reaching $70 though, for real, for real. You ain't lie. The routes are like 2-3 hours. They're about the same length as Chaos Head routes. Okay. So yeah, maybe we do the ending in a route tomorrow or something? Or not tomorrow. Next week, Thursday. Time to get there is long? Oh, yeah, that's right. We got a classic fast-forward prep moment there, too, yeah. We covered 3 hours of story in 7 hours. What do you mean, 3 hours? I feel like we progressed a lot. CC is the slowest skip function? Is it really? It felt like some of the other fast forwards were super fast when I was doing it to like review some of the scenes at the very beginning of the game. It felt like we were still being fast. There were too many scenes that felt slow. Yeah, but that wasn't my fault. That the story got super slow. The puzzle slowed it down? Wait, what puzzle? The map thing, I guess. You should have written Chaos Child to be faster. That's true. I guess I should have, the map trigger you can't skip? Oh. Well, I mean, it's not like it really takes up that much time to do the map skip thing. Kubai wrote CC. Indeed, it was I. You watched you watched this anime when you were in elementary school? What? How did you watch this in elementary school? When did this come out? No. This came out in 2017. Maybe you're thinking of like Chaos Head. You were in 6th grade? Oh my god, you are a baby. So young. I was graduating college in 2017. That's crazy. Was it super cursed or super rushed? I mean, if you were watching this in 6th grade, you probably wouldn't be able to tell that it was, like, rushed or anything. You'd probably just be like, oh my god, this is disturbing. 28? Yeah, I'll be 28 this year. In October. I'm 27 right now. Haven't we discussed this before? That I'm, way older than all of you guys? I thought Kubai was like 30 or something. I get told that I look older than I am all the time though, so I guess that's not a huge surprise. All I remember is a person getting cut up and put in present boxes. That is the major part of the story. Hell, if your viewers are little babies, true. True, true. Wild. Well, hey, there's one other person in their 20s. Kyler's in his 20s. Chaos Children, yeah, for real. The Chaos Children was my chat all along. I'm really the oldest here. Well, you're like my age, Rob. I didn't realize we were running a daycare. Truly the Chaos Children. That makes you like a year and a half older than me, Rob. I'm 17. Didn't you just put 16 like a second ago? Did you forget how old you were? Oh no, you were saying Wandering of 16. Can't believe I started reading Chaos Ed back when I was 15. Yeah, that was probably a huge miss from your parents supervising the content you were consuming. I wouldn't say I wouldn't say Chaos Ed is appropriate for young teen audiences. I need someone to change my diaper soon. I'm 30. Okay, so there are a couple of Chaos adults in the chat. It's obviously appropriate for elementary school. Yeah, definitely. Noids don't know generational bounds. Yeah, true. Very true, very true. Any thoughts before we wrap up? I don't know. Head empty. I read it on some YouTube videos since I didn't want to go through the process of downloading. You mean like purchasing it on Steam? It's kind of just the final fight. Yeah, I mean, all the reveals have kind of happened, right? Well, I guess there's always room for another twist or two when if we find out Yuo is actually the mastermind. Yuo was the puppet master's puppet master, puppet master, puppet master's puppet master. Wasn't available on Steam back then, you had to pirate it. Oh yeah, that's true. My thoughts on Sakuma? I don't know. He is a villain of all time. Definitely. Thoughts on Serica? I think Serica is really cool. I think it'll be interesting to see how she ends up being the like the puppet, right? But yeah, I like Serica a bit. Did your opinion change of her at all? Who, Serica? Yeah, my opinion went up of Serica. But I mean, she was kind of like my favorite character from the beginning. So I mean, like, I did like her, but I already did like her, so it's not like that really changed much. It was between, like, her and Arimura for the characters I liked the most. Peak viewership at end of stream. Indeed. That's how we do it. Of course, he's based his entire channel as a cube. What does that mean? Every side is a base. I mean, I guess that's true. Mention Arimura, you get the views. That's true, she does bring the big views. I should have her be the thumbnail for the finale. Not enough delusions. Yeah, the delusions kind of stopped after, like, chapter 4. I mean, obviously there's some story ones, but there's not really any... None really that you've really changed. You gotta change your name to have a Q at the start? Yeah, that's what I need. So more people call me QB. I already have enough people that call my channel QB. Without an actual Q at the beginning of my name. People really complained about the delusions after Chaos Head. Yeah. The big complaints is how forced the delusion triggers are for CC. Are they? I mean, I guess they're just kind of added on in this game for sure. To keep up the aesthetic. But yeah, Taku 2 isn't really as out of his mind as Taku 1 is. You like the delusion triggers more than the phone trigger? Eh. I didn't like how a lot of delusions ended up going from point A to point B, and then the delusion ends and you're back at point A. I didn't like those. But then I also didn't like when you could miss vital information in some of the delusions. Because you could go from point A to point C, and something important happened in point B, and you just kind of missed it. So, there was good and bad. They overcorrected a little. Yeah. But Chaos Child so far definitely is much more, like, straightforward. But in a good way, I think. All the delusions are optional. Really? Delusion should have featured Yua. Yeah, that would have been the quickest way to get me to uninstall for sure. You can go full neutral in your first run? Really? I guess you could, right? And nothing happens on neutral? And it just, like, skips the scene or whatever? I guess next time we stream next week, we'll have to see exactly what happens with the neutral delusions. Going neutral is a huge time save for speedrunners, of course, of course. See ya, Alpha. Yeah, I think this is a good spot to wrap up. Just trying to get a migraine, so that's kind of why I wanted to wrap up. We'll be back Thursday. Look at the COZ guide. It won't let you do neutral often. No, we'll just like check out neutral. Because remember, I got all the saves in front of every single delusion in the game. So we can just check out what happens if you do neutral. Tomorrow, neutral doesn't do anything. I think there's like 1 or 2 neutral delusions. Not entirely a skip. Right? Isn't that what people said? There's like 1 or 2 neutrals. Or like 1 or 2 neutral scenes. So yeah. There are a couple Liz talked about. Yeah, if they're not in the COZ guide, we can ask Liz what the neutral scenes are so we can check those out. We will check those out next week. I've been getting hella migraines lately again. I don't know why. But yeah. Tomorrow's stream, we'll do some Zelda not Breath of the Wild. Zelda Tears of the Lost Kingdom. The new Zelda game that everyone's hyped about, so feel free to check that out with me for a bit. Maybe we'll do that Sunday as well. Not entirely sure. But we'll get some Zelda action in at least a little bit this weekend. No stream Monday, Tuesday, as per usual. And then, what else stream Wednesday? If the Zelda streams do really good this weekend, I'll do some more Zelda on Wednesday too. So come hang out and check that out. We'll be back to finish up Common Route for Chaos Child on Thursday next week. So mark your calendars. Be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button so you don't miss out on any of these super cool, super fun streams, of course. If you hit the subscription feed, it'll get marked in your subscription notifications so that way you don't miss out on the stream. You don't have to just memorize my stream times. You'll get a reminder. If you hit the notification button, I mean, you'll just straight up get the notification like on your phone. Hey, QBuy is live. So be sure to hit that. Drop a like on the stream if you could. I always appreciate it when you guys drop likes. Helps boost it in the old YouTube algorithm under the massive weight of all the mages DMCAs. Maybe if we get enough likes on this stream, I won't get arrested by mages for streaming these games. That's for sure. I can make sure you do the neutral route and still get the specific routes. Nice, nice, nice. Join the Discord and he'll do an add everyone. That's true. I do add everyone for the streams as well. But if you also join the Discord, you can also chat with all of us. Pretty much everyone here in the chat's also in the Discord server, so if you think these guys in the chat are funny every once in a while, of course you can head over there. Check out the link in the description and keep chatting with us even when the streams are over. And yeah, I think that's about it. Subscribe, bell button, like the video, and join the Discord and chat with us. And I will see you guys tomorrow's stream. Have a good night, guys.